Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early lie. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early lie. I know it's hard to believe it's the whole forest, not one tree, and it's every branch and leaf. They're born to deceive, but I'm telling you the truth. It's not just one or two, it's every single Jew. They all hate you, and it really breaks my heart that their lies are off the charts and they only bring us harm. You gotta get smart. So if you want to be safe and don't want to get replaced, it's best you start being based, or you'll get erased. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life. I know it's hard to accept that all the ones you've met lie with every single breath. They want you dead, but you must not be weak. Just open your eyes and see they always exploit the meek. See their vampire teeth, and it can make you cry to learn your life was full of lies and their face was a disguise. But you must fight. So if you want to live and protect all of your kin, you have to grow thick skin, or we won't. Every single time, every single crime, every single lie, early life. Every single hour, every single day, every single night, early life.
All right, all right, all right. What's up, guys? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. It is June 17th, man, and we are here back for another episode of the debrief, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream, ninjas. A lot of stuff going on right now, man. I was literally in the Twitter space. Apparently, there might be a press conference coming soon. So, crazy stuff going on all over the place, guys. Earlier today, Iran was able to strike an Oman and a Mossad base, okay? We're going to be talking about what's going on right now. And let me go ahead and just get into this Twitter space so you guys can hear the latest, right? And then I'm going to pull up some articles for you guys on the side while we listen on what's going on with the latest. So let's go in here real fast.
I think it's just to say, like, stay right here because we don't need anybody leaking out information. So that was kind of where my mind was going. That's why I wanted to look it up.
Yeah, the markets are very chilled about this. There's nothing major.
We're also going to be talking about Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon interview. We're going to talk about Netanyahu's address. We're going to talk about a couple different stuff. Jesse Waters is saying Iran is begging for mercy. That's fucking fake news. It's incredible how Fox is pushing a whole bunch of bullshit, man. Crazy.
Whatever, biggest space, like, because of bots.
You know
But
what,
they're
Chris,
falling,
you
Khaleesi,
said
they're
that
falling
space
for that
is so-
stuff.
All U.S. diplomats in the Middle East have been instructed to shelter in place and cancel all public events.
Something big is happening, guys. The Iranian government threatened that something big was going to happen, historic today.
Statement from Imam Khomeini, life will be undoubtedly bitter for the Zionists. And there was a very big press release. I sent it to Sulaiman. It's very long, so I don't want to bother you guys. Maybe I'll post it out.
Khaleesi, I think Myron is requesting.
Okay, let's get him up. Give me 1 second. Let me, because I can't
Yeah, I
see my
got-
request, guys.
It's
Let me
just
get news. I just want to give it quickly because I need to get Myron up. Give me 1 second. It says, Justin, according to Polymarket, the probability of U.S. military action against Iran by July has increased to 77%. You heard Simon say it, I think, or somebody said it. Now the tweet's in the nest. Please share it. Okay, we've got Myron up. Brilliant.
Hey, what's up, guys? Just jumping on here on stream. I was listening a little bit earlier to what you guys were talking about. Last time I was here this morning, I know we were talking about the Mossad and Oman bases being hit. Have we been able to get confirmation that the bases were hit? I know there was conflicting information or whatever, but I know it's at least one of the intelligence apparatuses actually definitely got hit earlier this morning.
Are you on your stream, Myron?
Yes, I'm on stream right now.
Yeah, okay. Truth, do you want to jump in?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I was just dealing with something in the back channel. What was your question?
No, you're fine. This morning, there were reports that Mossad was hit in, I think, either in Tel Aviv or Herzliya, and also Oman was hit as well. Their IDF military, Unit 8200 or whatever. Has that been confirmed or no? I know there was talk about it, and obviously the Israeli media right now is like putting journalists in jails for showing anything. So what's the latest with that?
I haven't seen confirmation that the Mossad headquarters. I know it's been previously targeted, and they were literally inches from it after True Promise 2, so they can absolutely strike it. Israel will never admit that. Of course, Mossad operates by way of deception. We shall wage war.
Yep.
So they're not going to get any confirmation of that from Israeli media. Iranian media, I haven't noticed it, but again,
I'll double
the news
check
comes
now.
out fast and furious. If you can give me a source on that, I'll tell you if it's credible or not. I'll look into it myself. The Oman strike I didn't know about either, but it's not surprising if they're going after Unit 8200 and Mossad sleeper cells. They've been doing that all across the country as we speak, because they figured out within 24 hours that most of the attacks that have been struck within Iran haven't happened from the air, from the Israeli fighter jets like the F-35s. Only a handful have been attempted, and four, I guess, confirmed for those F-35 fifth generations have been struck successfully. It's been done through the spike missiles and also the loitering drones, and that was done through sleeper cells and various Mossad agents, such as the 15-plus Jeets that have been arrested, will likely face the death penalty, among others that have also been
We're up to 15 Mossad assets now? It's 15 Mossad assets that are arrested in Iran now?
15 Jeets since June 13th. No, more than that. There's well over 28. And as I mentioned before, they have like a grassroots campaign going on where citizens of the country are cooperating with the government to go after and monitor any unusual activity, typical of what Mossad would do, outside of what's typical daily tasks look like. If it looks like they're about to commit a crime, and so the citizens have actually captured a bunch of them as well, and then they've been dealt with. Obviously, there's no footage, or Iran's not all about the 24/7 media, so they'll just you'll get small bits of information, but that's been their focus for a bunch of different cities, and that was part of the reason why they shut down or restricted internet access, because in order to carry out the strikes, and there have been very few in Iran lately, other than what Israel's made up, they haven't been able to carry out those remote attacks, which required, of course, Starlink to be able to follow through with. So that was again the spike missiles and also the the loitering drones. So there've been far fewer attacks, from what I've understood from people on the ground. It's more like business as usual, but now, of course, there's more. They're on high alert, obviously, because it seems like could be on the precipice of something much bigger. If the U.S. decides to just do some kind of limited strike against the Ferdo facility, with the B-2, B-52, one of the bombers they have at their disposal, or maybe something more. And then Iran's also promised something massive that people will remember for centuries to come. So
yeah, and I know they announced that. Yeah, they announced that earlier today. And then also, there's been a lot of talk in the Western media that Israel has had air superiority. But from what I understand, and obviously the mainstream media isn't reporting this, how many F-35 jets were shot down by Iran? Multiple?
At least 4. And also there's an announcement that they will release footage. They're not going to be doing a press conference, but they're going to release footage of the captured fighter jet pilots. There's at least 2 of them that have been captured. The other 2 are likely dead, to prove that they've done this, because, of course, What Lockheed Martin does not want anybody to know that their F-35s can be struck by anyone's air defense system, much less Iran's. That would be a huge humiliation for them, and their stock could take a bit of a nosedive. And there could be less demand for the fighter jets too.
Isn't one of those jets like $1 billion? Something insane?
Well, the B-2, the B-50, those are $2 billion. Those are made by Northrop Grumman. But no, the average price of an F-35 is a little bit less than that. It ranges depending on because again, it depends on which country it's getting sold to. Israel, of course, gets the most expensive one. It's got maybe one or two less options than other countries, like say what Turkey gets. But they cost anywhere from $200 to $300 million a piece. So they are quite expensive, depending how they're outfitted, and they can be modified as well.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna look because I'm gonna look for this Mossad thing. I don't know, Khaleesi, because me and you were talking about this morning with the Mossad. Have we been able to confirm that, or do you have an article, or I can look for it myself?
You know what it is? They can't outright deny it. But the thing is, because none of the mainstream media outlets have confirmed it, they won't actually. But there have been coordinates. People have taken the coordinates of that and said it is at that same location. But it's just people here online. So the way it works is Grok and all of those people look for CNN, BBC, Fox News, and none of those guys will accept it. There's just none of this. Oh, it didn't happen. It's fake news. But there's just none of this. Oh, it definitely did happen either. And it's so sensitive that I don't expect them to actually ever accept that.
And I think it's also very important that the public understand the massive censorship that's going on in Israel right now. They're literally putting people in jail if you record damage to anything in Israel. If they find you, they're going to arrest you and put you in jail.
There's a media blackout.
Yeah, there's a big media blackout, and the fact that Israel's imposed this new rule or law tells me that they got a lot to hide, and they don't even want to let. This is just from our audience, so they understand too. They're not letting Israelis out, right? Only tourists can leave Israel right now.
Well, it's interesting, actually, Myron, tourists and diplomats, and there was a press conference today from America, and who was the lady, Simon? What was her name? What's her position?
Which one's that? Tulsi
The press
Gabbard?
conference.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry, I'll have to look it up.
Okay, but she was speaking and informing people about what's happening, and all the journalists, literally, they were like, "Oh, can I ask you what provisions have you made for Americans that are stuck abroad?" "Oh, well, you have to find out where your embassies and contact them." And they were like, "Well, what about if they're in Israel?" And she was like, "Well, the embassies in Jerusalem and in Tel Aviv." And they were like, "Well, is it open? Because we know it's been closed, right?" And she was like, "Well, we'll have some task force set up." And they were like, "Is there going to be somebody at the embassy to speak to us?" And she was like, "Well, some initiation of contact will be made with limitations." And it was so vague, Myron. It was crazy. She was literally all over the place. She was basically saying, "Suck it up. We'll provide something to you." And it sounded like a call center in India is what they're going to give them. There was nothing, no provisions made at all to get Americans out of Israel. Zero.
Shit, man. Yeah, I mean, imagine how bad that would look for the government if they, created this air where it's like, oh yeah, no, Jewish people can't be safe in Israel. That defeats the entire purpose of Israel's, creation. So, that's absolutely nuts, man. And I apparently they're evacuating people. I'm looking at this right now, Al Jazeera 2 hours ago. Iran senior commander calls on Israelis to execute Haifa and Tel Aviv immediately. That's Iran's military telling the Israelis to leave. That's crazy.
Well, Iranian television said this a short while ago.
Yeah.
There is a surprise tonight that the world will remember for many centuries.
Shit.
This is what they said today. Yeah, and they broadcast a guy stroking. Let me find out what it was, because I was just. Oh, that's it. Iranian media shared a video of a man slowly stroking a nuclear warhead titled "Maybe," and this came right after the surprise the world will remember for centuries.
Wow.
Hollywood's got something to learn from Iran, Myron.
What was that you said?
That Hollywood's got something to learn from Iran in terms of theatrics and, providing some previews about what they may be about to do. I suspect.
And isn't Trump supposed to Trump's supposed to address the nation soon, right? Didn't they just leave the Pentagon?
Yes.
Man.
One other point, Myron. This is from Mahmoud Nabavian. He's the deputy chairman of Iran's National Security and Foreign Policy Committee.
Is he
issued a
like Tulsi
stark
Gabbard
warning
here?
to the United States?
Is he? Oh, wait, say that again. I was asking what his equivalent was in the U.S.
The equivalent of the U.S.? Yeah, he could be the equivalent of like DNI.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Definitely be in the,
Okay.
yeah, something like that.
Okay.
But anyways, here's what he states. It's a stark warning to the U.S. Striking American bases is far easier for us than hitting Israel. If the U.S. plans any aggression against Iran, it must first prepare 50,000 coffins for its forces. There's also a plan for Diego Garcia base and the bombers that are there. And he says a few other things. Those are the most important parts of the video.
Wow.
There's red alerts all over Israel, guys. I've just put the tweet in the nest. Please share it. Please tweet it. It looks like the Iranian missiles are incoming now. Red alerts.
Oman also had a bunch of sirens off just a few minutes ago, so they've been
And
passing.
you know
through
what? This
Oman,
makes
so
sense. It's 5:40 right now U.S. time. So what? I think Israel's like 6 or 7 hours, and we know that pretty much Iran typically hits at night, right? So this makes sense.
Hey, Myron, real quick.
Yeah.
I sent you a link of the IDF's military strike operations map that's accessible from Israel. I've been able to get that. I think you might find it quite interesting. That is from the Israeli perspective. I can put in your YouTube chat too if people want to look at it. I think you'll find it pretty cool.
Yeah, put in the YouTube chat so people can see and rumble and kick if you don't mind.
Yeah, but go take a look at that. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I can pin it for a little bit too. Okay.
Alicia, I'm getting reports that this next wave is huge, by the way. That they launched from multiple sites, north, south, east, west.
Got one other announcement. This is from an insider source, Iranian media. Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei delegates his powers to the Supreme Council of the Revolutionary Guards. This means the military is authorized to make decisions without consulting him, including making a bomb. Just keep that in mind if they haven't already.
Oh,
Did you guys go after? Did you guys discuss Christy Nome? She's been rushed to the hospital.
Yeah, she just I just got that news
It's not really relevant, Didi. It really isn't. That's why I didn't come to you, because I just want to. When Myron's on stream, we really try to keep it on point. But thanks.
No, that's cool. Christy Nome, what'd she go to the hospital for? Do we know?
She's just been taken to hospital, and I think it's a distraction. I mean, nobody knows. She just got taken in.
Okay, I'll look into that.
And I'm really not bothered about Christy Nome because we're on the verge of World War III, and I don't think she's going to speak on our behalf.
Another cosplayer falling on the ground, you know.
Yeah, that's what she's best at doing, man. Putting on fucking costumes and shit. It's kind of funny. So, shit, man. This is
the rockets are in the sky of Nablus right now.
As a joke, Richard Spencer suggested that it was Botox overdose for Christy Nome. I thought I'd share his joke.
Man, she does have a lot of Botox.
I don't know if we're going to go in today or not. This is going to be interesting to see because we're just waiting for Trump's announcement, but everything is geared up. Everything. I believe, Truth, you said something about Saudi's involvement as well, right?
Yes, that's a military base called, is it Sultan, I believe? That's received a bunch of, scores actually, of U.S. fighter jets, including F-16s, F-22s, and F-35s, probably in preparation for something big. Says Tel Aviv's already under bombardment, by the way.
Hey, I've got some breaking news that I put in the pill here. Sorry to interrupt you guys. The screensaver is now on Iranian TV. I've seen that. I don't know if it's valid or not. And it's got a message about the strike that they worried about earlier.
So, guys, I've got some breaking news really quickly. It's going up in the nest. Israelis say 15 missiles were launched this time. No confirmation yet. The second bit of news I've got is France deploys A330 tanker, Mirage and E-3 AWACS aircraft detect incoming missiles and threats off the Israeli coast. So France has gone in as well. I've just put those up in the nest.
I saw a message earlier that they also deployed Eurofighters, and I forget the number.
All right, I'll be back, guys. I'm still in the space, but I'll be back. All right, guys, let's go ahead and start looking at some stuff here. So,
Myron, you're not muted.
oh, my bad. Sorry, guys.
You're fine.
All right, so let's look at some stuff, guys.
We have reported numerous atmospheric interceptions.
All right, for some odd reason, it fucking doesn't mute the tab sometimes. All right, guys, let's see here, because this news came out this morning.
Place to weather the storm of rocket attacks. As the Iran-Israel war enters its 5th day, a new terrifying reality has emerged. Even these supposed sanctuaries are not safe.
You guys can see they're getting pummeled, man. Bruh.
This is the moment a missile strikes near Tel Aviv. The effects are devastating. This is Petah Tikva, east of Tel Aviv, where a direct hit by an Iranian ballistic missile upon a residential block has left a searing scar. This wasn't a near miss. The missile...
Hey, Sin for Rent with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, bro.
Welcome, punch!
Bro, this is crazy stuff, man.
People were killed in that strike.
My building boom from Iran, very scary. I have 4 children, 4 boys, and we're very scary. But everyone, it's okay.
After we received the alerts at night, we entered the safe room. We waited. There was a siren.
I'll tell you, man, the fear that they're experiencing is what people in Gaza has been experiencing for damn near 3 years, bro. Or 2 years.
A minute and a half after the siren, we felt
Tel Aviv is starting to look like Gaza, bro.
Sonic booms. Up there. Very strong booms. Half a minute later, we felt the explosion inside the apartment, inside the building.
This incident has sent shockwaves across Israel. The Home Front Command was forced to issue a chilling admission. These reinforced concrete shelters are not designed to withstand direct hits, conceding that the Iranian missile breached the structure.
Guys, to see this in real time, I'll be honest with you guys, I never thought I would see Israel get hit like this ever in my lifetime, bro. This is wild to see this.
The Israeli president and the security minister rushed to the spot.
Also, just so you guys know, man, if you guys want to go ahead and support me, as you guys know, I've been demonetized for damn near 2 years now. The best way by far to support is to join the OSS. As you guys can see there, I got the little counter there. We got 61 of you guys watching right now on the OSS. The chat over there is hilarious. We got another 55 of you guys watching on Castle Club. I am going to move the stream over to the OSS from Castle Club soon. But, you know, obviously, I want you guys to have the ability to, you know, and get, you know, a majority of the show still on Castle Club, because I understand a lot of you guys are used to watching on Castle Club, so I'm slowly doing the migration, but understand that these debrief streams are going to start going over to the OSS. That is how I combat the demonetization, because YouTube fucking sucks, and they're robbing me blind, as you guys know. So if you guys want to support, it's only $4 to join, and you keep the fight alive, okay? And here's the other thing, too, I want to say. You know what? I'll make that announcement later on. I won't make the announcement now. Let's keep going into the news. I'll make the announcement later.
Several countries have issued travel warnings for Israel and Iran and urged their citizens to return home amid the war. China says it has started to evacuate its nationals in both countries. With airspace in both countries shut, the task of evacuation becomes more challenging. Chinese embassies and consulates have activated emergency consular protection mechanisms and demanded both Iran and Israel to ensure the safety of Chinese citizens and their institutions. On Monday, the Chinese embassy in Tel Aviv.
I'll give you guys the OSS link here right now so you guys can join up for $4.
Urged their citizens to leave Israel via land border crossings to Jordan. Ukraine has become the latest country to urge their citizens to leave the country amid escalating tensions, and the countries that have released advisories for their citizens to evacuate the region include the United States. The UK had advised Britons against all travel to Israel amid an escalation in the country's military activity with Iran. Germany's foreign ministry issued a travel warning for Israel. Russia's foreign ministry advised Russian nationals against traveling to Israel and Iran.
All right, I dropped the link in on YouTube, guys, for you guys.
Citing security concerns, the ministry also urged citizens already in affected areas to stay away from military installations and crowded public locations. Several hundred Australians have registered interest in leaving Israel and Iran, but have been advised to shelter where they are while airspace remains closed. Foreign Minister Penny Wong says that while no flights are possible yet, given the risk of missile strikes on civilian aircraft, the government says it is working on a range of plans to help people leave whenever it's safe.
Thanks, Sinforen, for gifting another subs at Ganglax and the 5 gifted subs that you gave earlier. Appreciate that greatly, bro. I'm going to reach out to you in a little bit, guys. This is the Israelis in the bunkers. They've been cooped up there now for days.
The Israelis will get lots of support if President Trump wants to provide it from these carrier battle groups and the assets that are already in the area.
We have the assets, and let's talk capability here, because one of Iran's nuclear.
Okay, so Iran launches new strikes as U.S. deploys assets to regions. We just heard that in the obviously we heard that in the Twitter space.
Sites is buried deep underground in a mountainside. The U.S. does have the capacity of reaching it with bunker busters. Describe how that would work.
Well, this is probably the most capable conventional munition in the world, the GBU-57. It can penetrate up to 200 feet of hardened facilities. The problem in Fordo is that some of the facilities, I understand, and some of the centrifuges may be as deep as 300 feet. But nevertheless, this is a massive bomb. It delivers about 5,000 pounds of explosives, a 30,000 pound. And there's only one asset really in the world, the B-2 bomber, that can deliver this. And as I mentioned, it's about 3,500 miles away. But this is incredible munition. I had them in Afghanistan. We use it
And just so you guys know, they're going to have to drop it not once. They got to drop it multiple times on this mountain. Multiple times on this mountain. So Israel, guys, contrary to what the news tries to tell you guys, Israel has not destroyed Iran's capability of manufacturing a nuclear bomb, because the most important component of their nuclear program is within a mountain that needs a 30,000 plus bomb, and it needs multiple of these bombings.
A couple of times. It's very, very effective. But the question is, can it penetrate deep enough to really get at all the centrifuges? I submit that we would probably have to have at least a half dozen of these things that we'd have to put on site at Fordo to really have the effect that we want.
I don't miss, baby.
Israel is flying unimpeded over the skies of Iran.
So in other words, that means that they would need to make multiple campaigns to drop this bomb to get rid of their nuclear facility, guys, down in that fucking mountain. It's heavily fortified because the Iranians saw what the Israelis did to Saddam Hussein in the 80s when they bombed his nuclear capability.
That Iran's military has been degraded by the strikes.
And that would take direct U.S. intervention to do that. If we did that, Iran would retaliate against our military bases.
We know about the U.S. capabilities. What are the capabilities of Israel's military and also Iran's now?
Well, I would say Israel's got the upper hand without a doubt. They've got total air superiority over Tehran right now.
I don't know about that, bro. They've shot down 4 of their fucking fighter jets, chat. Now, this isn't being put in the news for obvious reasons, but Iran has 2 Israeli pilots right now in their possession. So this is kind of iffy here when they talk about having air superiority.
Now, over all of Iran. They've demonstrated that. They've also have intelligence dominance, which is absolutely critical in this fight. So, I mean, there's no way.
Well, we know that Iran has arrested several members of Mossad in Iran, something like 10 to 15 of them.
That the Iranian military can.
One of them was actually hung not too long ago.
Match the Israeli military. In fact, they do have some assets, some F-14s, MiG-29s, and whatnot. But the only thing they're really able to use right now is the Shahab-3 and the guided missiles. They've got perhaps 2,000 or so guided munitions, ballistic missiles that they could fire at Israel. But a lot of the launching sites have been taken out by the Israelis, again, due to their air superiority. So it's really not a fair fight at this point. Israel's got the upper hand, and they are seeking to take advantage of that.
Do they actually need the United States' help then?
They do if they want to take out Fordo. If they want to have, because the United States is the only country in the world that can provide that deep penetrating GBU-57 capability and the B-2 bomber that can deliver that capability. So yes, they would need the United States to do that. If they didn't have the United States, the only other way they could do that, they'd have to do some kind of a ground attack, believe it or not. I mean, some kind of a special operation where they'd have to secure the area and send guys with bombs into these tunnels to blow everything up in there. That can be done. I would not underestimate the Israelis and their capability to do that. Now, of course, invading another country, putting boots on the ground in Iran would be a major escalation in the war and would probably outrage the entire Arab community.
Yeah,
but
and not only that, like, it wouldn't be easy. This isn't Iraq.
Actually do that.
U.S. President Donald Trump has now returned to the U.S. Trump has said that he hopes Iran's nuclear program is, quote-unquote, wiped out. U.S. involvement would be needed, he says, and he was also talking about looking for complete give-up by Iran. Take a look at this report by CNN.
President Emmanuel Macron told reporters in Canada, essentially where he said that the president he believed wanted a ceasefire. The president said that that was wrong, that he has no idea why I'm now on my way to Washington, but it certainly has nothing to do with a ceasefire. Much bigger than that, Audie. And then he said essentially that he's looking for more than a ceasefire. He said he wants something more permanent, whether that's, if they can do that, great. If not, potentially giving up entirely. I have to say, Audie, this is far different rhetoric we've heard from the president than we have previously, far less positive and optimistic, I would argue, than what we have heard him say over recent days.
And it's still very early in the day. We're going to be hearing more from Elena Treen, reporting from the White House. Elena, thank you. Now, for the latest on how all of this is unfolding on the ground in Israel, I want to go live to Tel Aviv and bring in CNN's Nick Robertson. So, Nick, first, can you talk about the last couple of hours, especially after Iran promised further retaliation against these airstrikes?
Yeah, Uri, good morning. It does seem as if Iran launched fewer missiles at Israel overnight, but again, it launched them at different times in the night. Thinking in central Israel here, people were roused from their beds to go to the shelters shortly after midnight, again at 3 or so in the morning. And then, surprisingly, given the way Iran normally targets during the night,
and the reason why they target at night, guys, is because when they shoot the rockets from Iran, they don't want there to be they want to shoot it from somewhere dark where it won't show up on satellites or where counterintelligence won't see where it's getting shot from. And then they move because they have like mobile rocket stations that they use to shoot the rockets off. So that's another reason why they do it at night.
About 8:30 this morning, the sirens went off again. People were advised to go to their shelters. And in central Israel, we've seen video that appears to be the interceptor rockets going up, and then at least 4 impacts from what appear to be Iranian missiles in that vicinity. The IDF has said that the majority of incoming missiles were intercepted. A few fell in open areas. We've seen that a bus depot was hit in central Israel. A number of buses there were on fire. I think the interesting thing about this social media video was that we really haven't seen four effectively consecutive impacts like this in such a small area. That, I think, is perhaps indicative of Iran being
Sinferent with the other gifted sub to Rex. I appreciate that, my friend.
Able to maybe penetrate in a way that they hadn't before. But the overall picture is that Iran didn't target Tel Aviv with a big number of strikes as they've done on previous nights. They did sort of try to change up their tactics, shift the focus, shift what they were targeting to other parts of the country. But it does leave people here feeling uneasy, if you will. And I think from Israel's perspective, again, their intelligence in Iran is delivering results. They have assassinated a top military commander who'd only been in the job a couple of days because he was replacing the guy who had that job and was assassinated in the first round of strikes by Israel. So this is still full pace, but perhaps slightly less pace, but just as impactful. The other takeaway today so far is no known casualties directly from the missiles so far.
Conflict intensifies. U.S. official tells CNN the USS Nimitz.
All right, let's go and look into this, the Mossad being bombed. Because that was reported this morning, chat. And this was this morning earlier. So IRGC Aerospace Force burns IDF Intel IQ HQ Mossad Center. So look, we don't know if it's Mossad or Oman, but we know it's obviously a strategic area for Israel. Obviously, they don't want to put that out.
Israel is saying that it has killed Iran's army wartime chief of staff. Tel Aviv has identified Ali Shadmani as Tehran's most senior military commander. Tehran is yet to confirm the claim, but multiple buildings have been struck in Tehran by Israeli missiles targeting the city. 3 people have been rescued from the rubble of a destroyed building. Air defense countermeasures were launched too in Natanz, a strategic location with nuclear installations. Let's take a closer look at Ali Shadmani. He is Iran's wartime chief of staff, one of the country's top military commanders, also a trusted aide to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. He was promoted just last week after Israel killed Major General Gholam Ali Rashid in its surprise attack on Friday. Israel says it killed Shadmani during an airstrike on what it called a command center in central Tehran. Well, meanwhile, video has emerged of the destruction inside Iran's main broadcaster following an Israeli missile attack on the building. Studios and newsrooms where journalists sat at their desks have been reduced to ashes and charred debris, as you see. The committee to...
Hey, Jay Tillo, I see you want to join the OSS. I'll drop you an annual link here. It's up to 75 now, bro. It's not 55. That was only a promo for the first couple hundred people that joined, first 500 or so. But there it is right now. It's 75 for the year. Still a great deal, bro. Still get a lot of money taken off. So 75 for the year, and you're totally taken care of.
Protect Journalists has condemned the attack, which also killed 3 television employees. Well, let's bring in Tawhid Asadi, who is in Tehran, the Iranian capital, for us. Tawhid, give us a sense of the Iranian response that we've been seeing so far.
Well, we're dealing with a highly escalated situation over the past 4 or 5 days as Israelis started their strikes across the country and here in the capital. From time to time, from the very beginning of these strikes, we have been hearing the sounds of explosion related to the activation of air defense system in the country and here in the capital. Also, we've got this recent reports from IRGC.
I'm going to read chats after this video, chat. I'm going to read chats after this video.
Statement from the IRGC saying that they are going to continue their crushing retaliatory actions, and also they said that next rounds are going to be much stronger. Also, we've got this report from IRGC saying that one of the important command centers of Mossad have been targeted by the IRGC forces in the...
And for those that don't know, guys, the Mossad is Israel's equivalent to the CIA. Let me give you guys a quick little, you know, if you're new to this channel, you know, you might have not heard of them before. But I've talked about the Mossad extensively on this channel. Here they are right here, just for those that are not familiar. The Institute for Intelligence and Special Operations, probably known as Mossad, is the national intelligence agency of the State of Israel. It is one of the main entities in the Israeli intelligence community, along with Amman military intelligence and Shin Bet internal security. So just to give you guys functional equivalents, right? Mossad is basically their CIA. Their Amman is like their NSA/DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, which is military, and also the NSA, because they have a unit in there called Unit 8200, which does like the phones. Okay, it does a lot of like signals intelligence. Then you got the Shin Bet. Shin Bet is their FBI. Okay, so Shin Bet is their FBI. Oman is their DIA/NSA, and then Mossad is their CIA, which is international campaigns or international operation. And then here's Amman, who they also believe that they were struck as well today. And this is obviously the intelligence asset for the IDF. And then you have Unit 8200 here, which is Israel Intelligence Corps unit of the Israel Defense Forces signal for clandestine operation, collecting signal intelligence and code decryption, counterintelligence, cyber and military intelligence. So this is their NSA equivalent right here. And that is within Amman. All right. So yeah, so now you guys kind of understand. And yeah, of course it comes from the Haganah terrorist organization, by the way, FYI. Unit 504, okay, let's see here. One of the military intelligence units responsible for clandestine and covert operations. Bam, okay. So yeah. So now you guys have a general gist of the Israeli intelligence community.
Israeli territory.
Mossad are the ones that operated the pager attack, okay? As you guys remember, Lebanon and Hezbollah was devastated with the remote pager attack last year, where they detonated thousands, I think like 1,000 plus different pagers that they sold to Hezbollah secretly. And they had put these bombs in the pagers like 10 years ago. Okay. They had them in walkie-talkies, pagers, beepers, all types of communication, because Hezbollah back then was utilizing older technology to avoid being detected. And the Israelis knew this, and they were able to sell them a bunch of pagers and be able to, detonate them damn near 10 years later. Crazy operation.
Also, we've got Qamar Saidari, who is the commander of armed force, ground forces of the army, Iranian army, coming out to say that enemies should know, quote unquote, that new wave of Iranian strikes are going to be...
Yes, that is why they gave Trump a gold pager, guys.
With new advanced weaponries. This is something that we have been hearing from Iranian officials over the past few days, saying that they are going to become stronger in their retaliation if Israelis decide to continue their strikes. And the reality on the ground here is that Israelis are continuing their strikes. Recently, we received reports from Tabriz, located in East Azerbaijan province of Iran, about the sounds of explosion being heard also across the country. Air defense system has been activated, intercepting different flying objects over the skies of Iran. From what I can say, escalation is the name of the game that we are practicing, we are seeing over the past few hours, and still we are able to hear sounds of explosion from different parts of the capital, from different parts of the country, showing that strikes are continuing.
Tawhid, as this escalation seems to...
Oh yeah, this chick right here, guys, they bombed her while she was live. Look at this shit, bro. I'll show you guys this shit on my Twitter real quick. Look at this, bro. This shit is crazy. Oh, let me pin this shit. Bro, what the fuck? Sometimes Twitter's be acting crazy. All right, let me show y'all this.
صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلوده استودیو.
Bro, in the middle of a broadcast. Trump is live. All right, let me get in here. Let me get in here. Let's see. Where's he live at, niggas?
Just yesterday. And it is in the spirit of Melissa's directness and down-to-earthness. She said, if you would like to honor...
Something, is that it? No, that can't be it, bro. You guys trolling? Trolls? Okay. He's live on Rumble? Let me look. Are you guys talking about Donald Trump Jr.? I think you guys are talking about Junior. Junior's on.
Same thing. Remember, we had Luke Rosiak at the Daily Wire on the show not too long ago who broke the story and uncovered how contracting officers were steering money to multiple companies in exchange for millions in bribes under the guise of USAID foreign aid. And this was just one example. There are ongoing investigations.
All right. So yeah, it's not bro, you niggas in the chat are retarded, bro. Some of you niggas in the chat are retarded, bro. See, this is why sometimes I don't be looking at the chat, man. Fucking get me off my goddamn mojo, man. Let me see here. What was I? Wait, I was on X. There we go. All right, let me show y'all this shit, bro. This shit crazy. So this shit gets bombed. Wait, is this shit unmuted? Oh, hold on. Wrong one. This one right here. Bro, gets bombed because they bombed one of the television networks. This was yesterday, guys. And then this is within an hour. She goes to another station.
رحیم مجددا خدمت شما هموطنان عزیز سلام عرض میکنم و بعد از اینکه یک حمله جنایتکارانه ای رو بر ضد یکی از
You can see here against one of the news network studios. He's saying one of the criminal attacks.
استودیوهای شبکه خبر
At the last moment, Miss Imani.
صورت گرفت در آخرین لحظه خانم امامی از
one of the veteran anchors and political deputy of the news network
مجریان و نیروهای با سابقه شبکه خبر
was on air and the actions they took.
و معاونت سیاسی رو آنتن بودن و اقدامی که
We saw how they shouted in front of the camera.
کردن با اولین صدا دیدیم که چه
We will stand firm until the end.
گونه مقابل دوربین فریاد زدن که ما تا آخر
And this will go down in history in the Islamic Republic.
ایستاده ایم و این در تاریخ نظام جمهوری اسلامی و در
So why am I showing you guys this? Because, see, the intent with the Israelis, guys, right, with you know, attacking Iran, conducting this operation, etc., they were hoping, because you guys got to understand that the Israelis want regime change, okay? They want Khomeini out of there, right? Because Iran is really the only country in the Middle East that's standing up to Israel's expansion project, okay? Shout out to TPC Films, by the way, with the big 25 gifted subs. Appreciate you, bro. I know you're doing something with Fresh later on today. I know, but I'll be on air, bro, the whole time. So, but yeah, Fresh definitely definitely, I know you guys got some work to do. But anyway, so when the Israelis launched their attack, several days ago, the goal was to disorient, confuse, strike, and then hope that the people of Iran, from their many years of sanctions, their many years of government abuse, would lead an uprising, okay, and destabilize the regime. Now, I spoke with someone who's Iranian, and he kind of explained this to me, okay, the dynamic in Iran right now, which I thought was very interesting, and I kind of want to share with you guys, right? And the reason why I want to share this with you guys is because it kind of gives insight as to Iranian politics and foreign policy, so that we can kind of better understand why they're doing some of the things that they're doing, right? So for this to make sense, give me one sec, chat. Move this over. All right. For this to make better sense, we got to understand kind of what's been going on, okay? Now, and I'll show you guys this on my thing as well, because I did talk about this on my page. So let me go ahead. Let me find this for you guys real quick. Because I listed out all the escalations here. Hold on. Let me find it for you ninjas. I have it here somewhere. As you guys can see, I tweet a good amount. Okay. So, Iran, right, guys? There was several provocations. Shout out to Apex Abraham with the 25 gifted subs and TPC Film with the 10 gifted, man. Thank you guys so much, bro. Thank you guys so much for the support, man. I really appreciate that. The best way to help the channel is to jump into OSS. I want to get it to a point where we got thousands of you guys in there watching the stream live from the OSS. So I really appreciate you guys. I really do, man. And I'm going to continue to keep working hard for you guys and give you guys the best fucking content when it comes to this stuff, whether it's true crime, cultural, foreign policy, etc. But anyway, let's kind of get into the situation. So over the last year, right, since October 7th, Israel has been attacking and or provoking or instigating a response from Iran, right? And there were several instances where Israel conducted military operations that would be declared as an act of war. Here are some of them that I outlined. April 1st, 2024, Iranian embassy bombed in Damascus, Syria, killing several high-ranking military officials. July 30th, 2024, ally and Lebanese military leader Fouad Shukr was assassinated. July 31st, ally and Hamas leader Eshma Haniyeh, who was the chief negotiator for Hamas, assassinated in Tehran, Iran. Not only did they assassinate him, they assassinated him when he was there on an official visit for the president's inauguration. Okay? Incredibly embarrassing. Think about this. You go to your friend's house, right? And your op shows up at your friend's house and kills you there. Obviously, people are going to say, what the fuck? Did they set you up? So this was incredibly embarrassing for the Iranian government, right? September 27, 2024, Ali and Hezbollah head Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated in Beirut. October 26, 2024, Israel bombed military bases in Iran, right? But that all stopped on 6/12. As you guys know, Israel launched their surprise attack, Operation Rising Lion, where they preemptively attacked Iran while they were in the middle of negotiations with the United States. They caught Iran with their pants down, okay? Now, even right here, Iran's defenses were down since they planned to meet the U.S. within days to negotiate. They attacked them, I think, on a Thursday. They were supposed to meet with the Americans on Sunday in Oman. And it was a huge tactical error for Iran. During Israel's first day of the operation, it successfully assassinated several military commanders and nuclear scientists due to a clandestine operation within Iran. So Mossad assets were in Iran and launched drones from within the country to do these precise strikes. Incredible. You know, like I said before, I'm extremely critical of Israel, but one of the things that they do fucking good is their intelligence assets are fantastic. They're fucking good, bro. Damn near the top of the line. Yeah? Then, when they took out their radars, killed their military command, and disabled the military hierarchy, communication, and structure, they were able to launch missiles and destroy their some of their capabilities, right? So, obviously, Iran retaliated. Now, I think it's important to note here, guys, that you guys saw all the escalations from before where Iran did very little, and they did not attack Israel back. And the reason for that is because there's a political divide in Iran, okay? Let me explain. In Iran, similar to us with our Republican and Democratic Party, they have a conservative/reformist party. And for many years, there's been battle between the two different factions on either having diplomacy with the West, like the reformists want to do, or saying, no, we can't trust the West. They've backstabbed us before, and not exercising diplomacy, right? And the reformists have been pushing for diplomacy. And the reason why they've been pushing for diplomacy, guys, is because Iran has really bad sanctions right now. The sanctions, right, for those that aren't aware, sanctions basically impede your ability to do business with multiple other countries, which really hurts your country's economy. So they're broke, their dollars in the gutter, and it's very difficult for them to conduct trade. Now, of course, they do things around the side, right? Maybe they use a third party to conduct transactions. You know, they do business with other countries. But the reality is that it's very difficult for them to generate a large amount of revenue because they have a lot of sanctions on them and they're broke, right? And Trump really had hardcore sanctions on them while he was in. When Biden came in, some of those sanctions were relieved a little bit, and they were able to build themselves up a bit. But now that Trump is back in, obviously, hard sanctions, all this other shit. That's not really as important. But the thing you need to understand is there's been a big rift in the Iranian government and society because of this two-party worldview, where one wants to go ahead and do diplomacy with the West in an effort to save the economy, while the other one says we can't do business with these people, they can't be trusted. What Netanyahu basically did by preemptively attacking Iran was he finally united the country. Okay? I've spoken with several Iranians and I've been researching into this, and that divide in the country was effectively destroyed once Israel attacked Iran. Because now, even the people that are critical of the theocracy, people that are critical of the government, people who are critical of the sanctions, people who are critical of the lack of diplomacy with the West, now they realize that they can't trust the West. Because not only were they attacked, but they were attacked in the middle of diplomacy with the United States. And it was seen as a duplicitous action to have Iran's guard down and have Israel launch an attack. And not only did they launch the attack in a very aggressive, strategic, and planned out manner. So it led the Iranians to believe that not only did you attack us while we're in the middle of negotiation, you attacked us in a way that is indicative of you planning this for over a year, okay? That's very important to understand, because for Mossad assets to be in Iran, set up a drone shop, identify targets, figure out where these military commanders live, figure out where these nuclear scientists live. That's an enormous amount of intelligence that was gathered, and accurate intelligence. So that means that they have informants on the ground. That means that they've been doing their reconnaissance. And that means that they've been planning this alongside the United States for a long time. So the reformist argument saying that we need to do diplomacy with the West, they were immediately silenced.
Welcome, punch!
Because Netanyahu and Trump's foreign policy made the case for the Conservative Party in Iran. And by that bad foreign policy conducted by us in Israel, they have now united a once fractured government and society. Now all of them are united saying we need to attack back. As a matter of fact, hours after the attack last week with Operation Rising Lions on June 12th, Iranians took to the streets and demanded their government retaliate at Israel. Make no mistake about it, guys. A lot of people don't like Khomeini, right? A lot of people don't. Excuse me. A lot of people don't like Khomeini. However, now they're forced to support him because they hate Israel more. So, why am I telling you guys this? I'm telling you this because this journalist, right, this anchor that was attacked, right? You see here that she, she went back to another studio within an hour and continued the broadcast. And that's a microcosm of how the Iranian people feel right now during this conflict. They're putting their political differences aside and uniting under one banner to attack the Israelis. And that is why the Iranians have finally been able to hit Israel back so fucking hard. This is very important, chat, because prior to them hitting Israel back, they had made limited strikes, very controlled attacks, because the goal, right, before obviously this Rising Lions operation, the goal was they need to hit Israel hard enough where they send a message, but at the same time, they didn't want to hit them hard enough where the United States would enter into the conflict. Because remember, the reformists wanted diplomacy, right? But after this attack, they were like, fuck it, gloves are off. And the reformists finally came alongside and agreed with the conservatives, said, okay, we need to hit them back hard. And that is why you guys are seeing hypersonic missiles. That is why you guys are seeing this bombing campaign. This is why you guys are seeing them destroy military installations, intelligence operations, and destroying buildings. And the Israeli media is purposely arresting journalists that show any of this stuff because they don't want to come off as being attacked and weak. Because Israel is a glass cannon. And not only is Israel a glass cannon, they don't want the damage to show to scare the people off to leave the country. Because as you guys know, Israel was specifically designed to protect the Jewish people. So if they're running and fleeing and they feel less safe, that defeats the purpose of Israel even fucking existing. So that is why they have extreme no journalist laws right now in place in Israel, where people are getting arrested for documenting damage or showing damage or reporting on damage in Tel Aviv or Haifa. Because the Iranians have finally taken the gloves off and are fighting back against Israel because the political ball and chain, so to speak, that's held them back from attacking or reacting aggressively has been lifted because now the country has been united despite political indifferences. So that is why we're seeing the aggressive amounts of missile strikes into Israel that we've never seen before. Give me ones in the chat if that makes sense. I hope I explained that well for you guys. Because, like I said before, this is something we've never seen before and it's unprecedented. But the reason why is because of the political fracture within the Iranian government. And the Israelis and the Americans have basically done their job for them and united the country, unfortunately. So give me ones if that all makes sense, guys. I hope that makes... I covered a lot there, but I hope that makes sense for you ninjas. Because this is very important stuff that you're not going to get unless you either live in Iran or know someone. And I got this information from an Iranian that understands political structure in Iran very, very, very closely. And he explained this to me, and I was like, okay, now this makes sense. Because I always wondered, bro, they assassinated like a foreign diplomat in your country. Why aren't you guys retaliating? They bombed your embassy in Syria. Why aren't you retaliating? But now it makes sense why they didn't retaliate all this time. All right, let's read some chats real quick. Zap Branningham says, Myron, if Iran can really sabotage the world's oil supply chain, making gas hit $7 to $9, doesn't this make Trump's bluff super weak? If Trump isn't bluffing, then he's just plain retarded, right? Yeah. Yeah, he is retarded. Because, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, this was a big blunder on his part. Because he's saying, oh yeah, let Israel attack Iran, then let's get them to the table. No, bro, what the fuck? They can't trust you anymore. Richie, 24, subscribe to the OSS. Thank you, my friend. Welcome. $4, man, to join the OSS and keep this work going, man. Comfort Zone says, Trump is live on Rumble, Myron. This is 18 minutes ago. Bro, nigga, if let me look. Let me look. If he's not live on Rumble, I'm gonna be pissed. It's gonna be the second time. Bro, no, he's not. Bro, no, he's not. What the hell are you talking about, man? Comfort Zone, come on, bro. Comfort Zone, come on, man. He's not live on Rumble. Look. Talking about Junior? Junior, yes, but we're talking about actual Donald Trump. Yeah, bro. Come on, Comfort Zone, man. What the fuck, bro? Now he's saying, no, that was Trump Jr. Come on, nigga. Differentiate, bro. Differentiate. That's an L. Holy shit, man. All right. Yeah, Cover, I'm going to make fun of you, bro. That was retarded. Especially after you saw me do that dumb shit earlier. Okay, J. Tillo says, please keep grinding, brother. I listen to you all day. You literally keep me entertained and motivated during work. I got you, J. Tillo. We will keep doing it. Like I said before, if you guys enjoy this stuff, the best way to support, man, is on OSS, man. That's how I keep doing this stuff for you guys. Read the chats. Ninja, I need you to answer my question. All right, well, I'll find it here in a second. Jason says, draft the simple LEs to war. Israel has air superiority like Ling Ling didn't want to kill the baby. Silverback says, 20-year B2 maintainer here. We're a global strike unit and do shit like this often. Each B2 holds 2 MOPs. This is public knowledge info. Okay, thank you for that insider info. Puncho says, finally got to see this live. I usually watch the stream during my commute. Shout out to you, Fresh and crew. You guys changed my life. Money game frame. Thank you so much, Puncho. FNA Jabba says, Myron, what happens and who gets involved if they carpet bomb the mosque in Jerusalem? Yeah, that would, well, Iran wouldn't do that. Iran wouldn't carpet bomb the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They would never do that. Emac James, hopefully this chat gets through and read. But Myron, if Trump had 1 hour to come to the debrief in person today, what would you talk about and what advice would you give him? I would tell him that he needs to stop letting the Zionists control his foreign policy. It's making him wildly unpopular and it's causing a rift within MAGA. That's what I would tell him. He needs to stop letting the Zionists control his foreign policy. That's the number one thing I would tell him. Ian Watching 99 says, look forward to this shit every single day. Thank you, Myron. I got you, bro. Can we get a gaming stream tonight? Maybe, Jer, bro. Truth Seeker says, from locals. Yeah, I like this, man. I see a lot of you guys are here donating from OSS. I love you guys. Thank you so much, man. And as you guys know, if you're a member of OSS, I read your chats on stream no matter what. Okay, if it's $1 limits, normally I read 5 and up, but if you're OSS, I read your chat no matter what. Withco says, how long do you think it'll take before we end up accepting a bunch of Israeli refugees? I don't know, bro. Kumo DTV, Israel released that stroking nuke gif. What's up with Khaleesi? She's mad aggressive for no reason. It keeps mixing up information and pushing it out like it's fact. Okay. Just joined the OSS. You have given me an abundance of knowledge that made my life better. I'm planning a trip to Italy in October, but I'm concerned about the Iran-Israel conflict. Should I go or say screw it and cancel this trip? Italy will be fine, Jay. Go and have fun. No Billy says, I was J-pilling my dad, who was a typical Catholic, after telling him that in the history leading up to last night, thanks for your info, he asked if them boys would damage the holy sites to galvanize others to their cause. I thought it was a great question. I couldn't really answer it, except I wouldn't put it past them. Do you think that they would damage... Hold on, where the fuck? I lost the chat. I think the question is, do I think that they would damage a church to push their agenda? Yeah, they will, bro. 100% they will. 100% they will. Dude, Israel does false flags all the fucking time, dude. All the time. Think they would bomb, bro? You think they'd give a shit about bombing a church? They wouldn't care. So yeah, no, they wouldn't care whatsoever, bro. Eric says, yo, what the fuck, bro? Do a visual on how to get the special price. Nigga, are you retarded? The link is there, Eric. The hell? Literally, the link is there, bro. Click the link, you fucking 67 IQ fucking Neanderthal. All right, F&A Jabbar says, my apologies, sir. I know Iran wouldn't if Israel bombed it. My bad. No, you good. Yeah, Eric, you dumbass nigga, the link is literally pinned in all the chats, bro. Here, I'll drop it again here for you. Since you're a knuckle dragger. I'll give you the monthly so you can join in for $4. Here you go, buddy. Dropping it everywhere for you. Okay. Let's go back into the Twitter space, see what's going on. This is Mario. All right, let's go into Mario's space, see what's going on here.
The North Koreans, Russians, Iranians, it's a bit...
Don't forget the Venezuelans.
And the Venezuelans.
Yeah.
So my question to you simply is like, you know, what do you think the Chinese can really do? You say they're going to put pressure on them, but how? And to what? I feel like 4 months is a bit of a long time frame, no?
Don't worry about it, Eric. Link is in the chat, bro. Go ahead and sign up there. Don't worry about it, dude. Don't worry about it. Emac says, there's so much yellow journalism going on with America right now. Shouldn't this be a crime because they're telling to have truths? Yep. Eric says, oh shit, my fault. No worries. Smoke that says, what about Americans do if Iran or Israel bombed us? What would Americans do if Iran or Israel bombed us? We would nuke them.
And once they realize that Iran is not going to be their gateway to that continent anymore, and that NATO and the U.S. are going to step in and install their democratic leader, being Reza Pahlavi, I don't think that China's going to back them any longer than 4 months. And that's what
they're going to make it 4 months. But that's my point. I feel like you're not being optimistic that they're even going to make it 4 months.
Well, the reason I say 4 months is because that's what the intelligence is saying, that they only have enough ballistic missile capability for the next 4 to 6 months. Furthermore, you know, the war hawks, like your Lindsey Grahams, John Bolton types, you know, they want a war. They've been calling for a war with Iran for 30 years. They are going to get their end of the bargain, and they don't care if it's 6 months, as long as they get what they need and they get their war with Iran. They don't care if it lasts 4 to 6 months. They got their war with Iran. They extracted everything that they wanted to, and the military-industrial complex wins at the end of the day. So that's really all I got, guys. Did I answer your question, Peter? Or
yeah, I mean, I don't think there is a simple answer to it. So no, I think you gave it a good crack, and appreciate it. Dan, I see you're back. Did you want to jump in on anything being said?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he talked about Netanyahu saying that, you know, there was weapons of mass destruction or whatever, and that was
talking about me.
Yeah, and he also said that if we got rid of Gaddafi, if we got rid of Saddam, if we toppled those regimes, that it would bring stability to the region. That was obviously all bullshit. And, you know, I just don't think that we should be listening to anything Netanyahu has to say. And I think we're going to topple a regime. It should be the Israeli terrorist regime, because they're the ones causing all the problems. They've, you know, gone to war with 5 different countries. And, you know, Iran is responding to them.
Why, as an American, do you support terrorist regime who call for your death? I'm seriously asking.
Okay, define terrorist regime, because to me, Israel has done everything that would define a terrorist regime. It's targeted children. They've blown up soup kitchen workers. They've blown up an embassy. You know, they've literally committed war crimes.
Dan, but they never threatened you. They never threatened American citizens. When Iran talks about blowing up American citizens, you're an American.
They've killed American citizens.
When do you
They've
see,
killed American
wait
citizens.
A second. You're talking about a little situation about that boat or something. You're gonna bring. I'm talking about. Let's.
I need to get a mic, chat. I'm gonna see if I get
Israeli officials or anybody
they gave me a
coming on
mic.
TV or coming on statements saying
Dead
ready to America. We're gonna attack your. Never.
You know, that's the constant. That's the constant talking point that you guys keep talking about. They chant that to America. Well, let me respond. Let me respond.
No, Dan, wait, Dan. Let me give you a specific example so you can address this, because this is kind of taboo.
Can I jump in at some time as well, Sid, please, buddy?
Yeah, that's fine. And because I do
Let
also want to go to Stock
let
Talks.
Dan talk over Hussein. Take a seat back.
Yeah. Hold on one second, because I do also want to go to Stock Talks. But Dan, let me give you specific examples from Voice that she's saying. Okay, the most violent attack that killed.
I'm gonna try to go in there again, Chad. Give me 1 sec. This is gonna be crazy.
Responsible because of Iranian support to Iraqi.
All right, we got a mic, chat. Let's go.
For decades now, and the reasoning why is not just for supporting other terrorist organizations, but conducting attacks directly that killed hundreds and hundreds of American soldiers, diplomats, and civilians and citizens, right? Which Israel hasn't done. So those are the examples.
Well, okay, so Israel dragged us into the Iraq war saying there was weapons of mass destruction, which was a lie. And that was a lie that Netanyahu told Congress. And we had thousands, not hundreds, of U.S. soldiers die. And we killed like almost 1 million civilians over there. So
I'm sorry, Dan. That's not true. They said that there were WMDs before Netanyahu.
Finished my sentence earlier.
Okay.
You know what, Dan? Just one sentence. Don't support Israel. Okay, you don't need to support Israel, but support America, for fuck's sake. You cannot be rooting for a terrorist regime while being an American patriot. This doesn't make sense to me unless someone, I don't know. I don't want to bring out conspiracy theories. Unless someone is paying you to say that, I don't know why any American would say that. Don't support Israel. You know what?
All I've done is lost money for my lack of support of Israel. And this is not me cheering on Iran. This is me. Iran is responding to Israel attacking it. So, you know, when a bully picks on somebody and keeps fucking with everybody around him, and the little guy stands up for himself, I root for the little guy. You know, Iran is, they're this big threat to America.
But then I wouldn't call Iran a little guy.
Your president of the United States is saying that Iran is a threat to us, and that's what we're talking about.
Okay, the little guy I was referring to is the Palestinians.
But we're not a little guy. We're not a little guy. You keep bringing up like Israel. You keep bringing up Iran. We're talking about you're an American citizen, bro. And we're talking about people that are Americans who live in America, make their money in America, have kids in America, and then sit here talk about how America sucks because we're supporting Israel. That don't make sense.
Iran is not a threat. Genocide. We're currently funding a genocide. We're supporting a president or a dictator, whatever you want to call Netanyahu, who's been, he's been indicted for war crimes. And so, you've got all of our Congress. Every time he does something, Trump says, "Hey, don't attack Iran." He attacks Iran, and then all you see is our congressman tweet support of this guy that's just defied our president. I mean, it's fucking absurd.
Yeah.
Why would I support that?
Here's the other thing too. Iran is not a threat to the United States.
How much money does the U.S. government give to Iraq?
Iran is not a threat.
Wait. We're going to
Hey, guys, I want to give a bit of news here. So, number one.
Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks, mate. I mean, this is a good debate, albeit I think we need to try and ensure it doesn't go too much towards Gaza and Palestine, not because that's not important, because we could go down all sorts of rabbit holes. Anyway, the news being is that the White House has called a, quote, travel/photo lid, which essentially means President Trump is not expected to appear on camera for the rest of the day. All the while, the world waits to see what he will do regarding the conflict. And that was just sort of making me think, even before I tweeted just as that piece was coming out by Taylor Polares of Spectrum News, that, sort of the US, are they going to do anything tonight? Because the opportunity or the window that they normally operate between, which I think you told me, Malcolm, yesterday is 2 to 4, is closing, right? So I don't get the sense that the US is actually going to do anything tonight, and despite all the hype that they were. What do you think, Sitrap?
For the retards that are saying Myron Cook, guys, this is a Twitter space with like 12,000 people in it, and there's only a certain amount of people that have mics. It's called having etiquette, right? And not being a fucking retard. So wait, guys, don't worry, I'll be able to cook, man. Relax. Damn.
Your thing. Okay, I'm just gonna say this clearly, so because people are gonna see it and they're gonna ask about it. There's rumors of Eretesh maybe doing a coup or okay, those are rumors. Those are 100% rumors. They're unconfirmed. We have seen nothing to back it up. Could it happen? Absolutely, it could. But they're 100% rumors. Peter, to your point, I'm surprised that because President Trump said after the National Security Council meeting there was going to be a press briefing. That didn't happen. Maybe that indicates there's not going to be strikes. Maybe because there's disagreement and Trump wants more agreement in the cabinet. I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what this means. We don't know what's going to happen. It could happen any moment now. Like, trust me, I'm going to be flat out honest. When General Soleimani was killed, and I was back then more working with the government, it came as a shock to a lot of people. Like, what the shit? So again, we never know. It can happen in a minute. Welcome to the Trump administration. You're never going to get foresight or warning about what happens. That's just how this administration works. You can love it.
No, I know. I do want to hear from Hussein because he was really energetic off the mic.
So Hussein, say your point because after Hussein, you say your point because to your point, well, let me and then Myron, I'm going to go to you too because one of the things though, Hussein, I want you to expand a little bit on kind of this the oil threat because I don't know if Stock Talks was here, but please.
I've got 4 points that I want to reply to first. And then you can ask me whatever you like. So number one, and it's the shortest one in the world, there is never ever going to be a regime change with Reza Pahlavi in 1,000,000 years unless every single Iranian is dead. Okay? And I'm talking about the whole population. They hate him. I'm telling you as an Iranian, that guy is looked at as an Israeli shill and nothing else. That's number one. This goes to Malcolm. Malcolm, and when I said that ballistic missiles will be
Hussein, I know you just got muted because of the glitch. Let me just share some breaking news, taking advantage of this.
Yo,
you didn't drop.
No, I'm still.
Yo, these hosts are fucking trash.
Yeah. So we're getting reports. Large-scale Israeli attacks are being reported in various areas across Iran. So we're saying now, again, we're assuming this is Israeli airstrikes. Right now, we have no indications that the U.S. has got involved. But right now, in various areas across Iran, Israel's.
Don't worry, Chad. I'm gonna cook here in a second.
In Iran. So. More of the continuation, but that just broke right now. Hussein, I'll let you finish your point, and then I'll go to Stock Talk, and then to Myron. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll be very quick. Malcolm, the Iranian government has turned around and said that we will burn up every single, refinery, and we're going to cripple the Qatari, Saudi Arabian, and this region's worth of being able to produce oil and take them out of the equation. Now, and I know, I don't know how expert you are, and I believe you when you say that oil wells can be opened up quite quickly. But it's the refineries is what I was talking about, which take a long time to build, and they're not easy, and they're a huge amount of money and a huge amount of time to rebuild. That's what they were talking about crippling. So I'm going to put that to one side, and I'll leave that with you, Malcolm, to reply to, because you might be able to answer how long it would take and what the kind of capacity that would be that we'd lose. And now I wanted to say this thing to you guys. You've turned around and said, why did Israel start attacking Iran now? Why did they not do this before? Why is it today? It really is very simple. And the mathematics of all of it is this. Israel has gone on this Greater Israel project in the last 6 months to a year. They've gone and basically turned Lebanon into a crater. They've bombed the living daylights out of it. They've murdered, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza. Their attitude is, this is as good an opportunity as it gets. Iran has only done one thing and one thing only. It has been an obstacle in the way of Israel's ambition for the Greater Israel project, because it has helped support Hezbollah. It has helped support Yemen. It has helped support Gaza and Hamas. It did help Syria as long as it could. That is the reason why Iran is being attacked. There is no other reason. Iran is...
I can tell you the reason, because it's day 61 of Trump's warning for 60 days.
Can I just jump in with
breaking news?
Breaking news. Thank you. Don't like to scream. Okay. So
that is so
I'm afraid I'm going to scream like that next time. I love it. IDF orders evacuation in Tehran's District 18 ahead of strikes on Iranian military infrastructure. So District 18, no idea where that's at. But Israel just said, hey, every Iranian in District 18, time to get out.
Okay, so I'm just going to finish my sentence.
So Iran's Supreme Leader has said that they will, quote, never compromise with Israel. I'm not really sure what value or additional input that really makes at all. They just seem to be tweeting more than they are doing anything else at this point. But yeah, there's that as well. And I think that's pretty clear set rep, isn't it? That they're not... That the Americans are not doing anything at the moment because the Israelis seem to be doing all their communication. I can't see anything on flight radar or anything of notable value that the US is moving any assets, right? I mean, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think the US is doing anything yet.
Okay, can I finish my sentence, please?
Yeah, Voice,
go ahead, Voice. Voice, you got muted. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that it's day 61 when the attack has started after the 60 days ultimatum that Trump has given.
You got muted.
Answer. Can you hear me now? Because this is getting...
Yeah, you're back. Sorry, it's not
you're going to have to deal with
space.
it.
It's really bad at the moment.
Okay, so I'm going to try again. I'm saying that it's day 61 after the 60 days ultimatum that Trump has given the Iranian regime after they gave a refusal for the nuclear deal. That's not reason number one. Reason number two, the IAEA gave out a report saying that the Iranian regime is in violation of the nuclear agreement. That's reason number two for you. Reason number three, there is no crater in Lebanon. Stop inventing stuff. And thing number three, if you're talking about greater Israel, the Iranian regime has built an empire that goes all the way from Tehran to Gaza. They took over Syria, they took over Iraq, they took over all of southern Lebanon. If you want to take a look at someone that is building a greater project, this is without a doubt in the Middle East, the Iranian regime. Israel's size has actually shrank. And you can actually Google that in pretty much everywhere you want. And that's the fact. So don't come up here and just invent stuff. I would love to have a discussion with someone that is actually intelligence.
Every word is a lie. Every word is a lie.
Let's avoid the personal insults, please. I understand passions are high. I'm trying to be a co-host.
But you know that he is inventing
You know
stuff.
what? Look, boys, let me just say, I miss being a speaker. I miss being a speaker. Because I'm a speaker, I don't care. I can say whatever I want. I can't. I'm a co-host. I miss it. Let's avoid the personal insult. I get it. You know what, Voice? When you host your space and I joined, you get it. You understand. Now.
I hosted Mario's space. I know exactly what you're going through, man. I feel for you.
So let me ask this question to Stock Talk, just for a quick, because I think there's an economic point, and I want Stock Talk points on this. I think people are underestimating because they're looking at the situation with Israel and the ballistic missiles, and I think people are analyzing it, and I think there's kind of this, and this is kind of more the military side, right, with the ballistic missiles and like lack of comprehension, or not just lack of exposure, because Iran does have a substantial amount of short-range ballistic missiles that haven't been touched by Israel, because simply put, why would Israel target them? They're not threatening Israel. Don't target them. I'm Israel. I don't care, but they're there, and so there is a threat against oil infrastructure in the GCC. There is a threat still of trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. There was only one IRGC naval base that was targeted. Iran has a lot more, and this is kind of something to say. So, Stock Talk, the question I have for you is, one, give me an overview of how have you seen the stock markets, how have you seen the price of oil, all that, just an immediate reaction, kind of what has occurred right now. So what are you seeing, how people are reacting to it? But number two, if Iran goes the extra step and saying, okay, regime stability, let's say, is at stake, we need to cause maximum amount of economic pain to the world economy. We're going to try to close the Strait of Hormuz. And that point, Stock Talk, what do you think the stock markets and the economy, the global economy, might respond to that?
Can I go after Stock? Because I've been waiting here a minute.
Yeah, absolutely, Myron. After Stock Talk, you'll go straight afterward. Yes, I promise. Go ahead, Stock Talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward generally the way that these things operate in the markets. I mean, when you have risk to oil infrastructure like you do have in this conflict, you see oil markets rip. You saw that into the end of last week and early this week, and then you've seen them come back down as the markets have recalculated that risk. Look, I think the ultimate next course of action, the consensus course of action, if there is U.S. involvement, is purely aerial involvement. We joined the air campaign. We used B-2 bunker busters to destroy the Fadro enrichment plant, which only U.S. weapons are capable of doing. And if that's the extent of our involvement, then the risk to oil infrastructure is actually quite low. Obviously, from a retaliatory standpoint, Iran can close access for imports and exports around Iranian-controlled waters, which would affect the price of oil. But you're not talking about a disastrous consequence to the oil markets, even in that scenario, maybe $10 higher. So, yeah, the Iranians do have that power. They have the power to retaliate economically when it comes to oil prices globally, but it's very likely that OPEC would float that supply in that kind of scenario. and that you'd see a muted impact. I think that's why you saw oil prices come back down.
Now, let me ask you this immediate question, follow on. Sorry.
Yeah.
So, one, there was conversation. I've seen this, and so one, does this hurt?
Sit rep. The US is going to close its embassy in Israel until Friday. Just
so there you go. That's an interesting comment.
What's going to happen with Huckabee? I thought he's going to stand there with the flag.
He's remaining. He'll just text Trump directly, as always. And then Trump will just release it to the world. Sorry, I thought that was hilarious. Stock Talk. So here's my question for you.
By the way, I have just a little bit. You know, I spent a lot of time with Israel with Huckabee. We have some stories I could tell you.
Hey, if you're able to share it, I'll go after. I'll go to you eventually, and you can share those stories. But Stock Talk, my question to you directly is this a situation, though, that if you're looking at it from an economic point of view, oil market point of view, or whatever perspective, is this a situation that maybe China is hurt more? I got it. The oil will go up around the world. It hurts everybody. But is there, like, in specific scenarios, because most of the Iranian oil goes directly to China, is this a situation where maybe even China suffers more economic damage compared to the United States, and the U.S. is saying, hey, you know what, maybe we can absorb some of the pain, but China is going to absorb more, and maybe China's like, hey, Ayatollahs, it's time to go. We can't take this anymore. We have a larger demand for oil than the U.S.
China has a diverse enough oil import base that they can divert that supply. Iran can't choke China's energy supply single-handedly.
They just got Venezuela. Tell them about Venezuela. They just got that.
I mean, yeah, you can use South America as a divert. You can even use parts of Africa as a divert. You can use parts of Asia as a divert. There's plenty of oil supply out there. People
the Chinese are doing fine with the Russians as well. Let's be honest, right?
Yeah, exactly. People really over-magnify the importance of any single country to the global oil market. Really, the only faction that has any sort of unilateral control is OPEC, and that's because they price as a union, so they can affect markets pretty dramatically. But outside of them, I mean, not really. I mean, we could too if we made dramatic efforts to with our SPR, but we haven't done that in quite a while.
Wait. Stock Talk, let me ask you this, though. Let me ask you this. Is this a situation where Russia's pretty happy because the price of oil goes up, now they can charge more for their oil because the prices of oil was going down?
Look, the reality is we try to, like, encamp people on these sides, and maybe this isn't quite exclusively an economic point, but I mean, I'm an American, you know, and I think when you look at these conflicts, I know a lot of people like to paint these with, like, broad moral or ethical brushes. I think it's naive and childish to do so. You know, the world is a place where people live in nations. We have borders drawn, and the only logical lens by which to view geopolitics is which jersey are you wearing? And I'm wearing an American jersey. And so for me, the outlet I want, the outcome I want from this conflict is I don't want American blood to be spilled.
All right, Joe, I'm going to go in here a second.
To that outcome, I don't care. If that involves strategic strikes on the enrichment facilities without a single American boot on the ground, okay. If that's the quickest way to end the conflict, then so be it. But I don't want to see a single American's blood be spilled in the Middle East again. And I think that it surprises me that Americans are so encamped on this issue. Like, you have to pick a team. Like, you have to either be in favor of everything Israel does or in favor of Iran. Like, that's such a stupid, childish position to take. If you're an American, you take a practical position on this. You say, how do you protect U.S. interests in the region? You don't want Iran to have a nuke. You also don't want American boots on the ground. What's the best way you get to that scenario? I don't know, because I don't have all the intelligence.
All right, so let me
argue your point, right?
All right, let me jump in here, guys.
Would you not agree that it's intellectually lazy to just take a black and white position on something?
I agree. Like this? Yes, it's intellectually lazy to just take a black and white position.
All right, let me get in here, guys, because I'll be honest.
I want to get Myron. I want to get Myron in there.
Okay,
Myron's been waiting.
Give me 1 second, Myron. I just want to respond to a point that Voice said that was just a complete fucking lie. She said that Israel was shrinking. They've taken the Golan Heights. They've leveled Gaza, and they're stealing land in the West Bank. So her saying that Israel is shrinking is just complete bullshit, and I wanted to address that point before we go off on 500 different topics about oil and this, that, and the other.
So let me do this. Myron, go ahead. Wait. Myron, after you, I want to go to Monitor or Moonitor. Sorry if I mispronounced that. So Myron, go ahead. But here's my specific question for Myron, and then I'll let Monitor answer to that. But Myron, my question to you is, like, I feel like, look, I've had, before where I'm at now with Artorias and this, I was very involved in, I was in the U.S. military. I deployed. I've seen how Iranian proxy networks and how Iran supported their affiliates and the attacks they did against American soldiers. Like, I know people who have been personally either injured or killed directly because of Iranian EFPs, right? And so as an American, there's a part of me that's like, you supported guys that killed Americans. Why wouldn't then you say, as an American, say, wait a minute, we cannot support this anymore. Iran, you are a state sponsor of terror. You're a national security threat to the United States. We want you, the Ayatollahs or whatever you want to say. We want to ensure that you do not have nuclear weapons, or we want you overthrown. Why doesn't that resonate? And why wouldn't that resonate with the American people? Like, what is the argument you would say against that? Is it just a no new war or whatever? Go ahead, Myron.
There's a difference between supporting them and not wanting to go to war. You don't, just because you don't want to go to war with Iran does not mean you're supporting Iran.
Right,
I think
guys,
that's a very important point.
Let me get in here, man. Let me get in here.
Patiently waiting. Go ahead, Myron.
So here's the thing, right? And please, nobody interrupt me. I got like 10,000 plus people watching me live stream right now. So I'm going to go through this systematically and explain this. So please don't interrupt. I'm going to be very simple about this, okay? When it comes to my position, I don't want war. And on top of not wanting war, we need to understand how we got here in the first place. The reason why Iran is designated as one of our enemies is strictly because of our bad foreign policy, okay? The IRGC was labeled a terrorist organization in 2019 under Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who is a hardcore Zionist. And I think it's also important that people understand when these organizations are designated as terrorist organizations, who is the Secretary of State that makes them that way? If we look at Hamas, Madeleine Albright, a Jew, Zionist Jew. We look at Mike Pompeo, super hardcore Zionist, etc. So a lot of the problems that we have in the in the Middle East is because of our bad foreign policy, okay? Because we do things on the behalf of Israel, and Israel behaves in a reckless manner, disregarding safety and or human rights, because they know that the United States is going to back them, because we have a very powerful lobby here in the United States where they are able to pair politicians and get their whim accepted based on how they want. Now, here's the problem here, why they miscalculate. And I talked about this with Hussein quite a bit. But us attacking or us allowing Israel to attack them in the middle of negotiations was one of the biggest mistakes we could have done, because a once fractured government that was split between having diplomacy with the West versus not trusting the West have now united, and they're attacking Israel like crazy. And we're going to have to step in now and save them from their poor foreign policy. I also think it's important to have a little bit of common sense here. Iran is going to continue to enrich uranium because we ripped up the nuclear deal in 2018 when they were abiding by everything. That deal was pretty much on point. Obama and a bunch of others worked on it for years, okay? And they were working towards lowering down their uranium enrichment and going ahead and getting to a point where they could get the sanctions relieved. But guess what happened? Hold on. No. Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
I just want to expand on this.
No, let me finish, bro. You got to let me finish my point, bro. You got to let me finish my point. I'm bringing this space a lot of listeners. I'm bringing this space a lot of listeners, okay? I'm bringing a lot of listeners. Let me finish my point.
Look, guys,
okay?
Come on.
Let me finish my point.
Myron, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm trying to ask you to follow up on that. So just 2 points. One, so you think that the Obama administration, JCPOA, was a win from a U.S. foreign policy and national security perspective, the JCPOA agreement that the Obama administration did. You think, Myron, that was a win?
I think going that route of diplomacy was better than what we have right now. That's what I think. And I think that we could have obviously avoided a lot of problems by making that happen, but we ripped up the nuclear deal. Why did we rip up the nuclear deal in 2018? By enormous pressure by who? Mike Pompeo, who later put the IRGC on the FTO list that same exact year, as well as, hold on, dude. Let me finish my point, okay? Let me finish what I'm saying. So we ripped up the nuclear deal, okay? And then we went ahead and put them on the FTO list. Why did we do that? We did that because there was an enormous amount of pressure from the Zionist lobby and Netanyahu to go ahead and rip up that nuclear deal, which could have put us in a good position. And here's the other thing for everybody to say, oh, well, that nuclear deal was shitty. Well, why did Trump try to replicate it again just now before they went ahead and backstabbed them during negotiations? So we literally enabled Israel, and we continue to enable Israel to do all the reckless foreign policy that gets them put into bad situations, and we have to rescue them. I also want to put this out there too. A big reason why we've had a lot of the attacks in the United States, terrorist attacks, etc., it's because of our foreign policy in the Middle East. The whole neocon comment of, oh yeah, they hate us because of our freedoms or whatever, that's a fucking lie. The Middle East does not care about the United States. They only care that we support Israel and allow and enable Israel to do all the bullshit that they do in the Middle East. Every single country in the Middle East has been attacked by Israel because they know that we are backing them and they have a powerful lobby in the United States.
They call you infidels.
Because everybody's going to jump in. Let me ask Myron a specific question, Myron, because I want you to address this, and I want after you answer this, I'm going to go straight to Monitor so she can answer. But Myron, my question for you is: so I think you would agree that Al-Qaida is a threat to the United States, right? I think you would agree with that. Now, U.S. intelligence has shown and claimed, and it's a lot of the key Al-Qaida leadership is in Iran at the moment, right? Sefadin, who many maybe even suspect is the new Al-Qaeda leader after the killing of al-Zawahiri, is in Iran, right? And so the question that I have for you, Myron, is do you think then that Iran having key Al-Qaeda leaders in Iran is a direct national security threat to the United States that should be addressed? Or do you think, hey, let's try to get into an agreement with Iran and maybe address these other issues? Like, where would you fall within that spectrum? Myron, you have to unmute.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm for diplomacy, man. I'm 100% for diplomacy. I don't think war is the way to go, and I don't think Iran poses a real military threat to the United States. They pose a military threat to Israel, and then Israel always tries to conflate their problems as ours is always Netanyahu does and says, oh, we're in the front lines. If we don't stop them, they're going to attack the United States.
You keep blaming Israel for everything that happens in the world.
Let me finish my point, man. Let me finish my point. Like I said before, Israel almost always, whenever Netanyahu talks about Iran or these other proxies, he always says, we're on the front lines, we're fighting for you, blah, blah, blah. But what he doesn't admit is that if Israel wasn't there in the first place starting wars, there would be no problems. They are the ones that instigate the problems, and we have to go ahead and come in and clean it up. Now, as far as your comment about Al-Qaeda, well, here's the thing. I find this very interesting. So we're worried about an Al-Qaeda member, right, in Iran. Well, didn't Trump just shake the hand of a former Al-Qaeda member in Syria who we just put into power? Ahmed al-Shara, aka Mr. Jolani. So let's be very honest here, because the reality is a lot of these powers.
Where's the evidence that we put Jolani in power?
Are you serious? After the ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel, there was an attack conducted by the rebels, and they went in, they took over Aleppo, and then they worked their way down and took over Damascus.
Were against America.
No, Jolani led the fight in Syria to destabilize Assad.
Yes, which was backed by the Turks, which would not be endorsed by the Americans.
And no, it was absolutely backed by the Americans. Well, no, it was backed by the Americans and also backed by the Israelis, because the day after the ceasefire, not even 24 hours later, the rebels conducted their attack and they took Syria within 3 weeks. So it was 100% coordinated. And then after it was taken,
that's not fact, mate. That's your speculation.
That's the truth.
Sorry, but
that is the truth. After the ceasefire, hold on. After the ceasefire between Israel, the IDF and Hezbollah, within 24 hours, there was an attack by the rebels in Syria. They systematically took over Syria within 3 weeks and ran Bashar al-Assad out of there.
Mate, which was in the planning for about half a year, if not more, and the Turkish were backing. But there's no evidence to suggest that the Americans were involved.
Oh, really? Okay, so Trump didn't just go to Syria. Hold on. Trump didn't just go to the Middle East and shake al-Shara's hand and relieve the sanctions. Syria is not allowing Israel to use their airspace right now. You're telling me that that's just a coincidence?
Myron, what are you talking about? He got a Qatari jet. He got a Qatari jet. They gave him a big jet. Of course he did. It was for, if you gave him a jet, he'd do a shake.
No. It wasn't Syria that gave him the jet, though. That's the point.
Yeah,
but Myron, wouldn't that indicate?
You guys don't know your facts. This is comical. This is comical to me because you guys don't even know. And here's the other thing too I want to say. Syria also. Here's another thing too. Here's another thing too. Hold on. This is funny to me because the other thing that's also interesting that people need to understand about Mr. Jolani, aka Ahmed al-Shara, who's a former Al-Qaeda member, by the way. Okay. He, as soon as he got into power, he kicked all the IRGC people out. He got rid of the acts of resistance. He pretty much stopped it. This is why Hezbollah has been weakened and they haven't been able to restock on their supplies. So al-Shara is absolutely an ally, not just of the United States, but of Israel as well. That is why Trump is relieving sanctions off of Syria. I mean, this is comical that you guys don't even know this and you don't think that it was planned. It was all too perfect.
You know what Assad did?
You assume that that's the case.
We're not talking about Assad.
You're being selected between.
Yeah, but you know what he did, Myron, right? You know the history.
I'm not here to defend Assad. I'm here to tell you that Assad was taken out of power by the West. That's what I'm arguing.
I mean,
if the West wanted to, Assad was calling earlier.
let me do this. Vladimir, I'm going to go to you in a second. Let me just go to Muniger just for a second, just to answer these specific point of Myron, because I did promise her I was going to go to her. But I mean, look, Myron brings up a good point, right? Let's be real. We've all agreed upon this. I think this is a universal consensus that it's kind of ironic that the fall of Bashar al-Assad was in many ways a death blow to the axis of resistance. It was maybe not a death blow, but a significant loss of the axis of resistance, right? And so is this a scenario where Jelani, is saying, hey, I know where the winds are changing. I know what's going on.
Chat, we're cooking these motherfuckers, bro. We're cooking. These niggas can't touch me. They can't fucking touch me. These niggas are retarded.
He disengaged with it. He's now in negotiations with the United States. The Syrian transitional government is interested in having a deal with Israel, or at least to kind of stop the Israeli strikes against Syria. But there is a point that the loss of Bashar al-Assad, it was a huge loss for Iran and maybe enabled Israel to conduct strikes into Iran and what we're seeing right now.
Erdogan smelled blood from the IRGC as the war started, and I think this is why he decided to put him in place. If you listen to Erdogan's speech, like speeches in the past half a year, you can see that this is exactly was his aspiration, Sitra.
Munitor, go ahead.
Awesome. Mic check.
Perfect.
All right, thank you, guys. So a couple of false claims were made over here, and I'm just going to address them really quickly because there's not.
That was my bad. That was my bad. Munitor, go ahead. Sorry.
No problem. No problem. So there was not. Is the second one going to come? I'm going to wait for that if anything, but not, I guess. All right. So when it comes to Dan, which he's no longer here, when Voice brought up the point that the regime in Iran is dangerous also for United States. They attempted to assassinate Donald Trump. This is on DOJ's website. Just go check it out. Like, these are all facts, guys. And then Department of Justice put this statement out there last year that they attempted to assassinate him on American soils. And the Iranian media has also put out videos of assassinating him on literally his golf course. So these are all facts out there. People can definitely go check it out. But when it comes to the Islamic Republic, which Myron over here was saying that it's because of Israel that they started this. No, up until 1979, Iran, under the Pahlavis dynasty, had a very neutral position when it comes to Israel. In fact, Iran was the only country in the Middle East that had a consulate/embassy of Israel in Iran. They had no issues with Israel prior to 1979. What happened is that since the inception of the Islamic Republic, their number one goal was jihad against imperialism. And these are Khomeini's quotes, guys, okay, which was the first leader of the Islamic Republic, okay? He declared jihad on imperialism of West and specifically United States of America, and he went to call them the big Satan, and he called Israel the little Satan. Now, when it comes to Israel, the position of the Islamic Republic of Iran since their inception was to wipe off Israel off the map. Like, these are all facts. They had a huge counter clock in the middle of Palestine Square in Tehran that was counting down for 25 years until the destruction of the state of Israel. And also, when it comes to Ahmed al-Shara and IRGC, Ahmed al-Shara didn't kick IRGC out. IRGC literally ran out of Syria because they're just incompetent, as you can see what's happening in their capital city in Tehran right now. We've seen these things before. We've seen Ismail Haniyeh getting eliminated by the Israelis in the capital city right beside the supreme leader. So they just show, this is the display of IRGC's incompetence. So when it comes to Myron, just, maybe it's for his show, I don't know, it's for his listeners, but please use facts. The Islamic Republic in Iran, since their inception, they have vowed to wipe Israel off the map.
May I respond?
And that's when everything started.
May I respond? Okay. So I find it very interesting that you said that Mohammed al-Shara didn't kick the IRGC out. They ran away. Same exact effect. They just knew that they weren't welcome there and they left. That's my point. That's number one. Number two,
No,
when you talk about
that's what Khamenei said. No. In the words of Khamenei, he said
Holy
they
crap.
closed the
I let you
air
speak, didn't I?
and they closed the land to us. That's why we left.
Okay, sure. Anyway, the point is that the IRGC is gone.
That's the Supreme Leader. I don't know. Maybe you know
the
more than
bottom
him.
line, okay, because I let you speak, so let me respond here. The bottom line here is I'm still correct. The IRGC is no longer effective there, and the acts of resistance has been significantly weakened. That is my bottom line. Next thing you mentioned, you talked about the 1979 revolution. Let's talk about how that revolution even happened. Let's talk about Operation Ajax. Let's talk about the United States and Great Britain going ahead and destabilizing Iran and kicking out their democratically elected prime minister back then, Mogadesi.
That's 1953.
Hold on,
it has nothing to do with 1979.
Hold on.
And he was not democratically elected. He was appointed by the king of Iran.
Lady,
So
you need to be quiet when I'm talking.
Right.
You need to be quiet when I'm talking. I let you speak. Now let me finish what the fuck I'm saying, okay?
Let Myron finish it.
You gotta control your emotions, okay? If you gotta make a sandwich, calm yourself down. That's fine. Make a sandwich. Anyway, let me no, because I'm not gonna be disrespected by nobody, bitch. So let me finish what I'm saying.
I'm muting everybody. I understand passions are high. Monitor, let her finish. Myron, don't cross the line. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Myron, go ahead.
Yeah, she keeps interrupting when I let her finish her point. But anyway, what I was saying was we need to go back and understand that the United States, Great Britain, and Israel have been working to destabilize Iran for a very long time. And that's how we got to that revolution in the first place back in 1979. And also something interesting that you mentioned, that they promised to destroy Israel. Fantastic. Why should the United States be involved? That's my point. We don't need to fight their wars. My position on this is we do not
US
assist.
is not involved.
Hold on. Let me finish my point, lady. Okay? The bottom line is this. I don't want to give money, resources, aid, or cover at the UN to Israel anymore. I want America to focus on America, and I'm tired of fighting foreign wars for Israel. If you guys want to go ahead and start problems with Iran, etc., that's your fucking problem. And you said earlier, oh, well, they promised to destroy Israel, Iran. Cool. Let them fight it out. We don't need to get involved. That is my position. I do not want to assist Israel.
All right,
Can
so
I just say one sentence?
Hold on. Let me ask a follow-up question to Myron specifically, but I think
I thought I can have a sentence, please.
Guys, bit of news. Thank you. Interesting debate, I will admit. I don't want any sexism, no, thank you. Distinctively possible, this comes from most technical, that the Israeli Air Force is about to hit the Iranian munition bunkers at Mehrabad International Airport. So
I'm fucking cooking these motherfuckers, bro. I'm cooking these motherfuckers. This bitch is talking about the 1979. Bro, this is the thing with these idiots. They always start where they want, and they never tell you how they got there. That revolution that happened in 1979 happened because we got involved in their fucking politics. Bitch is a retard.
District 18.
And notice how she said they want to destroy Israel. Cool. Let them destroy Israel. I don't give a fuck. Fuck Israel. That's my point. Why are we dealing with their problems?
We're doing OSINT type of work, then keep a lookout for that. I'll pass you back to SITREP for the drama.
SITREP, can I just say one sentence to Myron before we lose the track?
Can I jump in after?
Okay, well, I do want to.
My turn.
I know everybody wants to jump in. I understand. We're going to get
one sentence. I promise. One sentence. One thing.
Sentence.
You don't want to give. Don't want to give money to Israel, and I get it. Why is your government giving $400 million yearly to Pakistan? Why are they giving 250 to 500 million to Iraq? Why do they give 1.3 billion to Egypt?
Okay, I got to jump in with breaking news. I got to send Iran State TV. Hold on, this is for my app. Iran State TV announced the country will soon close the Straits of Hormuz.
All right. So if I can get this in. So when it comes to JCPOA, Myron again.
Can I respond to her question?
Wait. Sorry. Please. I know everybody. Moon, I'll go right back to you. Just give me a second. Myron, I'll go right to you in a second. I want to go. There's one speaker who hasn't spoke, who's had his hand up patiently and respectfully. Ali, cut him. Ali, I'll let you give your points. Please, I have no idea what you're here. Please talk whatever you want, and we'll get the conversation going. Go ahead, Ali.
Thank you so much for giving me the space. Let's begin with Myron. Myron, I think for a guy who has no idea on the facts on the history of this whole conflict, you need to be a bit more humble on speaking publicly on so many things and actually meaning nothing of it. Saying that Iran had the Ahmad project, they had the Kavir project in the early 2000s, late 90s. They were building an atomic device carrier And documents are there. They have been stolen by Israel a few years ago. And there are also documentations by the IAEA that Iran was not actually following the JCPOA merits. They were not respecting the agreement. And saying that, there is actually no single treaty, international treaty with the Iranian regime, with the West, that has actually been honored. So the real question is, what is the point of diplomacy with a regime that even doesn't honor international law and it doesn't honor its treaties? And then we have the next point. The IRGC has been actively hunting and killing US service members and other foreign service members in different countries, in Lebanon, in Argentina, and so many assassinations in Europe, the attempted assassinations in the US. There are so many cases. And all that said, we also have to look at the current situation in Iran. The regime has locked down the internet mostly. It's only internal internet that is accessible, foreign internet. And you have to understand, they have built this huge system of internet surveillance that they don't let people access foreign DNS servers just because they don't want people to be informed. And this is currently the biggest problem for the people, because they don't have information, and they might get in a situation that they are not informed about the bombings that the IDF are informing about. And
can I respond to this guy?
Yeah. So what
I know it was my turn. It was my turn. Just quickly, and then Myron can
do. Myron, address Myron. We're going to go to Myron, and then we're going to go to Munita. And then I do want to hear from Zara as well.
Myron,
maybe he can respond to me too. 2 sentences. Yeah. Maybe he can respond to me too. Okay, but since we're talking about JCPOA, Myron brought up the fact that Israeli lobbies are very powerful in the States. But when it comes to JCPOA, it was the battle of lobbies, and Iranian lobby was the winner of that battle, and that deal was a deal that benefited the Iranian regime, and hence Trump exited from it. And who is that lobby? It's National Iranian American Council, aka NIAC, which lost their reputation after Trump exited from the deal. Thank you.
So Myron, before you answer though, I want you to answer that. But Myron, the specific point, because one thing Moon brought up is a good point, is during the Biden administration in 2024, it's important to highlight this again, Biden, the guy who tried to indict Trump, throw him in jail, what all the guys say, the Biden administration released an indictment saying clearly Iran, they have people in jail waiting prison saying Iran hired them to assassinate President Trump in response, because President Trump assassinated General Soleimani, right? So it's kind of in this situation, like, I mean, it's kind of, do you know that Dave Chappelle back in 2000, like in the 2000s, the first series, when he said he tried to kill my father, the Black Bush? Like, Iran really maybe shot themselves in the foot when there's an active plan to assassinate a presidential candidate, and now that presidential candidate is the president of the United States. So why wouldn't Trump then say, you try to assassinate me, I'm going after you?
All right, number one, the false flags are real. Israel has been caught doing false flags a million times, but I'm not even going to go down that road of having a conspiracy theory. What I will say is we just need to understand why we're in the position that we're in. And the reason why we're in that position is because I think it's important to understand why your enemy dislikes you and figure out if you can rectify that situation. The reason why Iran doesn't like us is because bad foreign policy that's led by Israel, where we have a very powerful lobby back here that ensures that we do what's best for Israel. Like I said before, he tried to rip up the nuclear deal. Some of you guys are saying that nuclear deal wasn't good in the first place. If that nuclear deal wasn't so good, why was he trying to replicate it now during negotiations if it was so bad? That's number one. Now, also, Moon.
It was bad for the regime, not
shit.
America.
Yo, we just let you yap.
Look, we're gonna.
Let me finish.
I'm gonna be quite firm here, Munita. You need to stop interrupting. It's pissing people off, and I want to listen to Myron's points. I know, I like you, Munita, but seriously, let Myron finish his point, and then we can continue this in a more civilized manner. Right?
Yeah. So,
Myron.
So, like I was saying before, I think it's very important to understand why your enemies hate you. And like I said before, these assassination attempts, if they're actually assassination attempts, are basically come from our foreign policy with Israel. That's number one. Number two, She mentioned something about us giving a bunch of aid to Pakistan or whatever, 200 million, whatever. Well, guess what? We gave Israel 12 billion, okay? Israel gets a significant amount of support from us. And not only that, we support them in the UN. Like, for example, when Netanyahu going ahead and getting indicted for war crimes, what do? We run cover for them at the UN. We give them a bunch of money when it comes to military aid. We gave them the THAAD. We give them a significant amount of aid to the point where if the United States did not help Israel, Israel would be taken over within days, okay? We are the only reason that Israel exists, so we give them a significant amount of support. And not only do we give them a significant amount of support, they have an entire lobby organization, not just AIPAC, but hundreds of others that might not be declared, and they don't have to register under FARA, and they're giving so much money over. On top of that, we have a bunch of Zionists that are in powerful positions in tech, finance, banking, Hollywood, etc., that also wildly lobby for the United States to be involved. Why did Bill Ackman, literally a couple of days ago, say, oh, we need to get involved and help out Israel, blah, blah, blah? We have a very powerful lobby here that supports Israel. So for you to sit there and try to conflate our aid to Pakistan as the same as Israel, that's comical at best. And someone else asked me something about the JCPOA or something like that. That deal was good. For those that think that the deal wasn't good, why is it that Trump was trying to replicate it? He was literally trying to replicate the exact same deal that Obama had in place. I think that would have been our best path towards diplomacy.
So wait. Let me do this. Voice, I want you to address Myron's point specifically, Voice. Why the JCPOA, from your perspective, was a terrible deal. Why do you think it was a terrible deal? Because Trump did do a lot of things to basically replicate it in that aspect.
It's identical.
No, I believe that he didn't, and this is the reason why the talks were collapsing, Myron, because he.
It's not identical.
It's not identical. They demanded that. Trump demanded that they drop completely the enrichment of uranium, and they are not allowed to enrich it on Iranian soil. This is totally different than the previous agreements that they had with Biden, which they, by the way, violated constantly. I mean, this is the IAEA. This is not Israel or any Zionist lobby saying this kind of stuff.
You know, I find it really interesting that we're talking about Iran's nuclear program and being critical of it and them being able to enrich uranium, which, by the way, they have the right to do it because of their sovereignty. Many other countries exist.
Not if they chant death to America.
Hold on, lady. Hold on. Okay? Many countries are threshold states. Many countries have a nuclear program where they're enriching uranium. Like there's Japan, there's Brazil. Many countries have this program, and it's allowed by international law. Here's the other thing, too, I find extremely interesting when it comes to this debate.
I'm going to have to correct you on one point, and then I'll let you go on. Iran is part of the NPT, which means that they are not supposed to get nuclear weapons. So what you're saying is not strictly true.
No. I'm saying that every country
their sovereignty over to the NPT.
Okay.
Which if they want to withdraw from it, then they can do so. But that sends a dangerous precedent and makes them look irresponsible and reckless. So they're not going to do that. So technically, what they're doing is illegal under international law.
Sure. And you want to know what else is illegal? Israel's fucking nuclear program too. And I don't see any of you guys talking about that. So no. Because let me explain why. The reason why this is a very pertinent fact, and it's not whataboutism, is because the entire reason we are in this conflict is because of
get involved. Now let's do a little bit back and forth.
No, Curzon,
you said about the Iranian nuclear program, and then I give you a counterpoint. So you move the goalpost to talk about Israel's illegal war and deny use of preemptive strikes to invade. Now there is a good amount of debate under international law about whether or not what Israel did on Thursday is legal or not. I'm sit on the fence about it, to be honest with you. But technically speaking, if you're going to start talking about Israel's actions, then I can start talking about another whole different type of topics, okay? So if you're going to keep moving the goalposts to make your argument, then that's not a really great argument, okay? So let's try and keep it on track. Otherwise, we're just going to keep going off the rails at this point, yeah?
Number one, this isn't whataboutism, okay? Because that's an extremely important fact, because the whole reason we're involved in this conflict is because of Iran's nuclear weapons program that Israel is terrified of. And like I said before, I find it interesting that a country that illegally has nuclear weapons, that stole uranium from the United States, and still to this day won't acknowledge their nuclear program, because if they do, they wouldn't be getting foreign aid from the United States based on a law from the 1970s. I find it interesting that the pot is trying to call the kettle black and say, you can't have nuclear weapons, when one of these countries is actually committing a genocide right now as we speak, and is trying to tell Iran that they can't have nuclear weapons to defend themselves from another nuclear power. So the reality is, when it comes to a country's sovereignty and the right to defend themselves,
Myron,
if we are going to
Trump-
sit here,
Trump
dude,
said they
dude,
cannot have nuclear weapons.
you got to be quiet.
America said
Got to
it.
be fucking quiet when I'm talking, man. I'm doing you guys a fucking favor being in this space, being honest. Got 10,000 plus people watching me here on fucking all the different platforms.
Myron, I'm not particularly interested in
All right,
sort
man,
of
fuck
like
off.
picking
Fuck
yourself
you.
up, right?
Fuck
I
you.
got this.
Fuck you. These fucking retards, fucking nobodies coming in here saying this, we're just going to interrupt me by a bunch of fucking retards that nobody knows who the fuck they are. And he's trying to say, oh, yeah, well, you know, you got to understand XYZ. Motherfucker, the whole reason we're in this war, is because of Israel crying about their nuclear program. So it is a pertinent fact. Don't sit there and fucking tell me, oh, well, you know, Iran, they're not legally getting the weapons. Neither is Israel. And they're the ones that started this bullshit. These fucking guys keep, bro, it's like 5 of them in there, 4 or 5 of them in there. I'm destroyed, dunking on all of them. Talking about, oh, the nuclear deal this, money to Pakistan, blah, blah, blah. Bro, embarrassing them. Oh, what about Al-Qaida in Iran? Bro, Trump just shook the hand of an Al-Qaida guy literally the other day. We put that nigga in power. Al-Jolani, this fucking guy, bro, these guys don't know what they're talking about, man. Look at this shit. And the other thing, too, I didn't like is that Peter is the fucking co-host, so he can just mute me whenever he wants, bro. That's not fair. That's not fair. What is this right here? This guy right here. This is the dude that's the president of Syria right now. This motherfucker. This is the guy that's running Syria right now. This guy's former Al-Qaeda, chat. He's literally former Al-Qaida, man. This dude right here, a.k.a. Al-Jolani. That was his war name. Right? Boom. So anyway, yeah, let me go in Sulaimans Space. But yeah, bro, like, yo, I brought them like 2,000 viewers, bro. I brought them literally like 2,000 viewers, and these dudes were being on some bullshit, man.
I would never trust Pakistan next door. There's, of course, corruption there. They'll be useful for some things like smuggling oil, but I don't see them coming to Iran's aid in the event of...
Someone said I rage quit. Are you guys fucking stupid? It's like 5 and 1 in there, and they kept muting me. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you niggas retarded? Somebody said you rage quit. No, they kept muting me and interrupting me. A bunch of fucking retarded Zionists that don't understand anything. I fucking debunk all their points every single time. Anyway, let me read some chats here. The Mooner 304 needs to shut the fuck up for real. Too emotional. I know, bro. Let's see here. Bro, these niggas can't touch me, man. Facts, 5 against 1 and you beat them. I'm telling you, bro. Fucking wankers always think they're too smart and look at their damn country right now. I know. Anti-Zionist says, donation from you, buddy. Real Red Pill Media. Cook this niggas, Myron. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. These niggas... Yo, like I said before, Peter, he was a co-host. He kept muting me, bro. Like, fuck that shit. Like, that shit's annoying. Dudes get fucking power hungry and want to fucking just, like, mute you and shit like that, and you can't even make a point. They're interrupting me and shit. It's like 5-on-1, bro. And I still embarrass them niggas. Shout out to you, Joseph Goebbels, for joining. This space is making me hate women. This nigga Myron don't miss. Bro, I'm telling you, man. Cook that bitch, please. Got you. Such a pick-me whore. Has to make it all about her and get snarky comments in. Women should be banned from these spaces. I'm telling you, bro. I hate that woman's voice, bro. They're the worst. Homie of mine that worked at the agency was deployed in Syria providing support to the rebels. Bro, there we go, baby. So, hold on. Let me leave this space real quick while I read this shit. Let's see here. That co-host is a fucking geek. I know, bro. He's annoying. Bring back the American Nazi Party. Yeah, he's a Zionist too, that guy. Nigas Groiper, no Israeli shell should use the IAEA as a reason for anything. To this day, they hella gatekeeping their nukes. This woman is so fucking annoying. I hate women coming to these spaces and want the attention, stupid attention. Bro, I'm telling you, bro. Now, yo, it's a headache, bro. And I was so fucking patient in there, man. So patient in there. But then, like, they're muting me and shit like that. I can't even fucking talk, bro. And here's the thing. I'm bringing them views. Like, nobody knows who you niggas are, bro. Like, nobody knows who the fuck you guys are. You know what I mean? And you bring this other retard, Ali, with 1,000 followers. I don't know what that nigga was talking about. He mentioned something about the 1990s. I was like, dude, I didn't talk about the 1990s with Iran at all. Who are you talking about, man? Who the fuck are you talking about? I'm telling Mario right now that they got to fucking fix their shit. Like, as a co-host, you're not there to fucking argue with me. You're there to shut the fuck up and monitor the space. Way to cook the can of the truth. Jumpy ass chat, acting goofy. Lady needs to make everyone BLTs. Today I told my barber we should go back to beating women with this nigga, bro. Nah, chill, man. They're mine for kicking those keyboard dancing Israelis. Yeah, bro. Like, dude, Mario's a Mossad agent. Myron, I know you're a free speech absolutist, but I don't think dumb people in certain other groups should be allowed to speak. Hey, man, you got to let them speak so that you can say whatever it is. Yeah, bro, I cooked them niggas, man. He's trying to sit here, oh, whataboutism. Yeah, it is whataboutism because the country that's dragging us into fucking war is doing it for a nuclear program when they're running one that's illegal, man. What the fuck? Like, dude. Craziness. Also, guys, just so you guys know, if you guys want to support the show, a lot of you guys, because here's the thing, we got a bunch of you guys watching on YouTube. As you guys know, I'm fucking demonetized on YouTube because I tell the truth about a lot of this shit. I tell the truth about Zionism and all the other crap that's going on. So right now I'm running a sale for the OSS guys. And any of you guys that, and honestly, I'll be honest with y'all, like, I'm thinking about not streaming on YouTube anymore because I actually lose money by streaming on fucking YouTube. I should be streaming on Kick and Rumble where I'm actually monetized. But I stream on YouTube because a lot of you guys prefer to watch on YouTube. So the only thing I'm going to ask, I'm going to run a poll right now and see how many of you guys are in the OSS. I'm going to run a quick little poll. And let's go back into Sulaimans Space. Maybe I'll jump in Mario's space if they stop fucking muting me, but that's retarded, bro. Yeah, bro, I could debate these niggas all day. I embarrassed them, man. Bro, we cooked them niggas, man. Yo, that's funny to me because it's like they didn't even know that Hezbollah and the IDF brokered a ceasefire. And literally the day after, the rebels in Syria attacked Bashar al-Assad. Matter of fact, hold on. Look at this. So the Syrian rebels attacked Aleppo on November 29th, 2024. Right? You niggas see that? November 29th, 2024. Oh, what? Oh, look at this. November 27th, 2024. I don't fucking miss, bro. These guys don't know what the fuck they're talking about, man. They don't know what they're talking about. They didn't even know that everything was planned and the rebels attacked the day right around the same time as the ceasefire. Right around the time of the ceasefire, they attacked. So these guys can't even fucking come with the facts, bro. They can't even come with the facts. Incredible, man. Incredible. In-fucking-credible. Look, Israel-Lebanon implemented a cessation of hostilities beginning at 4 o'clock on November 27, 2024. Oh, and then look, 2 days later, the rebels attacked Aleppo. These motherfuckers can't touch me, man. They can't touch me. The ceasefire happened, then the fucking Jolani and his military attacked his rebel groups, and they took over Syria within 3 weeks. When did Syria fall? Look at this. December 8th. Bro! Come on, man. These dudes don't know what the fuck they're talking about. See, and that's why I was getting frustrated, chat. Because they don't even know the pattern of facts. So I'm arguing with people that don't know the pattern of facts. If they don't know the pattern of facts, we can't even have a real discussion. The ceasefire between Hezbollah and the IDF triggered Jolani and his rebel group to take over Syria. Within weeks, they got Assad out of there. Why was that important? Because Syria is vital airspace for the IDF to get into Iran. Also, Syria is critical because Syria, geography-wise, let me show you guys this. On a map. Bro, these niggas can't touch me, man. Look at this. So look, here's the map, right, of the Middle East. Iran is here, right? Iraq, Syria. Syria is on the border of Lebanon. This is where Hezbollah is. If Syria is not under the axis of resistance, Iran can't get supplies into Lebanon. So this was critical for the United States and for Israel to take control of. So the day after the ceasefire, the Israelis supported the rebel groups in taking over Syria. And now look, now that this guy's president, what happened? He lifted the sanctions off Syria, and Syria is shooting down Iranian drones, and they're allowing the Israelis to use their fucking airspace.
Fatality.
And then these guys want to sit here and tell me, oh yeah, that's not true. What? Anyway, yeah, so 80% of you guys are not subscribed on, 80% of you guys are not subscribed to the OSS on YouTube. So look, guys, like I said before, I will stay on YouTube and keep streaming on YouTube, but I need to get it to a point where at least 50% of the people that watch are on the OSS. So guys, it's $4 to join, $75 for the year, right? That way it'll make sense. Because to be honest with y'all, like the fact that I stream on YouTube, it doesn't help. I'm losing a significant amount of money by doing that. Like those viewers can go to Kick or YouTube or Rumble, and I'd actually make money, versus like streaming on YouTube and like what's it called? And they're fucking running ads on my shit. Rambo 4 just joined OSS, went on Castle Club since day one. Keep up the fight. I appreciate that, my friend. Myron, they didn't want you in their space, and they didn't care about the amount of viewership you brought to their space. Don't go back. They're a bunch of Z's, and they have no respect. Yeah, bro. I was doing them niggas a favor. Create your own space to debate at this point, bro. Some of these zoos need a lesson. Nick went on Alex Jones earlier. Good convo when you're getting him on the show. Only two that know how it works. Background L women whores. I know, bro. They're stupid. Stacy W. Myron. The truth is undefeated. Cook 'em, mein Führer. I got you, Cage. Emax says W. Myron for cooking those keyboard dancing Israelis. Someone said I ran. Bro, I didn't run. I cooked them niggas, man. I left because they kept muting me. I can't even fucking talk, bro. It's like 5 of them just making some bullshit up. Anyway. Look, I'll debate these retards any day, bro. But man, I cooked this, bro, man. Okay. Let's go in here.
This is ideological. So ideology is extremely important here.
And one more, how do you think they square when they see like the footage that we all see of children, and like how a genocide is so clearly in violation of any religious ideology?
Yeah, so guys, 80% of y'all ninjas, let me see how many of you guys voted. 913 guys, vote for me in the poll. If you're a member of the OSS, vote for me in the poll, please. I want to know what our numbers are looking like, so that we can go ahead and build up the ranks. Like I said before, if about 50% of the viewership is on OSS on YouTube, cool. I'll take that. But otherwise, bro, it's like I'm really shooting myself in the foot by streaming on YouTube. I really am. It's stupid. So you guys want me to be on YouTube? It's cool. I'll be on YouTube, no problem. The only thing I ask, guys, is you support the OSS. That way, it makes sense for me. You know what I mean? Because otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And at the end of the day, bro, we're all nobody works for free, right? So that's what it is. So just support the mission over there, and we can make stuff happen. So click the link, guys. $4 to join the OSS. I got a sale going right now, or $75 for the year.
Deal and the Samson option, which a lot of Americans don't know about, and I'm starting to notice a lot of people, because we've been tweeting about it, because we've been speaking about it, start to speak about it and be aware of it. A lot of the videos.
Wyatt says, do you think Russia will supply weapons to Iran to continue the fight? Potentially. Once the host mutes, it's a wrap. Yeah, Felix, thank you, Felix. Like, you guys get it. Like, I didn't care being interrupted by everybody else, but once the host starts to be gay, bro, it's like, oh, man.
American citizens if the situation arises where they're losing to an enemy that isn't America, they will bomb New York, as an example. So I think that's an extremely important video. So do retweet that. That'd be awesome. Just want to welcome Myron back onto the stage. How you doing, Myron? How's things?
What's up, man? I was in Mario's space embarrassing a bunch of retards in there that don't understand what the hell's going on. A lot of stupid-ass Zionists over there, Pierre Tor and Voice of the East and some girl named Monita or some shit like that. Stupid as fuck, man. Yeah, they're so dumb, dude. Like, they didn't even know, because I was talking about how, you know, because they asked me about, hey, what are your thoughts about these Al-Qaida people that are in Iran? And I was like, well, you do realize that the president of Syria was former Al-Qaida and Trump shook his hand and lifted sanctions, right? Oh, really? Yeah, dude. Like, what the fuck? And then we actually assisted him with coming into power. And they're like, that's not true. I was like, bro, the day after the ceasefire with Hezbollah and the IDF, they launched a rebel attack in Syria and literally got Assad out of there within a couple of weeks. Like, you don't think the Israelis and the United States didn't back that? Oh, well, Turkey did. Okay, so what if Turkey did? That's not my point. My point is that Western groups basically backed Ahmed al-Shara to become president of Syria. And now we look at the conflict. What's he doing? He's shooting down Iranian drones and he's letting the Israelis use airspace. Like, as if this wasn't planned. Like, this is all just a coincidence. And Peter tried to say it was a coincidence. Oh, yeah, and it's also a coincidence that fucking Mossad assets are in the back line of fucking Iran, launching drones. They destabilized Syria after the ceasefire. Like, this wasn't all planned. Bro, this has been all in effect for a very fucking long time. But these idiots want to sit there and tell you, oh, no, it's just a coincidence. And then we're also having a discussion on the nuclear deal. And I was saying, like, yo.
Wait, did they forget about Operation Timber Sycamore?
Bro, they're retarded, dude. Like, it's look, I go on Mario Spaces sometimes because they invite me and I actually like Mario. But like, some of these people that he has in there are insufferable. And then Pietro was a co-host, so he kept like fucking muting me because he was talking about how, oh, it's illegal for Iran to have any nuclear capability. And I was like, bro, Israel has nuclear capability and they have an illegal nuclear program. So he's like, well, we're not going to get into this whataboutism. I'm like, no, the whataboutism is very important because Israel's the one that's instigating this conflict because of nuclear weapons when they're the ones running an illegal fucking nuclear program. And that's when they got fucking mad and kept muting me because it's true. So, yeah.
An illegal nuclear program, which, as we've mentioned in the nest, they basically plan to bomb the United States of America. Like, you talk about American citizens. I thought, if someone's a threat, if there's nukes that are a threat to the United States of America, Iran's not said they're going to use nukes in America, but Israel has said in documentation that they plan to use nukes against the United States of America. But do continue, man.
No. I mean, it's just crazy to me how, like, look, like I said before, they kept interrupting me. That's fine. Like, I'll roast all of them because all of them are very bad when it comes to Middle Eastern foreign policy and they all fucking suck Israeli dick. But my issue is, like, because Peter was co-host, he kept muting me. I was like, all right, bro, this is going to be retarded. I won't even be able to get my points out. When the co-host is muting you and you can't even talk, it's just like, all right. And I'm doing them a favor, honestly. Like, I'm streaming right now. Got like damn near 10,000 people watching. And it's like, bro, like, I'm doing you fucking bitch ass niggas a favor, even being in here talking to you guys. So yeah, man, it's fucking ridiculous. But you know, it's the other thing too that was funny. They're like, because Dan Bilzerian was in there, and they're like, oh, you support a terrorist organization. I was like, bro, like, see, I find it funny when they say this stupid shit. The IRGC was designated as a terrorist organization in 2019. Who was the Secretary of State of 2019? It was Mike Pompeo. Who's Mike Pompeo? Mike Pompeo is a fucking hardcore Zionist fucking shill that pressured Trump to get out of the nuclear deal. Okay? So we could have had negotiations, come to some kind of agreement, lifted the sanctions on Iran, exercised some diplomacy, but since Mike Pompeo is owned by the fucking Israelis, and so is Trump, they put an enormous amount of pressure for him to rip up the nuclear deal, only for Trump to come back 5 years later and try to copy the same fucking nuclear deal. And then, oh, well, we don't want to add enrichment to it. Well, guess what? That's a non-starter. Half of diplomacy is understanding what the other party wants to do. And them not being able to enrich uranium is a non-starter because they're getting constantly threatened by Israel, who has an illegal nuclear program, and the United States. So my thing is, if we're going to sit here and be like, okay, well, Israel has the right to defend itself, whatever, well, guess what? I think Iran has a right to defend itself too. Every country has a right to defend their sovereignty. So, and then I also was talking about how, you know, Israel always tries to paint their problems as our problems. Like they'll sit there and say, oh, well, you know, we're the ones standing on the front line because after they attack Tel Aviv, New York City is next. Like, no, bro. The only reason they even care about New York City is because we support you motherfuckers. And that's where I'm saying, like, we don't need to fucking help Israel at all. And one girl's like, oh, well, these people want to destroy Israel and they declared this war against Israel in 1979. I was like, well, why did they declare war in 1979? Because we fucking, you know, Operation Ajax, we took out their government. And that's what led to that fucking Iranian revolution, because the Shah got put in place. And when the Shah got put in place and they hated his ass, they overthrew him. And then bam, now we got a theocracy. So that is U.S. foreign policy intervention that created the theocracy that we now hate there. And then now we got to go ahead and support Israel because they want to destroy Israel. Dude, if we just stayed out of this shit, we would not have any of these problems with the Middle East, man, at all.
They're right, though. You have to admit they are right, though. If Israel falls, New York is next, because they already told us that they're going to bomb New York in that situation and nuke them.
Yep, Israel's going to do it. Israel's going to do another 9/11.
Yeah, that's actually the funny part. Yeah, with the whole Samson. You guys made a video about the Samson option, right?
Yeah, Joe made a video. He's made two now. The second one's in the nest. The one we made yesterday, or Joe made, actually. I think that's got like a few million views. This one here already, I just tweeted it out. I think it's already almost close to 70,000-80,000 views. That hopefully that'll get around again, and hopefully that'll get another million views. So yeah, we're trying to make people aware, because a lot of people are not aware of the Samson auction, Myron. They're not aware that basically they will bomb New York. Like people don't fathom this possibility, and so when they do, it'll again destroy the facade that this is an ally. It'll destroy the facade that New York's next, because in reality it's not next from Iran, it's next from the Israel. So I think this idea about the Samson auction is actually extremely important.
Yeah, not a lot of people talk about it. I'll watch this video right now. I'll mute myself so I don't like interrupt.
For sure, appreciate it. Let's go to what's that dropped? Let's go to. Oh, actually, I see him. Let's bring him up. And then we'll go to speak with Diddy. Unless you've got breaking news to speak with Diddy.
All right, so let's see this video here. Let me make it big for you ninjas.
What if your biggest ally had a plan named and aimed at your annihilation? America doesn't have to imagine. Israel has a plan based on their nuclear weapons capabilities. And even our own Army's School of Advanced Military Studies, just one day before 9/11, told us they can attack America and make it seem like Arabs did it, due to Mossad's ruthlessness.
Guys, they've done false flags all the fucking time, chat. Israel does false flags all the time. Like when they said the shit about, oh yeah, they plan to assassinate Trump. I don't know about that, bro. So it goes here. Of the Mossad, the Israeli intelligence service, a SAMS officer said wildcard, ruthless, and cunning, has the capability to target U.S. forces and make it look like a Palestinian Arab act.
In newly leaked documents, they show that if they lose, they will not just attack enemies, but Washington, D.C., New York, L.A.
Yeah, bro. I don't think people understand how fucking cutthroat the Israelis are, bro. They are fucking ruthless, man. Ruthless. All right, so it looks like 77% of you guys that watched the pod on 77% of you guys are not in the OSS. Guys, we need to get that down to 50. If we get it down to 50%, if at least 50% of you guys are watching, are members of the OSS, which is my community, right, where you get a bunch of content on there and support and everything, and you get to get your chats read. Then that makes sense for me to continue to stream on YouTube. But to be honest with y'all guys, streaming on YouTube, the amount of time that I stream on YouTube, like all that viewership, which I could easily just bring to Rumble or Kick, it doesn't make sense financially at all, guys. So again, I'm willing to stay on YouTube. All you guys got to do, let's get that percentage down. Let's bring a bunch of you guys over to OSS, and I will continue to stream on YouTube for y'all ninjas. I don't want to force you guys off. That's why I'm kind of bringing this up in this diplomatic way and be in the middle. Or you can watch on Rumble or Kick. But I know a lot of you guys prefer YouTube, which is fine. The only thing I'm saying is just support your boy so I can keep doing these types of streams for you guys. Because you guys can see, bro, I spent a lot of time researching this stuff. Why do you think I just whooped all their asses just now? You guys want to know why I whooped 5-on-1? Why I whooped their asses? Because I studied. All right? I pay attention to shit. I'm reading the news. I'm reading American news, Israeli news, Middle Eastern news. I'm looking at everything. Okay? I'm studying documentaries. I like the reason why I smoked them niggas, because I researched this shit. Now, with that said, you know, I've given up a lot of my personal life to do it, but I do it for you guys. That's how you guys get better content. That's how I'm able to debate these fucking dumbasses and embarrass them on geopolitics. So yeah. So that's all. That's what it is, man. So, like I said before, losing a bunch of money streaming on YouTube, but I do it because I know you guys prefer YouTube, and a lot of you guys like it's easier for you and shit like that. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. If you guys want to rock with the mission, I've been demonetized for 2 years because YouTube fucking sucks, super fucking sucks. You know, most other people wouldn't be able to continue to operate, but I'm putting in the work, man. 7 to 10 hour streams every day, damn near. So you know, and then I come back on here with the fire and I roast these niggas in debates. So yeah, man, support the mission, guys. Support the mission. That's why I'm running the sale right now. $4 to get in. Join in, my ninjas. OSS.
NORAD in Colorado, London, Paris, Berlin, Jewish American.
The OSS is is the O/Squad, guys. It's my community where you basically are able to get a whole bunch of perks, man. You obviously, starting next month, I'm going to start doing call-in shows with the debrief. You get, when you super chat in, all your chats get read, whether it's $1 or not, regardless of limits. I do one yearly meetup on 420 in Miami, completely free. Anytime I travel to another city, I tell you guys where I'm going to be, so I could do OSS meetup over there, completely free. You get discounts on merch. Merch is going to drop in July. So yeah, that's what it is. Yes, OSS is the old, it's the old CIA, Office of Strategic Service, or some shit like that. But yeah, it's the O/Squad. So yeah, guys, that's the best way to support, man. So we're growing, though. We're growing. The goal is to get 10,000 strong, chat. 10,000 strong is the goal. Then I can tell YouTube to fuck off, and then I can go ahead and travel, do better content, bring bills with me, do IRLs, all that shit. And then there's a book, by the way, The Samson Option, Seymour Hersh. Israel's Nuclear Arsenal and American Foreign Policy.
American investigative journalist Seymour Hersh warned us about this 25 years ago. A plan that is threatening millions of
dog tags coming soon.
Innocent civilians. And that plan doesn't stop with us.
Show the OSS ad video? I don't know if I got an OSS ad video. I got to make one. I got to make one, chat. I'll get, actually, you know what? Thank you. Let me tell Brett that we need one. We'll get one for you guys. Live now, Iran-Israel bombing Skyline cameras. Interesting. What's going on here? All right, let me go back. Yeah, see, look, their viewership is dropping off now. There was like 14K when I was in there. They've lost like 3,000 just for being retards. Stupid co-hosts.
So it's Israel that's currently living in a whole lot of fear, begging America, the UK, France, Germany, and others to create a coalition that's willing to defend Israel because, you know, they could be leveled and decimated. And Iran's saying they're not even done yet. You know, the next attack they launch will be remembered for centuries. That's what they're stating. And they told America without any fear. They actually said it's easier to strike American bases in the region than Israel. And that if they're going to come at Iran and strike first, you know, have 50,000 coffins ready.
Probably hasn't prepared for this and couldn't deliver a lot of damage here, but the U.S., I mean, if you just look at the Air Force, like surely the number of sophisticated aircraft that we have compared to everywhere else is like it's not even close, right? So,
but if they take it far,
such as what, Witsit? Iran's knocked down 3 F-35I 5th generation jets. What does U.S. have better than that? What's stealthier and faster than that?
I'm not even talking about the specifics, more so the actual number of
what are you
aircraft,
talking about?
right? The number
Who cares
of
about
aircraft.
the number? Go, so let them come in. Listen, they get detected 1,200 kilometers away. Iran has a ton of air defense systems and plus access to Russian satellite network. They see them coming well in advance. So good luck to that. Israel already tried that type of attack.
after True Promise 2, and their fighter jets got within 100 kilometers of Iran, and then they were already targeted on radar, and they ran. So they struck and then ran. So Israel hasn't even tried anymore. I'm not saying the U.S. can't try. Obviously they can, and they'll hit some stuff. But Iran will come back and decimate U.S. bases. Watch. And then you're looking at thousands of American casualties. See how Americans respond. This fear factor doesn't work. They don't care. Listen, you don't understand what they went through with 80 years of war.
All right, let's go into Israel spy agency, how they went ahead and attacked Iran from within.
200 jets to attack more than 100 targets in Iran, releasing this video that shows US-made fighter jets involved in the airstrikes. The F-35 jets made by Lockheed Martin are the most modern in Israel's fleet, according to the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Let me bring in for you Oren Lieberman, who is standing by in Jerusalem. Yasmin El-Gamal is a former Middle East advisor to the Pentagon, also with us. Oren, let me start with you. Two things I want to talk about. Firstly, those jets, and to a degree, the release of those images, some are saying, sort of ties the US very much into, behind the scenes at least, involvement, as it were, in these attacks, although, you know, we have had
And some of these Mossad operatives were caught, chat.
An official statement from the Secretary of State saying there has been...
Bought a day before the sale. LOL happy, though. This show is this show has to survive. I appreciate that so much, Felix. And guys, the reason why I'm able to do this show and give you guys this kind of content is because of the OSS. As you guys know, you know, this show costs like 10 to 20K easily a month to run between clips and everything. That's why I've been able to grow such a good rate. But obviously for me to keep doing it and put the amount of effort and time that I put into this thing, which I don't mind doing that for y'all. All I ask in exchange, instead of super chatting or even subbing to the channel on Kick, join the OSS. That's the best way by far. They can't stop me there. And then that way, regardless of censorship, deplatform, whatever, we always have a home base, you know, alongside Rumble. Because Rumble works alongside the OSS. It's all locals. One, you know, nice ecosystem where they actually respect free speech, unlike other platforms. And you guys can already see with the type of shit that I talk about, right? A lot of the stuff that I talk when I was debating these guys and smacking them, this is stuff that isn't really reported in mainstream media for obvious reasons, right? We know who controls the mainstream media in America. That's why these Zionists are fucking dumbasses and don't know shit, right? And they demonetized me for that. They demonetized me for literally talking about this, American foreign policy. I brought Nick on, we talked about this shit, got me fucking demonetized. So the way we fight back, guys, is the OSS.
No involvement.
And for all you guys that joined the OSS, love you guys. We got 700 plus strong in there, man. 10,000 is a fucking goal. At that point, I could tell YouTube, go suck a fucking dick, because I hate YouTube with a passion, bro. Hate them with a passion.
Specific involvement. Secondly, you got some reporting about how Mossad pulled this off, what we're seeing here. Smuggling, including of weapons, into Iran. So let's just take on those. Let's start with this video. Just how much did it take for Mossad to be on the ground smuggling weapons into Iran ahead of...
Before he even answers, I'm going to give you guys what I think, and then let's see if I'm correct. They had to have planned this operation at least 6 to 24 months ago. They had to have been in the country for a very long time, chat, to make this happen. Because they got to get in illegally, or get in somehow, whether legally or illegally. They got to get the drones, build the drones, set up a hiding spot, plan everything out, test shit without being caught, by the way. They had to, that's what I'm saying, like this operation, bro, like this whole negotiation with the nuclear stuff, it might have been, I think, I'm starting to think more and more that it was a sham in the first place. So they had to have planned this out for a very long time. And this is why the Iranians don't want to negotiate with us, man.
Of these attacks.
It's an incredible operation, and one that an Israeli security source said was long in the planning. Not a specific timeline on that, but I think it's easy to look at this and say, this is months, if not potentially much longer than that. I'll remind you that we have seen Israel do something in this vein before when it came to the assassination of chief nuclear scientist Mohsen Fakhrizadeh back.
Albanian Don gifted a sub. Appreciate that, my friend.
In, I believe it was November 2020, with what Iranian state media said was a remote-controlled gun that detected him and fired upon him while he was in a bulletproof vehicle in a secure convoy. So Israel has, at least in theory, shown the capability to carry out something like this, but this is on a much, much larger scale. That security source saying there were Israeli commando teams smuggling weapons in, explosive drones that targeted surface-to-air missiles, ballistic missiles, missile launchers that were mounted on vehicles, and all of that was effectively set off at the same time as the Israeli Air Force fighter jets were approaching to carry out this massive first wave of strikes that we have seen, and then of course we have seen more.
Yeah, they took out their. I mean, it was a fantastic plan by the Israelis, bro. Like, well, you gotta give credit where it's due. They launched the drones. They destroyed their radar capability. They destroyed. They killed scientists. They killed commanders. It completely caused shock and confusion all across the military, and they were able to go ahead and effectively attack them while they were blind. Daisman says, Myron, I'm hearing about the F-35. I don't think you read my comments on the shot down planes that debunks their arguments. No. We've been talking about the shot down planes, bro. W Stream new here. Welcome to the OSS, to YT Zane. Yeah, no, dude. And you guys can see here, I'm reading all these chats from people that are in locals, aka the OSS. Yeah, no. The information that we got is that 3 to 5 F-35s were shot down.
Strikes. So to carry out an operation like this requires a.
And as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and I know AI Telly probably has a video on this.
Well, Israel says it used 200 jets to attack more than.
All right, so we'll click this. This is how the jet works.
In short bursts.
We'll watch this next.
Tremendous amount of planning and confidence. And it's also worth pointing out that after the assassination of the chief Iranian nuclear scientist, after the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, after the stealing of the Iranian nuclear archive, Iran seems completely unable to stop the Mossad from pretty much operating Iran like it's the Mossad's backyard.
Yep. And
interesting how he didn't report. I mean, this was 4 days ago, so this is a while ago.
The past, of course,
a bunch of those Mossad guys got caught now.
Might have relied on Hezbollah in Lebanon, but as we were showing those images to retaliate, but as we were showing those images, I am reminded of Israel's undercover operation, of course, in September to take out the command and control of Hezbollah with beepers, which has sort of started off this cascade.
And I did a whole episode on the pager attack, guys. If you guys are curious about that, I did a whole thing on how Mossad operates and the pager attack on this channel. Feel free to go check it out. That was also a brilliant operation. Look, I give the Israelis a lot of credit when they do shit that's fucking wild. But that is also why I'm so critical of their military, because I know their intelligence capabilities.
Of fragility, as it were.
There's no need for them to fucking, there's no need for the Israeli government to be blowing up fucking kids when they have all the military and precision capabilities that they have with their intelligence services and the weaponry that they have that they get from us.
For Iran through its through the sort of defanging of its proxies around the region, and talking to sources around the region today, they are saying that the decapitation, as it were, of this command and control in Iran is, some X times what Israel was able to achieve with Hezbollah. Before I bring in Yasmin, I do just want you to speak to the assets that were taken out, the targets that Israel had in Iran today at the very highest level. Just speak to those, if you will.
It's absolutely remarkable. It's not just the Natanz nuclear facility, Iran's primary nuclear enrichment facility. It's decapitating the top of Iran's military structure, its military leadership, including the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and then going after the top levels of...
And they killed them like were precision strikes, guys. Like, they hit them in their apartments without taking a building down. Cage says, I think this was planned way before October 7th. Also, Israel carried out October 7th. Or... had a hand in it. The math ain't mathin'. Yeah, I mean, I think they knew it was going to happen for sure. YT says, all hail, Myron Fiddler. Okay. Finamic says, hey, Myron, I'm a 23-year-old Australian electrician. I've been watching your content for a couple of years, and I've always enjoyed the content. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I see that you guys, a lot of you guys are in the OSS chat and super chatting from there. Thank you guys so much. People keep saying if we were involved in the war, we might not make an impact due to the fact that Israel aircraft that we supply them were shot down. When the U.S. sells aircraft to other countries, it's not at full capacity. For example, the F-35 and F-16 sold to Israel will be equipped with Israeli avionics and weapon system at times, engine systems, not full stealth capability. hold on. Not full stealth capability of F-35 like the U.S. flies, or the air-to-air ground superiority system of the F-16 flying by the U.S. Yeah, of course, we're not going to do that. And the reason for that is so that they can't reverse engineer our shit, of course. eMoney999, I got charged twice. I don't know how the hell you did that, bro. Deisman says, part 2, the reason is that other NATO pilots are not trained as well as ours, and if we sold them aircraft with maximum capability, they'd run the risk of that technology being compromised by our adversary and being duplicated. Of course, they'd reverse engineer, I agree. So when in the Twitter space, they shouldn't be worried about F-35s being shot down because those blocks or variants are not the same as the U.S. ones. This is just my experience from my time at 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing, where I worked with other NATO forces and seen the aircraft. Yeah, no, for sure. But I think the reason why True Teller was saying that, Deisman, is because it looks bad for Lockheed Martin. Because what you just expressed there, where when we give jets to these other countries, they're not full capability, a lot of people don't know that. So the investors, the stock is going to go down. Lockheed Martin, their interest is making sure, because they have a fiduciary obligation to their investors. So the reason why they don't want it getting out isn't because their planes are actually compromised. It's because it could imply that the planes are compromised. Does that make sense? Or can be compromised. Zacho says, tag you in an F-35 video getting shot down. Temper Tantrum X. Okay, let me see here. From now on, only watching from the OSS. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate that. Yeah, we got, the OSS is growing, man. The OSS is growing. I see over 100 of you guys in there. We got like another 80 on fucking Castle Club. And for the Castle Club guys, I'm going to end the Castle Club stream soon so that you guys got to, get ready to come over.
Nuclear officials that potentially, and this is what we're seeing from here, may have delayed or effectively made it more difficult for Iran to retaliate. All we've seen so far is about 100 drones, and certainly that's significant, but none of them got towards Israeli airspace, at least not from what we have seen to this point. Israel is anticipating a much larger response from ballistic missiles, except the head of the IRGC Air Force, who is in charge of the ballistic missiles, was also killed in this attack. The list of top military leaders in Iran that have been killed as part of this by Israel is growing longer and longer as we learn more.
And this is obviously from day one, chat. All right, let's see how this the F-35 jet works. Let me get, guys, I'm gonna get some blueberries real quick and a fucking protein shake. Give me 1 sec. All right, ninjas. Let's see how the jet works.
The radar-absorbing material behind it and its planned form. In this content, we will look at the stealth technology of the F-35, the radar-absorbing material behind it and its planned formed alignment and engineering. We will try to explain the basic differences between the F-35 A, B, and C, examining the engineering of STOVL or short takeoff vertical landing and the engine powering it and how it works in simple animation. As a 5th-generation fighter jet, we have to look at the weapons system, as well as the electronic warfare suite, and last but not the least, the $400,000 helmet and its features. Now, leaving politics aside, let's get straight to the content. Developing experimental vertical rising fighters as early as 1954. The Harrier was one such aircraft that had achieved this engineering feat. Its technology was ahead of its time, but it has its flaws like every engineering marvel. During vertical landing, it would turn over multiple times due to turbulence from its own downwash. On the tip of each wing included a small roll control nozzle which had to be controlled manually by the pilot to stabilize the aircraft for safe landing. However, the F-35B short takeoff and vertical landing system, STOVL, was an improvement combining vertical landing with long-range supersonic speed, resulting in a stealthy, lightning-fast fighter capable of carrying modern weaponry. Let us look at the variants of the F-35 along with their differences. There are 3 variants, all of which are single-seat jets. The F-35A, which is a conventional takeoff and landing variant, was designed for use by the United States Air Force and numerous allied nations. This aircraft was designed to operate from standard airstrips and is the sole F-35 with a 25mm internal cannon, allowing it to replace the F-16 multirole fighter and the Flying Cannon A-10 Thunderbolt II, among other aircraft. This cannon is not available on the other variants. The F-35B was developed specifically for short takeoff and vertical landing operations and was built to meet the requirements of the U.S. Marine Corps. The F-35B's takeoff and landing capabilities allows Marines to operate these jets from short runways or off the decks of amphibious assault ships, while still being able to operate from standard runways. The F-35C is the first stealth fighter developed specifically for U.S. Navy carrier operations. It has longer wings than its rivals, allowing it to land at a slower speed on a carrier. It has more robust landing gear to help with difficult carrier landings, and it has a greater internal fuel supply, 9,072 liters, to support longer range missions. This variant has the added mechanical feature of foldable wings, which makes it easier to store in ship hulls. For now, we will look at the F-35B and its specifications. The F-35B has a length of 51.2 feet and a height of 14.3 feet, a wingspan of 35 feet, which helps to maneuver the plane in a planned formed alignment. The jet has an empty weight of 14,729 kilograms, which is equivalent to the weight of 17 Jeeps. It has a weapons payload of 6,800 kilograms, which we will talk about it in more details later. Now that we have seen the dimensions, let us look at the basic parts of the fighter jet. This is the nose of the F-35, and inside it is a Northrop Grumman, a APG-81 active electronically scanned array fire control radar, which is the world's most modern and capable radar, and serves as the backbone of the F-35 Lightning Advanced Sensor Suite.
Shout out to Bane Kazi says, bro, I've been watching this 2022 realest ninja in the whole scene. I'm from Canada, bro. It's fucked here with poop jeets and libtards. You helped me lose weight and land a good job. Turn 20, making 80K. OSS gang. Shout out to you, bro. Congratulations, man. That's a big deal. E-Money says, I think what I did was I already subscribed for the month. Then I decided to do a year because it was 55. But instead of them giving me the discount, they charged me the full price. So I had to unsubscribe and resubscribe to get the 55 discount. Okay. Well, the discount now is 75, but if you're able to get the other one, then that's good. O/ from A. OD4L says, join the OSS gang. Salute to you, Myron. Keep the dope content. Appreciate it greatly. I appreciate that so much. Poppin7 says, F-35 is a VTOL style aircraft with crazy stealth capabilities. Iran cannot detect or target it. The radar cross-section is the size of a small bird or a pebble. It has not been shot down. Now, I don't know, bro. We got some things where they're saying that they got shot down. Poppin7 says test. Well, the test works, bro. Got you.
Moving back, we have the canopy, which has been plated with an indium tin oxide layer to give it a golden sheen. This helps to keep it stealthy. This is the lift fan doors.
Hey, Low Red, man. Well, it's 75 now, bro. Made a second account for the OSS by accident. Oh, man. Come on, bro. All right. Now we ban motherfuckers from OSS. Some of these motherfuckers gotta go. Psst.
Of the F-35. Inside it is a Rolls-Royce lift system that offers a STOVL short takeoff and vertical landing aircraft that is exceptionally durable and dependable. The Rolls-Royce lift fan is the heart of the F-35B's thrust vectoring capability. 29,000 shaft horsepower is delivered to the lift fan. The exhaust nozzle, which is connected to the main engine by a...
All right, let's watched enough of this for now. Let's go into this. This is breaking news 2 hours ago.
Tonight, President Trump is calling on Iran to surrender without conditions and end the conflict with Israel. CBS's Torian Small is at the White House, where the president convened a meeting about this crisis in the Situation Room.
President Trump's growing frustration over the Middle East is concerning some lawmakers about the U.S.'s involvement in the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. President Trump cut short his trip to the G7 summit and returned from Canada for a White House meeting with his national security team.
Not having to use telephones so much because I don't believe in telephones, because people like you listen to them. Yeah. So being on the scene is much better.
The Trump administration says the U.S. is not involved in the ongoing airstrikes. Israeli military jets continue to pound targets inside of Iran. And President Trump posted on social media, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." Satellite images show direct hits on Iran's uranium enrichment program in Natanz.
Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
President Trump says the U.S. knows where Iran's supreme leader is hiding, but said America will not yet take him out. Trump added that his patience is wearing thin. Some on Capitol Hill say they're concerned American forces could be drawn into the conflict.
The president has shown restraint in the past. The president's instincts are good, and I'm hoping the president will not get involved with the war. I think if the United States actively bombs Tehran, the possibility of negotiation goes out the window.
Trump says he just wants people to be safe, and he posted a warning for people in Tehran to get out of the city. Thousands have been doing exactly that for days now. President Trump, on his way back to Washington from the G7 summit, seemingly contradicted his director of national intelligence, now claiming that he believes Iran is close to obtaining a nuclear weapon. At the White House, Torian Small, WBZ News.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
All right, so and this came 42 minutes ago. Iranians evacuate Tehran. And what they're referring to, guys, when it comes to
Hello, thank you.
They're talking about Tulsi Gabbard here.
As Israel and Iran warfare enters the fifth day, a fresh flashpoint has emerged in the White House. U.S. President Donald Trump has contradicted his own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard's claim on Iran's nuclear program. President Trump has dismissed Gabbard's March testimony, where she stated that Iran had not resumed its nuclear weapons program since suspending it in 2003. Speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One during an overnight flight back to Washington, Trump said Iran is very close to having a nuclear bomb.
Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
Early in March, U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard testified that Iran is nowhere close to acquiring a nuclear bomb.
The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program.
The comments from U.S. President came hours after calling a nuclear deal with Iran achievable. He also urged residents of Iran's capital, Tehran, to flee for their lives, as he abruptly left a G7 summit in Canada.
See, so this is how you guys know that this is bullshit, because you got the DNI, right? AKA Tulsi Gabbard saying, you know, the director of national intelligence, by the way, so all the intelligence agencies report to her, right? And they're saying, oh yeah, no, they don't have the capability, they don't have the nuclear bomb. Because there was a fatwa, like basically a religious thing, that the Supreme Leader said, no, we're not going to use, we're not going to get, you know, nuclear weapons. Basically, he needs to authorize that that they can use the nuclear weapons. But again, Trump is contradicting, saying, oh, yeah, well, I don't care what she says, blah, blah. I wonder who put that in his head. Netanyahu in the Zionist lobby, bro. That's why. That is why now he's saying, oh, no, they're quick to making a bomb. Bro, they've been talking about these dudes having a bomb forever, man. Forever.
To return to Washington for a high-level talk with his national security team.
Bro, I hope we don't get drawn into this bullshit, man. OD4L says, you still plan on making a video of you in the hood eating chicken and drinking a grape soda? Also, Chris needs to quit ducking an AA and find a sponsor to watch the show so they don't back out. Bro, Noble's trying to find one, but they keep backing out. Silverback Slap says, F-35s and B-2s radar cross-section is dependent on flight paths, enemy radar. They're invisible with caveats. Okay. Skinny Barbie says, hey, Myron, keep up the great work. Watch you every day through the Locals app on my TV, but for some reason, OSS doesn't show up there. Castle Club does. Would anyone on the team happen to know anything about that? Well, I appreciate that, Skinny Barbie. The reason why is because I haven't like advertised it on Locals. So Castle Club is our main thing. So that's probably why. Like this, guys, OSS is just strictly me. This is strictly me. Do you receive 100% of the tips or does Local take a cut of the tips? I think they get a cut, obviously. A says, my comrade, I'm watching always. I appreciate that, my friend. 11T says, don't know what day it's since it's day one, but it's June 17, 2025, and now we have 2 ovaries in the Locals chat. Once we get a third, I will fear for the stability of the nation of the OSS. Okay. Let's go back into the space, see what they're talking about.
The poll that we said, which was by YouGov, that one, what we've just explained, it was significantly the other way.
All right. If you don't want Iran to get a nuclear war, then
all right, we'll go. Let's go in here. He's going to react to this debate, Kyle Kulinski, and I think
IDF officials to give their perspective. I mean, this stuff is beyond shameful. It really is. Just like trying to prep the population, like, hey, this is happening whether you like it or not. News Nation had on Scott Horton. He's a...
Yeah, Scott Horton's really good. By the way, guys, do me a favor. Smash the fucking like button on YouTube, okay? If you can't join the OSS, totally cool. I am trying to get about 50% of you guys in the OSS. That way, I will continue to stream on YouTube and it'll make sense financially. Because honestly, I'm demonetizing it. And it's stupid to stream on a platform that you're demonetized on, but I do it anyway for you guys because I know a lot of you guys love YouTube, so that's fine. However, the only thing I ask, just smash that like button. If you don't have the money to join OSS, you don't got $4, no problem. Just smash that like button, support. Let's keep going.
Libertarian commentator, and this guy's Leland Vittert, who is hosting him here. By the way, quick plug, go watch when Crystal and Leland Vittert debated, because Crystal absolutely just trounced him. I mean, it was embarrassing for him. And this is a similar scenario here. So Scott Horton gets invited on to have, you know, like an intelligent discussion about war with Iran. And Leland goes full old school Bill O'Reilly propagandist hack partisan bitch mode. And Scott Horton meticulously dismantles him. Let's watch.
This now, Scott Horton, editorial director of antiwar.com. Scott, appreciate you doing this. Do you think Israel has the right to do this and to defend itself? And or do you think that this is just a bad idea?
Do you think Israel has the right to do this and defend itself? Or do you think it's just a bad idea? That is quite a question when we're talking about Israel doing an illegal and offensive attack, an aggressive attack against a country that wasn't attacking them and wasn't going to attack them. This is,
you know, this is crazy because this is like one of the few times the progressives got it right when it comes to Israel, bro. I hate to say it, but the progressives in general got it right when it comes to that shit, man. Unfortunately. So one of the few things I agree with them on.
This is propaganda. This is how they manufacture consent. Look at the framing of the question is horseshit. The framing of the question is horseshit. The real question is, hey, does Iran have a right to defend itself? Because they were the ones who were offensively attacked. But they would never ask that. They would never. No U.S. politician will ever say Iran has a right to defend itself.
They would never say that shit. Of course, hell fucking no, they wouldn't. Even though they do. They're a sovereign nation too.
It'll never happen. Ever.
Do you think Israel has the right to do this and to defend itself? And or do you think that this is just a bad idea?
Well, yeah, two separate questions. The way you framed it was launching an aggressive war is defending itself, but that's just because you say it that way. In any other context.
Yeah, yo, it's a crazy. This is why I hate conservative media, bro, in America. Mainstream conservative media, let me tell you guys something, all right? Mainstream conservative media in America, it's controlled by them boys, man. It is. We just got to call it what the fuck it is, bro. Mainstream conservative media in the United States is run by them boys, okay? We're on YouTube. So we got to be a little bit, you know, use some code words here. But you guys know what I'm talking about. All right? It is what it is. They control American media, especially on the conservative side. They run, you know, progressive media too. But with conservative media, bro, they don't give a fuck. It's openly biased over there. They don't give a fuck, bro.
Of course, it's completely illegal. This is what Japan did to us at Pearl Harbor, the day of infamy, a surprise sneak attack against a country that wasn't attacking them.
Look at Leland's face. How dare you, sir?
Yeah, yo, it's true because this is their equivalent of Pearl Harbor. That's true, dude. That's 100% true. It is. This is their Pearl Harbor, man. So, I don't know, man. It just amazes me how like we shill so hard for Israel, man. Like it's actually pretty fucking pathetic. And the conservative media is a big part of that. Fox News, etc. Big fucking cucks for Israel, dude. It's fucking embarrassing. I'm gonna be honest with y'all ninjas. So whatever. What the fuck? Sorry, guys. Adjusting. Okay. Hey, man. Presentation's everything, chat. Presentation's everything.
How dare you talk about the barbaric Iranians as if they're like us enlightened Americans?
And so that was what was going on here. And the fact is, they were in the middle of negotiations. And the reporting now is that Trump was actually shining the Iranians on and was pretending to negotiate with them and was telling them,
let's just insert a couple things.
Statements that he had.
You're going to notice this throughout the whole interview. Leland always cuts off Scott. Anytime he starts getting into nuanced specifics and details, Leland will just jump in and cut him off.
It was Israel that was attacked on October 7th by
Iran. He brought up October. You've got to be fucking kidding me. He brought up October 7th. Holy fucking shit.
And proxy, and by Hezbollah. It was also Israel that was attacked by Iran. It was also U.S. troops that were attacked by Iran. Nevertheless, who in their right mind would allow someone, a regime that runs around chanting death to America, death to Israel, or if someone was running around chanting death to Scott Horton, would you want them to have a nuclear bomb?
Israel has illegal nuclear weapons. They don't abide by any treaties either. They're not regulated by the IAEA. Israel has illegal nuclear weapons and Iran doesn't. And the country that has the illegal nuclear weapons is policing the ability of the other country that doesn't have it about what to do with their uranium? I mean, this is a sick, sick, sick joke. And by the way, this whole death to America shit, death to Israel shit. Yeah, you know, if some country overthrew my government, couped my government, I probably would say death.
And that's, he's referring to the 1950s when we got Operation Ajax, which, and you know, it's funny because they never ever talk about this shit, bro. Like, Zionists like to start with, you know, a certain time in history, but that's what we're talking about right here. This is when we basically had a coup and destabilized them from this point forward.
To them too. So Iran, their government was overthrown by the United States in the 1950s. Maybe the reason they say death to America and death to Israel is not because of some innate xenophobia or hatred. Maybe it's because of actual real-life tangible things that have been done to them. But I know, you're not allowed to talk about these things in the context of actual history and evidence and reality. You have to just go, shut your brain off. Oh, death to America, death to Israel. Oh my God, we need to kill them all now. Like, that's literally how shallow the thinking is here.
Well, the thing of it is, as I'm sure you must know, as the CIA and the rest of the intelligence community concluded back in 2007, Iran stopped even researching into how to make a nuclear bomb after George Bush got rid of Saddam Hussein for them. They had no more need for a nuclear weapon at that time. They opened up their books, and everyone watching this knows that Netanyahu has said they're a few weeks away from a bomb for the last 20 years. They still don't have a single one. And in February, the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, put out the threat assessment, the annual threat assessment. Everyone can read it at dni.gov. And it says that they are.
Yeah, but they needed a nuclear bomb. You guys remember what this kind of reminds me of? 2003, when they needed weapons of mass destruction. Remember that to justify?
Have not made the decision to begin to pursue a nuclear weapon.
You don't think that the Israelis have better intelligence? Come on.
Oh my God, that's not even an argument. The Israelis attacked, so obviously they knew that Iran was getting a bomb, or they just wanted to go to war with Iran like they fucking have since the 1990s. God, what a rube. But he's not a rube. He's just a liar. Leland Vittert is.
Look, there's nothing saying that late Israeli claims of recent advancement are true. No one else is confirming that at all. In fact, what they had all along, Leland, was a latent nuclear deterrent. It's the same as Germany or Japan or Brazil, where they had shown that they had perfected the fuel cycle. They know how to make nuclear weapons fuel, but they're not making it. And so what has happened here is with this attack, I know you want to hoist up your mission accomplished banner, but with this attack, they're actually more likely to pursue nuclear weapons now.
I mean, that's exactly right. This makes it way more likely that they'll need nukes, because they'd be crazy not to get them now because they're under direct attack. And the other thing is, like, it is some, let's be real here, racist horseshit to imply that if they have a nuke, oh my God, they're going to immediately use it, so we need to go attack them. That's the implication. Anytime they talk about nukes, they did this with Saddam too, right? Oh, he has weapons of mass destruction. And the implication was he's going to use them on Cleveland. Like, there was this implied thing of he's definitely going to use them. We can't trust him with those because he's fucking insane, right? And that's just bullshit. In fact, Kim Jong-un, who's the craziest motherfucker on the planet, he has a nuke. And fundamentally, it just acts as a deterrent from Western aggression, because now the U.S. knows if we try to do regime change in North Korea, he'll launch on Seoul, South Korea, and South Korea will be blown to smithereens. So now there's not much we could do about it, right? Look at Libya, where Gaddafi gave up his weapons of mass destruction, and then he was sodomized with a bayonet, and Libya is a failed state with open slave markets, right?
And they allow mass immigration into Europe as well.
Right? So if they had a nuke, the nuke would be to bring about deterrence, establish deterrence. But the implication well, obviously these people would launch immediately the second they had the nuke. It's such fucking horseshit. It's such horseshit. Now, overall, nuclear non-proliferation is a good thing. I'm in favor of fewer nukes in the world, of course. But let's not play this stupid game where we pretend that, oh, if they had one, then that obviously would justify, like, we obviously got to get rid of them because they're so crazy that they'll launch it immediately. That's just fundamentally made up. It's total horseshit. And so these are the sorts of arguments that are made to justify and rationalize an offensive attack against a country that wasn't going to attack Israel.
So Germany and Brazil.
Despite your begged question in your question.
Germany and Brazil, a few things. Don't run around chanting death to America or death to Israel.
I love how that is a justification to do a literal war in his mind, when how many outright genocidal statements have been made?
And the thing also, like I said before, this is why it's so important, because a lot of these like neocons and Zionists will say this, like, oh, they don't chant death to America. They say that because of our support of Israel, man. If we stopped fucking cucking for Israel, they wouldn't hate us. It's our bad foreign policy that makes us hate in the Middle East, bro. That's what it is. Holy shit. Shout out to Prince Dolph. He went in and subscribed. Welcome to the OSS, bro. Everyone that joins the OSS gets a Don and Marco. Goonie says, hail, burn my paper trail of slander and bigotry. Okay. I didn't know if you talked to Smack before. Maro, when we get an OSS generals to host X Spaces to take over X. Oh, yeah. We are going to be doing one X Space a month. And if you are a member of OSS, you get a speaker automatically, by the way. That's another thing that's another perk you get for being an OSS.
By top Israeli government officials and military officials that we literally have on tape during the genocide in Gaza. The shit that they say, all their enemies are Amalek and they need to be wiped out, including the women, including the children. These aren't humans. These are animals. Like, all the language that's used by top Israeli government officials. And would it be a justification for anybody else to cite that and say, well, obviously this...
That is true. They talk about nuking Gaza and eliminating them off the planet. Like, I mean, the Israelis have very violent rhetoric too, man. And again, the Israelis and the Arab world hate each other. Let them fight, bro. Why are we getting involved? That's my thing. Why the fuck are we getting involved? Let them fight, bro. We don't need to take on their fucking problems.
This regime cannot exist anymore because they've used those words. No, it's nonsense. It's nonsense. This is such one-sided bullshit, man. And by the way, just to take a sanctimonious lecture from a country that's literally in the midst of a genocide is like we're through the looking glass here, bro. Like, I don't know how anybody takes...
Bane Kazi says, I used to watch PBD, but nowadays I can't. That motherfucker, he clearly bought and doesn't have the balls to call out Israel. If you ever do go on a show, don't let him circle around questions with telling a non-relevant bullshit story on his career. Haha. I don't know if they'll invite me back, bro. I don't know, man. I might be too controversial right now. I don't know, guys. I don't know if the PBD podcast would invite me back now at this point. I don't know. If they do, I'd go, but I don't know if they would.
Takes this seriously. They're going to get on their fucking moral high horse and...
Smash that like button, by the way, guys. We only got 2,300 likes. We got almost 5,000 you guys in here, man. Smash that like button, my ninjas.
Tend, like, you know, we're the solution when you're...
Let's get to 4,000 likes. Just got up in here. OSS gang. I appreciate that, Ryan. And guys, just so you guys know, it is way better to watch the show from the OSS because on there, you guys can use memes and shit like that, and they'd be going crazy. It's funny. J Diaz, got that 1 year sub. Keep it up, Myron. Hopefully OSS gets to meet up in Dallas. Yes, next time I'm in Dallas, you guys will know. Look, I like BBD. He's very smart, but yes, he will not take a hard stance on Israel. And honestly, guys, look, I'll be honest with y'all, bro. I'm gonna keep it all the way a million with you guys. Talking shit about Israel or those boys is career suicide in media. It just is. And a lot of people don't want to get demonetized. They don't want to get banned on YouTube. They don't want to lose opportunities. They don't want to lose viewers. They don't want to lose sponsorships. I'm being very blunt with you guys here and very honest when I tell you guys, once you go down this path, and you start criticizing Israel, talking about the power of them boys, you start talking about the dark history of Israel or foreign conflicts in the Middle East, once you go down this path, you begin to become ostracized. And certain opportunities are just not going to come your way. And opportunities that you do have will cease to exist. This is why the biggest political commentators, especially on the right, stay away from this topic. Why do you guys think Bongino never talked about Israel? Why do you guys think Crowder never talked about Israel? Right? He mentioned it like one time about, yeah, we should be focusing on America. Or Matt Walsh. Or Charlie Kirk. Have you seen any of them shit on Israel ever? No, right? Ben Shapiro, Michael Knowles. The people over at Blaze Media. The people over at PragerU. Brett Cooper. And they're all huge, right? The reason why, guys, is because they run that media, especially conservative media. And if they don't run the media, they run the sponsorships or the platforms that host said media. So, if you go at them and you're not huge, like big huge, like a Candace Owens or a Tucker Carlson, whatever, where you're so big that you're too big to fail, they'll just snuff you out immediately. They'll snuff you out immediately. So, PBD did admit today live that all and most wars over there have a common denominator. Israel came out his mouth today. Finally, he probably got roasted too much because he said that it was Iran that started all the problems. They roasted him for that. It went viral. So yeah, bro. Like, that's why. So, like, I get it. I know a lot of you guys are critical of, Valuetainment or PBD or whatever. Bro, nobody big in conservative media cooks Israel, man, up until recently. Like, Tucker just started doing it. Candace Owens just kind of started doing it. But they were too big to fail. But like everybody else, bro, you get censored, you get cooked. People don't want to collab with you. So, you know, like, bro, I know a lot of you guys roast fresh or whatever, but like, I'll be honest with y'all. A lot of people don't want to work with us because of my political views. A lot of people, bro. They're like, nah, man, these guys, hell nah, bro. These niggas talk about them boys, nah. As much as you guys insult Fresh and you guys say blah, blah, blah about Fresh, like, I have to be honest and take accountability a little bit here. I have significantly impeded his ability to get guests on the show. I'll be honest about that shit, man. A lot of you guys like, go ahead, you be like, oh, Fresh is useless, blah, blah. Bro, I have absolutely hurt his ability to get guests on the show. Like more mainstream people, for sure. Between my racist jokes, my criticism of Israel, talking about them boys, all that shit, it's stuff that gets you in trouble. This is why people stay away from this, man. The biggest political commentators in America, especially on the right, stay away from this shit. I just named like 6 of them for you guys. Tucker and Candace just got in on this whole thing with Israel. But here's the other thing too. Tucker doesn't even go all the way in. He just says, I don't want war. He ends it there. He kind of ends it there. He doesn't go further. He'll bring on a guest that'll talk about AIPAC a little bit, right? He'll bring on a guest that will talk about bad foreign policy. But he himself, you're never going to catch him talking about, you know, how those boys control America. Never. Never. He's just not going to do that. He's not going to go all the way, which is fine. He's really big, right? Candace, she went there and they fired her from Daily Wire. She got banned from Australia. She got banned from New Zealand. So she's pulled back a little bit. She's covering more of like the celebrity stuff, right? So she touched it. It hurt. And then she backed out, right? She'll come in every now and then, which is fine. I think her voice in the movement is huge. But the point I'm trying to make is I know you guys are beating up PBD about this, but what I'm trying to explain to you guys is this is how conservative media works, unfortunately. And this is how show business works. If you talk about those boys, you're going to deal with consequences for it. And they're going to hit you monetarily. That's how they hit you. They don't hit you like, you know, these niggas over here. They don't hit you like, they don't hit you on some nigga shit. They hit you with the money. They hit you with the opportunities. They hit you with your ability to create revenue and a living. That's how they hit you. They debank you. They get your sponsorship taken. They demonetize you. Whatever the fuck it is. That's how they hit you. They don't use violence. They use influence to fuck your shit up financially. Right? That's what they did to us. They demonetized us. For most other YouTubers, that would have been down and out, bro. Cooked. Over. Done. Finito. You know, but obviously we got a strong base. You guys rock with us, and we're still here 2 years later. Right? Thanks to stuff like the OSS. I'm demonetized on YouTube right now. I'm making no money from this shit at all. Right? And a considerable amount. We got almost 5,000 of you guys on YouTube. I should be pulling all y'all to Rumble or Kick. But I'm not doing that because I know a lot of you guys like it. So I say, you know what? Instead, just do it. Just jump on OSS. I'll keep streaming on here for free. But this is how they get you, guys. This is how they get you. This is why most YouTubers are terrified. Abso-fucking-lutely terrified about talking about this shit, bro. So I understand. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. But I understand why so many people are reluctant to talk about this issue. Anyway.
You're carpet bombing children on a daily basis and starving millions of people?
They weren't making nuclear weapons either.
What I'm trying to figure out is why destabilizing a regime that has made its sole mission to destroy Israel and, for that matter, to destroy the United States, why that would be a bad thing.
Let me ask a good question. When are we leaving YouTube? Look, man, the reason why I'm on YouTube is because a lot of you guys complain to me. Because this is what I've realized, right? This is what I've realized. This is the thing that sucks about multi-streaming. People get comfortable watching you in a certain way and they don't want to watch you anywhere else. Does that make sense? So if you're used to watching me on YouTube, you don't want to go to Rumble. You don't want to go to Kick. That's just the reality. A lot of y'all are like, nah, man, I'm not fucking leaving. This is my shit. I like this platform. Fine. Some people don't want to leave Rumble. So because they could say whatever they want in the chat. Some people don't want to leave YouTube so they can hook it up to their TV. Some people prefer Kick because they watch other people on Kick. And they like the UI better. Some people like OSS and Locals because Locals let you post memes. So I just look at it like, I'd rather just stream everywhere because you guys want it that way. And then I just kind of like try to mitigate the damage. Like with YouTube, for example, if I just stream on YouTube and a good amount of you guys are on OSS, fine, I'll keep doing it. Even though I lose a fuck ton of money, you guys enjoying the stream and being able to watch it overrides me profiting 100%. Does that make sense? If I'm getting 50% of what I'm owed, right, for all this work that I'm putting in, I'll take that if it makes your viewing experience better. I don't need 100%. Because you guys know I'm not a money-hungry fucker. Anyway, I live way below my means. I wear the same clothes every day. So for me, I look at it like, all right, if you guys have a better viewing experience and I'm losing 50% revenue, I'll take that. I'll take that for you guys to be able to watch it on YouTube like you guys want. So that's why. For those of you that are asking.
That's not what they're doing, first of all. Second of all, it's a country of 90 million people, bro. These are regular people. They have lives. They have friends. They have...
Some stupid ass nigga said, stop, Myron, stop saying you lose money when that ain't true. Some dumbass on Rumble. Okay. All right, you stupid ass nigga. Let me show you something.
So now the war...
Let me show you something, you stupid fuck. What is this? You can look right at my YouTube numbers. Oh, I debate an IDF soldier. Look at that. 12 million views. How much should I be making for that? Let me show you guys numbers so that you guys really fucking see where I'm coming from here. Because I am super fucking transparent with you guys. I'll show you guys all my shit. I'll show you guys my real estate. I'll show you guys my crypto portfolio. This is how much money I'm losing out, you bitch ass nigga. That's how much money I'm losing out. Goon, gauging goon, whatever the fuck your dumbass name is. Here's my fucking dashboard that I'm demonetized on. Here's the views that I get. You see that? 12 million. The growth of the channel. Look, this video right now is cooking, by the way. And then look at this. This is what I should be getting every month that I don't. That YouTube is robbing me of. Because they got bullshit fucking community guidelines that they don't stick to. They selectively enforce their community guidelines. That's what I lose streaming on YouTube. I should be taking that audience that I stream on YouTube to and bringing it to fucking Rumble and Kick. But I'm not doing that because I know a lot of you guys prefer YouTube. So I will lose 50% of my revenue for you guys. I will do that for y'all niggas because I love you guys that much. So fuck you, dickhead. Here's the numbers. So don't say shit. Nobody else would be doing this shit. And I'm showing y'all the real numbers. Like, there's no cap in my raps. Here it is. You think anybody else would show you their fucking YouTube dashboard like this? Fuck no. Fuck no. So, yeah. Anyway. So that's what it is, bro. That's what it is. Because you're over here talking shit.
They have jobs. They do their shit. They're not thinking about Israel and the United States.
So that's why I'm running the OSS the way that I'm running it. That's why I'm doing that. To recoup some of the money that YouTube is fucking stealing from me. Because their community guidelines are ambiguous and they selectively enforce it.
And you're so casual and nonchalant with ruining millions of lives. Did you learn nothing from Iraq? With trillions of dollars wasted and thousands of U.S. soldiers dead and hundreds of thousands of innocent Iraqis dead? Did you learn nothing? The thing is, he doesn't care about them.
It's made its sole mission to destroy Israel and, for that matter, to...
And some of these losers on things saying, oh, Myron, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I get it, bro, blah, blah. Bitch ass nigga, would you go to work for free? How about your dumb ass shows up to work at your McDonald's job, puts the fries in the bag every single day, and you don't get a paycheck? Would you fucking still go? Huh? Funny, some dude named David Leahy saying, stop being greedy. Bro, you're a Jew. Shut up. The fuck you talking about? You got an Israeli flag as your bio picture. Shut the fuck up. So yeah, bro, I'll tell you this. You wouldn't go to fucking work. You wouldn't be putting the fries in the bag every day, bitch ass nigga, if they weren't paying you. So shut the fuck up.
Destroy the United States. Why that would be a bad thing?
Well, George W. Bush told Ehud Olmert absolutely not back in 2007 because the Pentagon told him that it would be too reckless, that Iran is not Iraq, which was already bad enough and way worse than Bush thought it was going to be, and that Iran would not be a pushover and that they would have escalation dominance in the region, that they could threaten our soldiers in Iraq, which we still have thousands of soldiers in Iraq. We also have tens of thousands, as you just show on your map there, in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and Saudi. $1 trillion worth of economic targets.
I understand all that.
They could close the Straits of Hormuz. I
understand all the bad things that can happen.
He doesn't want to hear it.
I understand all the bad things that can happen. This is the exact same things that the Iranians were doing Okay, they were attacking U.S. soldiers. The problem is, once Iran gets a nuclear bomb, there were more than 150 attacks by Iranian proxies against U.S. interests during the Biden administration. We just all conveniently forgot about it. But I continue. The issue here, and the reason the world is safer, is because once Iran got a nuclear bomb or was on the point beyond the point of no return, they could act with absolute impunity. They could do all the bad things you said, and the world couldn't do anything to them because they had a nuclear bomb.
Well, here's the thing of it: we had a deal before
that they kept breaking.
No, that they were not in violation.
That is a total lie. They abided by it over a dozen times. The IA.
Someone said just force them, force them off YouTube. Nah, man, I don't want to do that. A lot of people want to watch on YouTube. So, like I said before, I'll take the money hit for the people. It's fine. I'm not going to force some niggas to go to a platform they hate.
AEA verified.
I'm really going to try to avoid that.
That it's unbelievable the rank propaganda coming out of this man's mouth.
No, that Donald Trump tore up at Netanyahu's behest in 2018. Under that deal,
why do you hate Benjamin Netanyahu so much?
What in the red herring bullshit?
Because he kills innocent people. He's responsible for the death of fucking kids all over Gaza. I mean, easily over 100,000 people. 70% of them being kids. He disrupts our foreign policy, and has created an enormous amount of animosity towards the United States and the Arab world because of his bad foreign policy and his recklessness. Like, I think there's a lot of reasons why people don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, bro.
Oh my God.
If they decided to break out and try to create a nuclear weapon, it would have taken them at least a year to get enough fissile material to even make one, much less complete the process of making one. That was the deal Trump tore up. At that time, any enriched uranium, why don't you let me finish? Anytime they enriched uranium.
Because half of the things you're saying isn't true and the other half are wrong.
That would literally mean everything he's saying is not true. What an idiot. Half the things you're saying are not true and the other half are wrong. That would mean 100% of the things are not true. 100% of the... Oh my God. That's you, Leland. That is you.
They had no stockpile of...
Apex Abraham with the 5, get the subs. Appreciate that greatly, man. Appreciate that greatly.
Enriched uranium.
On Kick.
Because they shipped it all out to France to be made into fuel rods and then be shipped back into the country under the old deal. It was after Trump withdrew from the deal at Netanyahu's behest that they then began to stockpile the enriched uranium that you're referring to that makes them that much closer to the bomb. Trump could have just got back in the deal and called it the Trump deal instead of the Obama deal, and all of this would have been fine.
He's so right. Oh my God, he's killing him. He's killing him. This is almost not fair.
Yeah, and the reason why he's killing him is because most conservatives don't properly understand foreign policy. That is why he's cooking him, because he does not understand that they believe the neocon Bush era talking points of they're enemies. They hate us because we're free. But they never analyze why they hate us. If you analyze why they hate us, then you would be able to identify the problem and you realize, oh shit, this is the problem. It's the same common denominator. This little state in fucking Middle East that's about the size of New Jersey that keeps creating all these problems.
It is such a hack, and this guy knows his shit.
It was a bad deal to begin with. I still don't understand why you believe that we should allow a country that has shown a willingness to launch terror attacks on the United States, kill Americans, launch and support terrorists around the world, and attack our allies.
Yeah, Scott Horn is fucking lit, man. That's the reason why I clicked on Kyle's video here, is because Scott Horn is pretty damn good. Very smart, man.
I even take the risk that
really good geopolitical commentator. Understands foreign policy in the Middle East well. He also understands Eastern European conflicts well with Russia, Ukraine.
They could possibly get a nuclear bomb.
This is so incredible because everything he just said relies on you not knowing anything. You being totally ignorant about the region, totally ignorant about terrorism. There's so many people now who are saying,
yep, you're right. You're right. Like, I'm telling you guys, most right-wing political commentators in America have no fucking clue about foreign policy properly. I mean, you guys saw it in the space. I cooked those boys. 5-on-1. Cooked them. Cooked them. 5-on-1. Cooked them. Because I understand Middle Eastern foreign policy. Okay? And I'm willing to tell the truth. If you're not willing to have uncomfortable conversations about our foreign policy in the Middle East, then you're going to be like everybody else. This is why most people, right, like Matt Walsh would rather talk about, what is a woman? Michael Knowles would rather talk about transgenderism being bad. Like, a lot of these commentators focus on conservative rage talking points. Drag queens reading to kids. Race politics. Right? Open sexuality degeneracy, pornography. They'll talk about that shit all day. All day they'll talk about that. But start talking about Israel and terrorism and us getting dragged into foreign wars. Oh, nah, man. Nah, bro. Them niggas, bro. Gone.
Saying these things. And it's like, when we talk about Islamic fundamentalist terrorism, you do realize we're talking about Salafi jihadists.
All right, so let's go ahead and embarrass some retard in here.
Right? That these are Sunni fundamentalists, and Iran is a Shia.
So as you guys can see, this retard here, Most Toxic, says, Myron, I ain't joining OSS if you're taking L's. You didn't cook them. Did you watch the same debate? Did you not see me systematically go through all their arguments and show that they're retards? You're stupid. I hate to say it, bro, but some of you niggas are just dumb. I got your fucking dumbass chat up in the air, Most Toxic. You are a dumbass. You should change your name to Most Retard. Stupid ass fuck. You are dumb. You're getting embarrassed. Like, I got your thing up here right now, just so everyone in the chat can see how dumb you are. Dude's name is Most Toxic on Rumble. You literally have a 41 IQ. You're a fucking Neanderthal. More than likely, you're probably black and listen to rap music, if I'm going to be honest. Stupid ass nigga. Now, I know he's a troll, but sometimes you got to roast trolls and let them know what it is.
Islamic country. It's not the Shia who are doing global jihad, you fucking liars. This is such a lot. Oh, my God.
That's funny. You know, I wonder how you think that after Iraq and Somalia and Libya and Mali and Syria and Ukraine and Afghanistan, that the United States of America ought to be in charge of bombing countries, changing their regimes, fixing anything, especially in the Middle East, especially with Netanyahu.
And for the idiots that are saying that I got cooked, right? Most Toxic and who's the other retard? ACRX in the YouTube chat. Tell me specifically at what point they cooked me on, bro. Please, I'm waiting. Because I refuted all their arguments. Go ahead and tell me how they cooked me specifically then. Go for it, man. I'm here.
He's the one who said if we got rid of Saddam Hussein for him, then everything would be, that peace would reverberate throughout the region. But he said we put Iran's best friends.
Yep, that's the famous 2002 speech.
In power in Baghdad, a war I'm sure you supported too. And then now we supported Al-Qaida, Mujahideen in Syria, because they are enemies of Iran's friends in Syria. Do you support that? Do you support Al-Qaida in Syria?
I've spent a lot of time in the places that you just talked about. But that beside the point.
He just asked you if you support Al-Qaida.
See, I knew this dumbass would say that. He said, ACRX goes everything. Congratulations, bro. You proved that you're a fucking retard.
Welcome, punch!
Nigga said I got cooked, and I asked him specifically where did I get cooked, and he said everything. You're a dumbass. You have officially, you can now not be taken seriously. You got a chance to come at me and articulate what part of the argument I lost, and you couldn't even do that. You said everything, like the dumb monkey that you are.
In Syria. And by the way, the reason he's asking that is because the rebels who toppled Assad and took over the Syrian government, the main guy is a former member of al-Nusra, which is Al-Qaida. So it's literally a jihadist who's controlling.
Nigga said I rage quit. To rage quit implies that I was losing. I left because the fucking host kept muting me. If the host is muting you every time that you make a point, it's retarded. And I'm doing them a favor by being in their space.
Syria now. And
also, hosts in Mario spaces are not supposed to be arguing. That's why Mario gives them a co-host mic. They're there to ask questions and get dialogue, not fucking try to debate the people and then fucking mute them when they're talking. And I cooked his ass because I told him that you're talking about Iran's nuclear program when Israel's the reason why we're getting into a war when they have an illegal nuclear program. And he tried to say that that's whataboutism. It's not about whataboutism. That's an extremely important detail that's 100% relevant to the argument at hand. So, no, you are stupid, my friend.
And he asked, do you support Al-Qaida running Syria? And he's like, bro, I've been to a lot of places and stuff, bro. What? And then he goes, that's beside the point. Is it? I don't think it is. I don't think it is beside the point if you support Al-Qaida taking over Syria. But they do, because Assad was more of an enemy of Israel, right? And now the former Al-Qaida operative, now running Syria, has been willing to work with Israel and let them steal large swaths of Syria.
Not only that, he's allowing them to use airspace. He's shooting down Iranian drones in exchange for allowing, sanctions to be lifted by the United States. So he's 100% a U.S. ally. 100% this guy. He's trying to normalize relations, which I understand, by the way, just so you guys know, FYI. I understand why he's doing that. Syria has been absolutely destroyed by their civil war over the past 10 years. So he's looking at it like, okay, so you're telling me all I got to do is I get power and I just got to kick the IRGC out of Syria? And you guys will lift the sanctions? Let's fucking go. Like, let me be very clear. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, like, I hate Assad or I hate al-Shara. Al-Shara basically got a golden ticket from the Turks and the West and said, yo, this is all you got to do. Here's the deal. We need you to take power, get Assad out of there, kick out all the Iranian proxies, kick out the IRGC, kick out Hezbollah, kick all of them out, and then don't allow Iran to resupply Hezbollah through Syria. If you do that, we will give you presidency, recognition in the West, lift the sanctions. All you have to do is comply with Western imperialism. He was like, fuck yeah, sign me up. We've been through a fucking civil war. We've had sanctions on Syria. This country is fucking cooked. Yes, you're telling me all I got to do is comply with you guys, recognize Israel, and not let the not let the IRGC and the Ayatollah utilize Syria as a basis of operations for Hezbollah? Fuck yeah. I'm kicking these fucking Iranians out now. So I think it's very important for you guys to understand that Syria was in a very weak position economically and diplomatically and geopolitically in every single regard. Poor, sanctions, civil war torn apart. So that is why they put him in power in Syria. And in exchange, he's able to relieve the crippling sanctions and debt that his country's in. So I understand why he did that. Again, to understand, like to really know foreign policy, know what's going on geopolitically, you need to understand why people do the things that they do. And I know why he did what he did. He looks at it like, yo, I'm a Syrian nationalist. Why the fuck are we fighting proxy wars for Iran? Fuck that. Let's recognize the West. Let's recognize Israel. Let's make peace with Israel. I don't care if they take the Golan Heights. I don't care. We just want to be able to economically take care of ourselves. And these sanctions are killing us. The civil war is killing us. Basically, they said, yo, do what we say and you could become president of Syria. And that's what went down, chat. That's what went down.
And they launched...
Yes, being a proxy for Iran is not good business. Yes, agreed.
A lot of their attacks against Iran from Syria, from the areas they just took over. And so it's a totally pertinent question to the conversation in hand. And Leland Vitter totally dodges it. Gee, I wonder why. Well done here by Scott Horton. I mean, this was really...
Dr. J. Mike says, love your show. Listen daily. I'm Lebanese, Palestinian, and definitely not one of them boys. LOL. Keep cooking, bro. President Myron 2028. I appreciate you, my friend. Dr. J. Mike, I appreciate you greatly. Thank you so much for that, bro. For the support.
Really good stuff. It's just a shame.
The OSS is growing slowly but surely, baby.
Right? Because Scott Horton has encyclopedic knowledge of this stuff. He's really doing a great job.
He's very good. He's very, very fucking good when it comes, especially to Middle Eastern foreign policy and Russian foreign policy.
But like when you're up against a loud, obnoxious...
He's written several books about it.
Propagandist who talks in like little sound bites. Like, I'm afraid that your average viewer who watches this might walk away thinking, man, Leland really got him, bro. Because there's something about the delivery that, you know, can make somebody who doesn't know the specifics be like, ooh, that guy seems really sure of himself. But no, Scott Horton just ate his fucking lunch in front of the world. I can't believe we have to... I mean, it really feels like we hopped in a time machine and we're back in 2003. And you got all the assholes who were calling for escalation, calling for the war in Iraq. Like, they're all right back out there. All these people who've been fully discredited every step of the way are still out there smugly giving their opinions. Right? Like, people like fucking Ari Fleischer, who was one of the Bush regime assholes who brought us the war in Iraq. John Bolton, same thing. Why are these people allowed on TV to give their thoughts when they were objectively, provably wrong about everything? Netanyahu himself, like Scott Horton pointed out, he said we'll have positive reverberations throughout the Middle East if Saddam Hussein was overthrown, when it was literally the exact opposite. So it's like we're living in fucking the movie Groundhog Day, and everything's just nightmare after night, day after day is just a new nightmare, and it's the same one over and over and over. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, knuckle up, because we got a big fight ahead. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell.
All right. Let's go back to the space, see what they're talking about. I also want to react to the Tucker interview with Steve Bannon. Let me refresh this shit.
Trump and would like to take it all back, and now says he should be impeached. So this is quite a swing. But
all right, let's go, Tucker. Let's watch his interview with. Oh, we'll watch this, then we'll go into the Tucker one here. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. We'll go next.
As President Trump is demanding an unconditional surrender from Iran 5 days into the country's deadly conflict with Israel. The president met with his national security team in the White House Situation Room earlier today as tensions escalate in the Middle East. CBS News has learned President Trump is considering joining Israel in targeting Iranian nuclear sites. Last week, Israel kicked off what it described as a multi-day operation with the goal of destroying Iran's nuclear program. The strikes have focused on Iranian nuclear sites and the capital city of Tehran. Iran has responded by firing dozens of missiles toward Israeli territory, including the area surrounding Israel's second largest city, Tel Aviv. In a series of posts on Truth Social today, President Trump said, quote, "We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran." He later said in a separate post, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding," referring to the head of Iran.
That might be a bluff, but who knows?
The president goes on to say, quote, "We are not going to take him out, at least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin." CBS News senior foreign correspondent Holly Williams is...
All right, before Holly Williams going in here, Ryan Trober says, just got up in here. OSS gang, thank you so much. Nas says, I'm Mexican-American. The president of Mexico is a J. But the last time I checked, there are only Christian and Catholic Mexicans. I'm telling you, bro, it's wild. Myron, I meant we should have OSS generals hosting X Spaces daily. It's a great way to get spread the message real time and build OSS army. I mean, you could, bro, but I mean, you got to have an audience for people to actually join. They won't even show your X Space if it doesn't have a certain amount of listeners. Fitness by PBD did admit today live that, okay, read that one. Chris Aben says, MAGA Republicans are split in half with this conflict. The left/deep state has to be smitten. Can you name some potential people you had on show before JQ? Also, can we get a stream with Nick Fuentes, Tate, and Aiden? Wait. Name potential people you had on the show before JQ? What do you mean by that, Pop? Rev says, Fresh brings on trash guests a lot. Jack Dorsey, Neon a loser, skinny, who simps on Nick, that one cuck whose girlfriend was OF and Wacka lame. Then he goes on a Granic pod and disavows Nick Fuentes. Bro, Fresh brought academics, Fresh brought Tate. Like, come on, man, what are you talking about? Fresh making himself vulnerable with the Stuttering Tutor show was ballsy. Tommy Grimm says, Myron, how do you get such great quality in 4K on OBS? What's your upload speed and PC build? Dude, the reason why is because I have a 4K switcher. Shit cost me like 10K plus, by the way. Cost me a lot of money. And I'm using a Sony FX3. That's also like a $4,000 or $5,000 camera. Like this camera in itself that you see here, this camera with the lens, probably like around $7,000 or $8,000. Guys, my setup here, with this camera, that camera, and then that camera, yeah, this studio in itself, like where I do Fed React / the debrief, this studio, probably like $50,000, $60,000, man, easy. Looking around at all my stuff. But yeah, I'm using, the reason why I got the quality is so good on YouTube, because I know a lot of you guys are watching on YouTube in 4K. That's another reason too why I do it on YouTube, is because I know a lot of you guys like the quality on here because I can stream in 4K on YouTube. Yeah, I use a 4K switcher and a Sony FX3. That's why, Tommy Grimm. Hopefully that helps. It's a Roland V600 HD is the switcher that I use. Niga's Graper, OSS the shit. Absolutely. Cage, respect mine. That's why we rock with you. You're a real one. Thank you so much, Cage. FEMA says, I prefer YouTube mainly since I have YouTube Premium, but I downloaded Rumble and got OSS since you have to do what you need to help out the creators you enjoy and support. Thank you so much, bro. I'm going to give you a down to Marco for that. Phanamic gets it. He fucking gets it. Look, I have YouTube Premium. I prefer to watch on YouTube Premium. However, I get the mission and I will support you on these other platforms as well. Thank you so much, bro. That is why I do this, because I know a lot of you guys that are watching on YouTube will watch on other platforms or join the OSS but still watch on YouTube because you prefer YouTube. That's fine. And on YouTube, you guys can watch me in 4K. I'll be honest. Like the quality is really good on YouTube. It's the best on YouTube because I'm streaming in 4K on here. Guys, do me a favor. Smash that like button. We're only 2,600 likes, but we got 4,600 you guys in here. Come on. Let's see here. Niga's Graper says, Myron ain't tainted by that J money. OSS got that gold standardized moolah. Take my money, Myron. Built an empire. Appreciate that, Niga's Graper. Yeah, I'm definitely not tainted by... Bro, this shit that I'm talking about, it's lost me millions of dollars. It's the opposite of J money. Latin says, I used to not know what to say during political debates and foreign policy, let alone be confused what's true or cap. But after finding you through Fresh and Fit, I felt indebted to join OSS because your content is honestly worth 5 times the price you are having us pay. Thanks for being the truth. Thank you so much, Latin Gear 95. Marco Coleon. Myron, can you do a poll to see how many people actually refuse to watch you outside of YouTube? That would be tough to do because Rumble doesn't allow me to do a poll. So it'd be really tough for me to do that. I could do Kick, but Kick is like my smallest platform because I just made one there and I didn't like publicly announce it really. So yeah. But a majority watches on YouTube because YouTube is the main thing, bro. People prefer YouTube. And then also because the quality is good on YouTube and YouTube has good UI. That's kind of what it is. KM Emperor says, Myron, 2 things. When you're in Mario Space, you were saying that enriching uranium is not a crime at the coast, rudely interrupted and mentioned nuclear weapons, so he shifted the goalposts initially. 2, I don't understand what gives America the right to say you're not allowed to have these weapons when historically they always destabilize regions and are the only country that has used them against another. I tried to getting into space to say this, but they didn't let me in. Yeah, bro, they're not going to let you in. Yeah, so the first point you made, you said when you were in Mario Space, you were saying that the enriching uranium is not a crime and the coast rudely interrupted and mentioned nuclear weapons, so he shifted the goalposts initially. Yeah, he did. He did. It's not illegal to have a nuclear energy program. It's not at all. It's allowed by international law. But he tried to shift my position. That's why another reason, too, I got annoyed. Because when I tried to come in and say something about that, he muted me. You know what I mean? And that pissed me off, guys. Look, maybe you guys can call me an asshole or whatever, but one thing that irks me to no fucking degree, one thing that really pisses me off is when nobody's on Twitter, try to fucking like assert their try to assert their dominance on some shit. Like, bro, you're a nobody with like 10K on fucking 50K, 10K followers on Twitter. Like, you're a fucking nobody, bro. And you're a co-host on this space. You're supposed to be there to co-host. You're not there to fucking mute me and fucking stop my arguments. Right? But he's such a fucking Zionist loser that he had to fucking step in because I was cooking his friends too bad. Yeah, it's not illegal to have a nuclear program. He's a retard. WPH, I appreciate that. Niga's Graper. Aight, lads. Grab a stone. Most Toxic has done a great sin. Okay. Yeah, Most Toxic is a retard, bro. But it's fine. I let him rock in the chat. Stupid ass nigga. Let him be an idiot. And David Levy, too. This is my first time sending in, bro. I appreciate everything you do, but my ex didn't like you, but I ain't give a fuck. I would still watch, but me and her are no longer together as of today. Yeah, fuck that bitch, nigga. Fuck that bitch, bro. Bro, I'll be damned if a woman's gonna tell me what I can and can't watch. Some of these ninjas need holy water from Niga's Graper. Diego Franco says, just join OSS because YouTube analytics, mad respect, Myron. Yeah, bro. Thank you so much, dude. I'm showing you guys my analytics because you guys can see, like, I'm not capping, bro. Niggas are robbing me. Most retard, you got your shot and wasted it. Typical dummies, yeah. AOJ95, yo, Album Preach just made a hit piece on Andrew Wilson, SMH. Bros never mentioned them, to my knowledge. Yeah, bro, Album Preach are losers. They're literally fucking low IQ retards. Join OSS helps filter out low IQ individuals across your audience. That is true, Charlie boy. That is true. Guys, I'm only reading chats 5 and up unless it's coming from, so the wall and AOJ, you guys got to join OSS. I see you guys sent $1 $3 here and then $1 here. I'm only reading $1 chats from OSS. We make OSS merchandise. Yes, next month. Pop says, before the JQ and demonetized, were there any really big celebrities guests that changed their mind? Yes, Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart was going to go on the show and he changed his mind. Roger Miami. Let's go. I'm here. Bro, Myron, you cooked in that space. LMFAO told that lady to go make a fucking sandwich to feel better. That shit was hilarious. I appreciate the streams, bro. I dead ass look forward to these every day. LOL, you stay cooking. I got you, Roger Miami. Damn, 60K? There's $2 to help you out. Appreciate it, bro. Myron, since these broke clowns in the chat keep talking shit and don't donate, I do them a favor of paying to make you see their chats and watch you cook them instead of banning them for spamming. Okay, Mossad says, Myron, her argument was astute, defending Israel lines with entrenched hegemonic paradigms, asserting that they act unilaterally as myopic and disregards geopolitical interests you raised. That is the stupidest fucking comment ever. Defending Israel aligns with entrenched hegemonic paradigms? No, it doesn't. The only reason Israel has the gall to try to become a hegemony in the Middle East is because of our support. Are you fucking retarded? And here's another thing. If Israel becomes a hegemony in the Middle East, that will absolutely solidify that there will never be peace in the Middle East. Because if Israel becomes a hegemony without answering the Palestine question, there's never going to be peace in the Middle East. Most toxic. You are dumb. You are literally stupid. Bro said her argument was astute. Defending Israel aligns with entrenched hegemonic paradigms. No, they're trying to become a paradigm right now through our power. And if they become the hegemony, that is going to lead to a region that's going to have constant fucking conflict. Until the Palestine question is answered, there's never going to be peace in the Middle East. Bro got a ChatGPT response that still got cooked. Get the fuck out of here, nigga. Holy shit. Entrenched? Hegemonic paradigms? Ain't shit entrenched. They need us to become the hegemony. And if they become the hegemony, we are going to have problems in the Middle East forever. We need to answer the Palestine question. Wow. Wow, most toxic. You are stupid. Wow. Entrenched, bro. Okay, David Levy says, Myron is too stupid. It's like watching clowns. I'm here. Okay, bro. You're literally watching my stream every day. Myron is robbing his own fans with four subscription services. LOL, he's more Jew than me. Okay, bro. You do realize we have multiple channels, right? Council Club is Fresh and Fit. That's me and Fresh and our team. OSS is the debrief, this show alone. You do realize that this is its own production, right? You dumb fuck? You do realize that, right? As I'm talking to you through fucking $7,000 cameras plus. You realize that, right? This is its own fucking production, retard, David Levy? Huh? Dude is stupid as fuck. Okay, let's go to, who was it that paid for these niggas to get roasted? Punisher 541? Okay. Well, there you go, man. I hope you enjoyed me roasting them. Nightly Wisdom, W Show, appreciate that. Pop in, OME TV Israel in 7 for IDF debates later tonight. Thank you for being you. Maybe I'll do OME TV. We'll see. I have YouTube Premium as well. Love the UI, but I got to support the OSS. Shout out to you, Ken. You're a real ninja, man. Like I said before, I know a lot of you guys prefer to watch on YouTube. YouTube has 4K. It's fine. But if you're on OSS, it's fine. That's and people should be thanking you, by the way. All you guys that are watching that are on OSS and what you're watching on YouTube, like people should be thanking for you guys because you guys are keeping me on YouTube for them. Retard 7 normal 2. Desmond says, I hope all these truths come to light. Everyone better make sure their apologies are the biggest criticism. O/Army W Myron. Let's fucking go. Appreciate that, man. King of Lords says, I'm an OSS, forgot my passwords. I gotta wait because too many attempts. Give me a Dan. Okay, bro. I got you, King of Lords. No worries, bro. Mr. B93 says, I sent my chat from FNF and not OSS said that. It's funny how they mention Iran targeting big cities, but omit to mention that they're targeting nuclear facilities. It's not Iran's fault if Israel is small and they built nuclear facilities next to big cities. True. Nigga broke out the thesaurus and still is fucking goof. LOL GG's, bro. Simping to the random bitch in the spaces. I know, bro. God, my man gave us a fucking ChatGPT response and still got cooked. Bro said that there's an established paradigm of hegemony there by Israel. No, there's not, dude. No, there's not. They need us to become the hegemony. And if they do become the hegemony, that is going to solidify that there will not be peace in the Middle East, because the Palestine question will eventually be off the table. If the Palestine question is off the table, they're going to go crazy. Mahagan says, Myron, what happened to not letting your girl... What? Niggas retarded, bro. Yo, Myron, give me a wrench for that OSS chat. I need to hit some people. O/. Made a Rumble account just to support my boy. Appreciate that, bro. Let's see here. You could do 4K on Rumble too. Nah, you gotta, when you do Rumble, you gotta do it a certain way. You gotta do it a certain way with Rumble 4K. All right, let me, chats are coming in. Let me go back to the thing, guys, so I don't like distract too much from here.
On the ground in northern Iraq, where some Iranians are fleeing their home country. Holly?
Like other international journalists, we cannot get into Iran at the moment to report on the conflict from the ground there. But here in Iraq, we've traveled to Iran's border, where we've seen Iranians crossing that frontier, some saying that they are fleeing Israeli airstrikes. Now, most of those Iranians did not want to speak to us on camera because they're worried about punishment from Iran's government when they go home. But what they told us off camera was fascinating. They said that they were frightened, that they've never seen anything like this conflict, and that many Iranians are stockpiling food and fuel. There are also reports from inside Iran that many people are fleeing their homes and leaving the capital, Tehran, for their own safety. Some of those Iranians we spoke to at the border told us they believe that the regime itself is frightened. And one man even said he thought this conflict may bring down Iran's government. Now, that is extremely interesting, because when Israel first launched its attack on Iran, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu essentially called on Iranians to rise up against their own government. It's true that many Iranians hate the regime. When mass protests have erupted, the Iranian regime has responded with deadly force. Despite that, with their country now under
Yeah, they thought that was going to actually change something, but it didn't.
bombardment, most of the Iranians we spoke to at the border seemed more focused on survival than revolution. Holly Williams, CBS News, Erbil in northern Iraq.
CBS News national security coordinating producer James Laporta joins us now. James, great to have you. What else have you learned about the Situation Room meeting and what the president is considering in regards to Iran?
Thanks for having me. So yes, today there was a meeting at the White House within the Situation Room where President Trump was considering his options over whether or not to join the Israelis.
Holy shit, that guy's fat. What the fuck?
In a potential strike on Iran. Amongst those options is whether or not we would potentially send in our B-2 bombers to join Israel. Israel has long wanted to strike at Iran's nuclear facilities, but they don't necessarily have the logistical means to do so or the capabilities to do so. So the big question for President Trump today is whether or not to join the Israelis in that effort.
James, what military assets has the U.S. sent to the region that could play a role in any potential action?
So sure, in the past 48 hours or so, we've seen multiple air refueling tankers sent to the region, more than 24 actually. These are aircraft that can refuel fighter squadrons or B-2 bombers while they're in the air. There is the Nimitz carrier group in the region with its guided missile cruisers and destroyers that are in the region. Today, we learned from the Defense Department that fighter squadrons in the region, so F-16s, F-22s, F-35s, their deployment has been extended in the region. So there's multiple assets there that now the Defense Department will say that these are there for defense of American assets and interests. However, these same assets can quickly become offensive.
All right, James Laporta with the very latest on that Situation Room meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you.
CBS News congressional correspondent Nicole Killian joins us now from Capitol Hill. Nicole, some congressional lawmakers have introduced a bill to keep President Trump from attacking Iran without congressional approval. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, well, just to be clear, this is a resolution, not a bill, and there are actually several resolutions that have been proposed, but one that is getting attention is that of Kentucky Congressman Tom Massey, which was co-sponsored with California Congressman Ro Khanna, and that, as you mentioned, would prohibit the U.S. from being involved in any type of conflict between Israel and Iran. But there are also, as I mentioned, other resolutions as well with respect to war powers. For instance, here in the Senate, Senator Tim Kaine also introduced a resolution this week that basically would require a debate and a vote in Congress before the U.S. were to take any potential action. And you also have Senator Bernie Sanders, who introduced the No War Against Iran Act to prohibit any U.S. federal funding from being used in any kind of military force, potentially if there was some involvement with respect to Iran. So there are lots of measures floating around, most of them symbolic in nature, but nonetheless a sign that some in Congress don't want to see the U.S. dragged into a larger conflict.
Yeah, nobody wants to go to war, bro. All right, let's see this interview with Tucker and Steve Bannon.
It does.
This was posted yesterday.
Cataclysmic events, right? An epic. It does feel like.
Okay, before I get into this, X Enigma says, just join OSS, keep fighting a good fight. Appreciate you, Enigma. W Third Reich. Burrow says, I will help all that I can since you've helped hundreds, if not thousands. You're a real G, big dog. Also, just join OSS to support. Thank you, Burrow. Mike the Ripper, yo, Myron, you ever get tired of the after hours? It seems you're much more in your element doing this. Yeah, bro, I get annoyed talking to girls. They're stupid. FNA says, like the video and let's get to 850 OSS members by the 6-hour mark. Yeah, that'd be awesome if we could. It's not just a community, more like a crazy family over here. That's what I'm talking about, bro. We're going to grow that army large. With all bombs and missiles, defenses Israel is using, I reckon next year the U.S. aid for Israel is going to be cooked. Nah, man, we're going to keep giving them a lot of money. We just gave them $12 billion, bro. Made a Rumble account just so I can support my boy, first-time donor. Appreciate that, AOJ. And then Crickleberry says, you could do 4K on Rumble too. Yeah, but I have to use a whole other service if I'm going to do 4K on Rumble. I have to use like a whole other like link for it. Ted Cruz slipped up. Just a quick reaction video if you want to check it.
Fox News is playing, and I never criticize Fox because they were so kind to me, but they are playing a central role in the propaganda operation here. It feels like.
They absolutely are. They absolutely are. They're giving the same. All right, somebody sent me this clip on Tucker with Ted Cruz. We'll play this next. Oh, what the fuck? Sorry, chat. Yeah, they absolutely are, though. We know Fox News who it's owned by, bro.
It's what. Let's go back to the Iraq War. I mean, you were there, you saw it. Look at the Iraq War. I promoted the Iraq War. Knowing, because of the information you were giving, knowingly what they did. If you go back to look at Iraq, it's not like these things are successful. They're not successful.
Monumental failure, Iraq.
They're unsuccessful. They can't be successful because, as Lincoln told us, what you need is popular opinion to have your back. And we don't do enough about educating the American people on what reality is. In fact, they give them the exact opposite. That's why it's all. That's what this is. The rise of Trump is from two things. The rise of Trump is from the failed Iraq War and from the 2008 financial collapse. Exactly. You had Buchanan before that. We had Perot before that. We had even Reagan for some populism, nationalism. You had these sprouts. You could see people were trying to get there, but they couldn't. It was those two cataclysmic events, right? An epic failed war, right? That we were lied to about everything, the reason we went in. Because remember, at first, the American people supported it, given the information they were given. Then later, they realized that, hey, not just was the initial predicate for this a lie, all the updates were kind of a lie, right? All the updates were a lie. We really weren't winning, right? Until we sent General Kelly to the Anbar province to be the toughest tribe, it took forever. And 8,000 dead, 50,000 wounded, $9 trillion, $2 trillion in.
Like 1 million people died total in the Iraq War between innocent civilians and everybody else.
Or $7 trillion in Iraq and $2 trillion in Afghanistan. You're just lied about the entire time. That's what's happening here. We're not being dealt with straight. And I'm just saying that on the information that's put out, the Israeli position on this has changed 3 or 4 times. First, it was the nuclear bomb, the processing of everything. There was going to be something like last weekend. You had to go now. You had to go on Thursday night. It had to happen, right? Then we find out it's a year away at earliest. And then it's a decapitation strike. They're trying to have regime change. That just kind of came up over the weekend and saying, oh, well, since they're there, we're there, we have to do it. Understand, they said this is unilateral, we're doing our own, but understanding that they needed American air assets on the defense to protect themselves. And this is why the Arleigh Burke were rushed in, and this is why American air defense assets have been used nonstop. Now they're talking about, oh, by the way, we really can't take out Fedora. We can't take out the hidden mountainous second part of this. We need American combat sorties. We need American tankers to refuel us. We need the bunker-busting bombs, and we need assets.
And not only that, like I told you guys before, they need to drop this 30,000-pound bomb multiple times on this fucking mountain. They can't just like drop it one time and be like, all right, we're good. No, they need to drop it multiple times.
This thing changes all the time. When Tulsi Gabbard's still out there, as the last thing publicly said by a senior intelligence official, she said it in March. They don't have a program. They haven't had a...
And then Trump now, he's saying, I don't care what she thinks. Like, bruh, the Israelis have taken over the White House, man. The director of national intelligence can't get the president to listen to what she's saying. He's listening instead to Netanyahu, Mr. Netanyahu, that lies about everything.
Program. And Brett Baer asked, that's what Brett Baer asked Bibi on Sunday night. And Bibi said, well, we have new information, new intelligence. Well, hold it. We were told that we gave you exquisite intelligence. You weren't giving us intelligence.
Exactly.
We have to have a total vetting. And by the way,
Can we cover Diddy and how Kanye is the famous rapper with the girlfriend that's 50's baby mom been around? If the people want, I'll do a poll. Tucker refuses to say he's anti-Israel. If not now, then when? He will never will, bro. He'll have the conversations around it, but he won't say he's anti-Israel. Myron, how's it going? I heard you say you guys are going to start streaming on Rumble next week, not YouTube anymore. I listen on YouTube because that's downloadable videos. You should request Chris from Rumble to add downloadable videos. I'll be listening to you guys all day at work where there's no service. Yeah, I'll figure it out, man. But yeah, bro, we might not do YouTube streams anymore.
Need to get a vetting on Ukraine. We need to get a vetting on was American intelligence involved, because it's a zero probability that without our satellites, without targeting information, without fire control information, there's no chance that the Ukrainians, as courageous as they are, as
Rupert Murdoch's wife, Alina Zirkova, is one of them boys. Of course, bro. Of course.
Much valor as they have, could have pulled out something so complicated. And so this is right now the fight. The fight has to be, we have to take on the deep state. We have to name names, and we have to basically take these organizations and take...
Bro, I'll be honest, man. Trump is now in bed with these deep state motherfuckers, man. Well, I'll be honest.
Come apart, and then you're going to unmask everybody in D.C. that's not really on your side. You're going to unmask all those people that say they're conservative and say they're Republicans. When they start protecting this, you're going to say, well, hang on for a second. This doesn't mean we're a constitutional republic. Trump's commander-in-chief. This is what a constitutional republic's about. I don't care if AOC is the president later on.
And this interview, after this interview, Trump called Tucker Carlson a kook.
Or Bernie Sanders, or J.D. Vance, another right-winger. Right now, we have a system that's like the Praetorian Guard. It just...
Trump used to be, let's drain the swamp. But now he has become the swamp, bro, unfortunately.
It's got its own national security policy.
Like right now with the way he's moving, this is swamp-like behavior.
See, it's got its own reason for existence, and it doesn't care whether it's progressive like Barack Obama or a economic populist nationalist like Donald Trump. And so that is the fight we have to take on today.
There's this mad scramble in Washington on the right to invoke Trump's name and to make the case that, no, I represent Trump. He's on my side. I'm true MAGA. And you wind up with these kind of hallucinogenic scenes where you have people who hated Trump, who were never Trump. Mark Levin, hates Trump, which is fine. But he's like the standard bearer for Trump now. But what makes it even more perverse is that these same people...
Yeah, they're getting behind him because he's pro-Israel. As with many of the other tech bros that are supporting Trump now. They didn't have a fucking, epiphany and say, you know what, I kind of want to just, be more... conservative. Nah, bro, they're getting behind Trump because he's far more pro-Israel, like Bill Ackman and shit.
Are allied with the deep state.
Hey, Castle Club niggas.
Subverting Trump's stated agenda.
Castle Club guys, we're going to go over to OSS. I want you guys to come on over to OSS. I'm dropping a link right here for you guys that are watching on Castle Club. As you guys know, I'm going to be moving the show over to the OSS only for locals. So, Castle Club guys, come on over to the OSS. I dropped the link in there for you guys, so you can watch the OSS stream. You don't have to be a paying member to watch. You can watch it for absolutely free. So you guys are fine. Just come on over to OSS. I'm going to end the Castle Club stream right now. So come on over, ninjas. All right, let's keep going.
Agenda, which is negotiation toward peace, both in Ukraine
absolutely
and in the Middle East. Trump has said, we want to get to an agreement with a lasting peace so we can all be richer, safer, and happier. And in both places, his so-called allies who secretly hate him have destroyed that.
And most of those guys, are almost all of them to a person, were for the Ukraine war. People in your audience should understand one principal thing. We are farther down the pike in a kinetic part of a third world war than how World War II started. If you go back from September 1939, the invasion, the start of the European War, not the Asian, but if you start with the invasion of Poland by the Germans, and you go to June of 1941, the invasion of Russia by the Wehrmacht, and you look at that time, which really they called the phony war. You look at the casualties from the Battle of Britain, the Blitz, the fall of France. You look at what happened in North Africa early on, Finland, throwing 300,000 Finland. You add it all up, it's not half of what's happened between Ukraine and Gaza today, and now in Persia. We are much bloodier. This is we're in a shooting part of the Third World War. The Third World War is not about to start. It has started.
You probably heard about 8 Sleep. Lots of people are talking about it. It is a company with one mission, improving your sleep. And it's
Let's get to the table and figure out a tenuous, at least certain, subtle piece that we can then use capital and trade and commerce and try to rebuild these countries, and let's get people back to work. And maybe tamp this thing down, whereas the apparatus is exacerbating the conflict part of it. That's where we are right now in the summer of 2025, and this thing is going to be in the next 200 days. The next 200 days are some of the most perilous times for the American Republic in its history, because if we don't get this sorted, we're going to be drawn in totally into a conflict as a combatant, as not a supplier of logistics, or as an actual combatant, a participant. In the situation in Ukraine, what they did in Russia, and the situation of what Israel is right now doing to the mullahs, as bad as they are and as evil as they are, right? We're going to get sucked into a shooting war of which it'll be 10 years, and the casualties will dwarf anything you saw in World War II.
One of the lessons that we never talk about from World War II, since you evoked the comparison, is that the second the shooting war started in Great Britain and the United States, opponents of the war went to jail. And Winston Churchill's entire political opposition went to jail with their wives for the duration of the war, and some of them died. That's been it's just a fact. And you can call those people whatever you want, and they may have been terrible people, whatever, but they were his political opponents, and he put them in jail. And Roosevelt did, sick the federal government on opponents of the war, flat out. So if
Lincoln did the same,
and Lincoln did the same. That's exactly right. I love Lincoln.
And in areas that we control in the Revolutionary War, which is not a lot, the same thing happened. That's called war.
Exactly.
This is what happened.
Exactly. And opponents of war are invariably described as allies of the enemy, and they're persecuted. Do you worry about that happening to you? You just said on camera, I don't want this war, but we're moving toward a third world war.
Well, I saw look.
Are you worried about going back to jail?
I went to prison on a misdemeanor, but it was kind of one of the same things. I wouldn't testify. I wouldn't turn, because I said this committee is not legitimate. Doesn't have a ranking member. Doesn't have a minority counsel. Is totally legitimate. Plus, he's got executive privilege. That's good enough for me. And if I have to fight this, and I think it's going to go to the Supreme Court, although I've served my prison sentence, I'm taking it up to the Supreme Court because I had a pretty good ruling, not terrible, from the appeals court. A couple of the judges are making arguments about why I should take it further. It's definitely going to happen. Look what's happening to you. I mean, I've known you for a long time, and I sit there and I look at what they're saying about Tucker. I said, what is Tucker saying so bad? He's kind of laying out these arguments that...
I think this is going to cause a problem for Bannon, because as you guys know, Bannon's a Trump loyalist, part of the MAGA thing. But the issue here is that Trump is not going to like this interview, because they're basically kind of challenging him by saying, yo, bro, why are we going to war for these niggas, man? You know, Tucker has a sensible thing. Even Steve Bannon does too, man. You know, he's wrong on Israel, but everything else he's pretty good on.
Ought to be debated right now in the halls.
I feel pretty moderate.
Tom Cotton's coming out and saying, oh, these influencers and podcasters aren't. Well, let's have a debate. When we had a debate about the Ukraine, about the funding of Ukraine in the Senate, we beat them. This is why Mitch McConnell had to resign. Because why? Because
yeah, I mean, the support for Iran, for Ukraine is absolutely fucking retarded. Absolutely fucking retarded.
The podcasters and influencers are much closer to the MAGA base and can deliver the heat into the House and the Senate, and they know that. I'm all for having a War Powers Act debate right now.
Exactly, I agree.
Let's have the American people weigh in, because you're going to see the American people are 90% against forever wars.
Yeah, the Bush administration left a very bad taste in all of our mouths. Let's see what happens here with Ted Cruz.
Population.
Ted Cruz,
at all?
This guy's a retard. I ain't gonna lie, bro. But let's see what he's got to say. Let me try to make it bigger for you ninjas.
No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people living around? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population. How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all?
I think it's like 60 million. Let's see here. It's between 60 to 90 million, I think. What the fuck? No population Iran. 90 million. Yep. Damn.
No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people living around? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't.
He doesn't give a fuck.
Sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's, it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about the country. What's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran, so okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
Oh shit! Ted Cruz on Iran, full interview coming tomorrow. This is going to be great.
Senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims anything about the country. No,
bro, this is crazy, bro. What the fuck? That's crazy. And I think Israel got like 9 million, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see here. So Iran, I was right, somewhere between 60 to 90. And then let's look here. I think Israel has somewhere between 6 to 9 million. Yeah, 9.7 million for Israel. Okay. 10 times as big, bro.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump. Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that...
We're carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump.
Oh, shit, bro.
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! That we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
We are supporting
this is
Israel.
High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
Good trailer. Good trailer, Tucker. Is it out in full? Let's see here. Okay, he posted this an hour ago. CIA too powerful. Let's see. I kind of want to hear that.
About this, and I would like to see some voices come forward. I'd like to see Tulsi Gabbard come forward and tell us, has anything changed in DNI, which is 17 agencies, including the CIA for this? Has anything changed from what you told the public at a hearing in March? If it's changed, let's just hear it. I would like to have John Ratcliffe go to the sticks, and I think Ratcliffe's a good man. John Ratcliffe should go to the sticks and say two things. Number one, we had no involvement at all in the Ukraine assault under Russia. Just say it, because he's kind of been in hiding in that. And then he ought to be open to
He's never criticized.
No one ever criticizes John Ratcliffe.
Well, the reason I think they're not, I think the reason they're not criticizing John Ratcliffe, and John Ratcliffe's a good man, but you have to remember, John Ratcliffe was a mayor of a small town in Texas that went to Congress, did a great job. President Trump likes him a lot. He's got Mike Ellis over there, but they're two guys, right? We don't have 10 political appointees, which we should have. We got two guys running that building.
That's the way the agency's structured. There's no civilian control of the CIA.
Yes, well, you know better than anybody, but it runs.
Yeah, that's because his dad was a part of the CIA.
10 political
Tucker's dad used to be a part of the CIA.
It runs the way it's going to run. I mean, we sent Pompeo over there.
It's an army. It's a business. It's a government agency. It's a country.
It's a venture capital firm.
It's literally a venture capital firm, and its budget is unknown. Its reach is, and
we have no idea what they're doing.
Of course, because the majority of things that they do are not, U.S. government employees doing. Even the door kickers. No, they're working through some exile group they've been funding for 30 years, right?
They will also look you right in the eye.
Oh, I know.
And lie to you.
Oh,
because that's the wilderness of mirrors, right?
It's
look.
And they're smart. Somebody said to me the other day, someone knowledgeable said, the problem with the U.S. government is like, why can't we do this or that? And like, if you wanted light rail, we couldn't do it. And this person said, because all the smartest people in government are at CIA.
Yeah. And they also, with the interagency process.
And then they go into private sector.
They control the entire process. This is why downsizing NSC was so important. When you have this, we had these detailees that come from all the different departments, because NSC should have 30 people, but it had 250. There are 60 political appointees.
Yeah.
Right? And there's 280 come from different agencies to do all the different paperwork. They have the interagency process. The CIA controls that process. They control the process at the Pentagon. They control the DHS.
Yep.
They control over the Justice Department. They are embedded deep because they've been around, they've been around so long, and they know how to embed deep, right, with the smartest people out there. And so if you don't get control of that, you're not going to get control. They're like a Praetorian Guard right now. We have to lance this. This is like the late stage of the Roman Empire, when the Praetorian Guard kind of ran the deal, and they would put forward every legionary captain that they thought was going to be good for a time. And they are planning right now to thwart President Trump's second term, make sure they wait him out, and they're going to have a hand-selected person for the third term. And I don't say this as a conspiracy theory guy. This is just basic fact.
Totally true. They're so clever that if you criticize them, they will leak to people that you work for them. I happen to know. Which is kind of brilliant. Like if you're an effective critic of CIA, Joe Kent, I've lived this personally, but also Joe Kent is just a wonderful man, a totally sincere man.
Great man.
Former CIA contractor, lost his wife in Syria in Obama's Syria war, and became an opponent of the way things are running. And CIA played in his primary. And the way they did it was by convincing Republican primary voters that Joe Kent, who's the single most effective critic of CIA in the United States, was actually working for CIA. I mean,
yeah, man, that's that Uno reverse, man. Do that Uno reverse. Turnquest Film says, Myron, is it cool if I come and film one of your street debates? You can use the extra angle and footage for your channel. I'm based in South Florida. Sure. You're an OSS member? Sure. Just prove to me that you're an OSS member, Turnquest, and you can. I'm hideous, gained 3 pounds and retarded. Push me in traffic? Nah, bro. Just go to the gym. Meat by the Pound says, is it possible Iran could have got their hands on one of the missing nukes from the USSR collapse? Who knows? See, sir, dat, subscribe for a year. Shout out to you, bro. You joined for a year, $75. Good deal, my friend. Welcome to the fucking army. We got here, Movie Time 4K says, hey, Myron, I get the military soon. I want to use my Army VA loan to get into real estate. Are there people in the Council Club circle who can help me and guide me with that process? Yes, bro. Get in Council Club. We're going to do a Zoom call this Wednesday. You can ask that question. Hey, Myron, this is pretty cataclysmic collapse of the right. It's only 6 months post-presidency, and Trump nearly has destroyed almost every reason we voted for him. Even a normie can sense something is wrong. Yeah, it's not good. Nigas Griper, listen to this. Listen to this. What if this whole thing is to get the USA to fight a war on 3 fronts, Russia, China, and Iran? When World War III ends, the U.S. will be fucked and Israel come out with their third temple as the new superpower, and just like the slave trade, the whites will become more... Okay, nigga. Now you yapping, Nigas Griper. You just yapping, nigga. All right, Jerome Powell says, Myron, what do you got to do? Oh, no, that's Drum. It's $5 and up if Rumble rants, or you join the OSS. I read all chats on OSS. Vic says, Subbed on all your platforms to support. You're by far my favorite streamer. Honestly, get my money's worth. You inform and make things easy to understand for normies. W. Myron, I got you, bro. Myron Scheinbaum says he wants two-state solution and a ceasefire. Okay, Nahum Ramirez. Machaka says, Myron says I'm not a supporter for the OSS, but I bought the early subscription. Try refreshing your page. FNA Jabber, fun fact, your genuine thoughts on Tucker Carlson. I know Nick calls him a CIA because Tucker's dad was, so I was just curious on your thoughts, especially because he does big interviews. I think he is a force for good in general. You know, he's never going to fully call out them boys because he used to work for Fox News, so it is what it is. But I do think in general, he is a voice for good when it comes to what's going on. So I think he's more good than bad. Emac James, hey Myron, sorry for the topic change, and I don't know if you'll ever said, but how did the Tates and Fresh first meet? I forget, man. I think they met like through Fresh's like interest in like Caribbean music. As you guys know, Fresh and Tate both love like Jamaican music. So I think that's how it started, if I'm not mistaken. I forget, but I know it's like on Instagram. Okay. Let's see here. This comes from yesterday. Netanyahu.
Nuclear program to develop a plan 2 weapons of mass death.
Of course.
To exterminate Israel. One is to rush for...
Road, a.k.a. says, just subscribe to Castle Club and OSS. Thank you for all you do. Salute to you, Radic. I don't know why, but it doesn't show that you signed up, bro. You might have not signed up to OSS. Make sure you pick one of the options, either the $4 option or for the first month, then $10 after that, or the $75 option. Is America actually going to war with Iran? I don't know.
Forward with their nuclear program to develop atomic bombs to destroy Israel. And second, their program to build a vast ballistic missile arsenal, each missile carrying 1-ton payload at Mach 6, just slamming into our cities, killing our women, our children. They were going to build 20,000 of these. So obviously these are 2 existential risks. We had to act in the nick of time. We planned 2 weapons of mass.
Crazy. Still pushing out that bullshit. Okay, so this is a video. Israel bunker buster bomb on Iran nuclear sites explained. Okay, so let's go ahead and kind of get into that bunker buster. And we'll go back on Twitter Spaces as well. You know, let me hit up Mel, bro, because I think I do kind of want to get an update on the Diddy case. I don't want to just talk foreign policy all day. Also, I want to cover journalists getting arrested. Hope Eater, I see your thing. Myron Tucker, Ted Cruz interview preview came out. Yeah, I just played it for them. You just missed it, bro. You just missed it. Where the fuck did it go? Oh, look, Bernie wrote something.
Thank you very much for joining me. In the year 2025, one might have hoped that the global community would be working together to address the existential threat of climate change, working to prevent
climate change, LOL, bro. Come on, man.
Future pandemics, working to address the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that exist, working to improve the standard of living of struggling people all over the world. But tragically, that is not where we are today, quite the contrary. Instead of addressing the major crises that we face, the world is now looking at the terrible war in Ukraine, started by Putin, which has taken hundreds of thousands of lives over the last 3 years. We are looking at the horrific war in Gaza, where, as we speak, thousands of Palestinian children are facing starvation due to Israel's inhumane and illegal war policies. And now we face a dangerous and escalating war in Iran, which was begun in violation of international law by the extremist Netanyahu government. And the main point that I want to make today is that it is absolutely imperative that the United States not be dragged into this war. Let me say a word about how this war began. On Thursday, Netanyahu launched an illegal and unilateral surprise attack on Iran, bombing targets across the country and killing hundreds of people. Iran has responded with attacks of its own, which have killed dozens of people in Israel. Whatever you may think of the corrupt and authoritarian Iranian regime, Israel's attack clearly violated international law and the United Nations Charter. While every country has the right to defend itself, they do not have the right to launch so-called preemptive wars of this kind. But let's remember who Netanyahu is. He is a war criminal under indictment by the International Criminal Court for starving innocent people and killing civilians in Gaza. At this very moment in Gaza, Israel continues to prevent the UN from delivering humanitarian aid. And just today in Gaza, Israeli tanks fired into a crowd desperately trying to collect food, killing at least 59 people.
Bro.
So it should come as little surprise that Netanyahu ignored international law to start this war with Iran. But Netanyahu's decision to strike also directly contravened the express wishes of the United States, which was seeking a diplomatic resolution to the long-standing tensions around Iran's nuclear program. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran.
We're supposed to have our 6th one last week. Shout out to Unforgiven22, gifted a sub on Myron Gaines X. I appreciate that. And Jerome Powell also gifted 5 subs. Thank you, bro. Gifted 5 subs on Rumble, and Jerome Powell gifted 5 subs on Rumble. Unforgiven gifted a sub on Rumble, and then also Noodle just gifted a sub on Rumble as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, guys. And if you guys are watching on Kick and you're a brokey, just type in "I'm a brokey" and somebody will give you a sub, and then you can go ahead and type in the Kick chat, and you guys can go ahead and use the funny emotes that I got there. And those emotes are also available for subscribers on Rumble.
Resolve these long-standing concerns. Let me repeat. In recent months, the United States has held 5 rounds of negotiations with Iran to resolve these long-standing concerns. A 6th round of talks was planned for Sunday, but Netanyahu chose.
Yep, started the war. Okay, let's go ahead and go to. I'm going to cover this with the Israeli police grabbing reporters up in Israel, guys, because they don't want this stuff being put out there. And then after that, we're going to go ahead and get into the Diddy stuff, and then we'll come back to the war. And this happened as I believe Haifa was being attacked. So here's the journalist, right? Press. Because the Israeli government is saying no one can record or capture the damage. Reporters leave missile hit Haifa. And they're hiding the damage. And for those of you that don't know, Haifa is a very important city for trade in Israel. Okay, it's on the port. Here it is right here. So obviously this is a big deal. They had an oil refinery plant here. Okay, and a lot of the ports come, there's a lot of ports here and ships come in for trade. So this is a big deal. Obviously the Israeli government doesn't want this being put out there. New video shows complete blackout in Haifa after the missiles hit. All right, coastal police vehicle sent out to conduct a search and handle the incident, right? So this is the Israeli police. And also, man, they're not letting Israeli citizens leave. A lot of them had to like get smuggled out. There's the refinery right there on fire. They don't want the press to capture this, man. This looks very bad for the Israeli government. And like I said before, like the whole purpose of Israel, it was created as a safe spot for Jews. So if you go ahead and you show that it's being attacked and it's not safe, it completes the whole, it defeats the whole purpose.
Wow, vai bater esse cu.
All right, so let's go ahead and get into the Diddy stuff, guys. Take a quick break from all the geopolitical madness, and let's go ahead and jump in on the Diddy case. As you guys know, my guy Mel messaged me and said that they are thinking the trial's going to wrap up next week, chat. Trial's going to wrap up next week, man, so I might have to fucking go out there. Let me grab a drink real quick, ninjas, and we're going to get this thing cooking. Also, we'll react to this as well. We got a debate here.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
Pierce Morgan debate where Iranian regime stooge George Galloway walks out, apparently. So let's go ahead and also cover this as well. And we'll also go back to the Twitter space. As you guys know, there's a 24-hour pretty much Twitter space going on right now. It's 100% right. President Trump ran for a decade promising. That is the question. You repeated the theme, blah, blah, blah. He's been remarkably consistent. It's only false to say that Trump ever wanted regime change. In fact, it's the opposite. Trump has never wanted forcible removal of a leader from a country ever. That's just true. If you are saying he does, then you are imposing your beliefs and projecting them on a decade. MAGA has never and will never stand for regime change. Look at the absolute mental gymnastics and sheer panic trying to explain this one. Israel dragging us into a war. Trump is letting them do it. Now you have to explain to the base why this is all part of the plan. Good luck, ugly. Oh, my God, bro. Oh, shit, man. Bro, Twitter is the best app ever, bro. Looking at these guys go back and forth on this shit is fucking hilarious, man. Wow. Instant ratio, by the way. 5.7K, 10K. And Charlie Kirk has a size way bigger audience, 5 million followers. Nick, I think, has like, what, 595. So he has like 1/10 of Charlie's audience, and he ratioed him. Fucking nuts, dude. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it was Ryan Dawson. You got the sunglasses on, chilling. All right, let's let me go ahead and give me one sec, guys. Take a quick piss. I'll be right back, ninjas. Smash that like button. We got 4,500 plus of you guys in here, bro. Show some love to the stream, ninjas. One sec. All right, niggas. All right. Let's go ahead and jump in this. Let's a quick little break from the conflict. Let's get an update on the Diddy case.
So as promised, we have with us Elizabeth Milner, Law and Crimes in-court reporter who has been in that courtroom every day for testimony, including today. Elizabeth, great to see you. We have so many questions coming in for you. Let's get it started because I know my time with you is limited. We'll start it off with Danny. A question for Elizabeth. What issue was the judge upset about this morning regarding a possible leak? And, you know, I don't know if we know the full context of it, but whatever information you could provide would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. It was something that I think caught a lot of us by surprise this morning because the judge, when he came onto the bench, he seemed very kind of annoyed, very much kind of ticked off in a way just about what had happened. And so this is what we know so far is that the judge was upset about this article that came out yesterday. And the judge accused somebody either on the prosecution side or even the defense side of lying about this because it pretty much this article, and we're not 100% sure where this article came from, but what we believe it might be is having to do with just something that happened during the sealed proceedings that happened on Friday. And so the judge said that someone kind of spilled the beans about what kind of went on when everyone was kind of kicked out of the courtroom for about a 20-minute period. They locked the courtroom doors and everything to kind of have this sealed proceeding as opposed to doing it in the robing room. And so the defense says they recently became aware of this article and they were adamant that they were not the source of the leak, and then the same with the prosecution. But really it seemed like the judge was kind of taking issue up specifically with Maureen Comey and Mark Agnifilo because they're the leaders of both sides, right? Maureen Comey representing the prosecution and then Mark Agnifilo being kind of the leader of the defense team or lead counsel just on both sides. And so he said, you know, on the extreme side of things that someone violated the court's sealing order, but also if they're kind of on notice as far as just finding out who is responsible for this. And they said they being the judge said the most extreme kind of action that he could possibly take is criminal contempt charges. So he's taking this very serious, and he seems very, he did seem very kind of annoyed about just this whole leak that had happened. Again, we don't know 100% sure what the article was and verify that this article was the in fact article, but we believe it might have been one that came out, you know, just recently from a media outlet talking about what went down during the court proceedings that were sealed or supposed to be sealed on Friday.
Yeah, we have a lot of questions about that. I mean, you pretty much answered it. We had a question from RSS. Can you ask Elizabeth to detail what happened when the judge reprimanded the defense over the sealed document? Question from Never Be. Do we know what happened this morning with information being leaked and the judge speaking about taking cell phone devices from the attorneys? I want to go to a question we have here, Elizabeth, from Olivia E. Did you get to see the jury's reaction to watching these explicit videos? And to be clear, what the jury's watching right now, are they freak-off tapes between Cassie and Sean Combs and others from 2012 to 2014? That's what CNN's reporting, but correct me if I'm wrong if that's what you think they might be watching. And what's the reaction to watching these tapes?
Yeah, so they have been watching the sexually explicit tapes, the freak-off tapes that had happened whenever Diddy was in a relationship with Cassie Ventura. And they were kind of bringing it out in correlation to the text message exhibits that we saw. And we were kind of like, where is this kind of going? And I think it might be to kind of show possibly in just another way that Cassie might have been in control during these particular tapes. And it was played kind of a lot today. And so what happens inside the courtroom is that all the jurors wear headphones, so we're not able to see this or hear this on the open speakers. The exhibit where the gallery is kind of shown these exhibits, the exhibit screen, I should say. Sorry, everyone, if I'm talking too fast. I had too much Celsius during one of the breaks because it was one of those days. But as far as just the jury's reaction to everything, they have been very professional as far as just kind of watching these really kind of graphic and sexually explicit videotapes. But I will say there was this one juror on the end, and I think he was the same juror that was moved from an alternate to now being kind of one of the main jurors, I should say. I will say it seemed like he couldn't take his headphones off fast enough in terms of just, they were playing these videos kind of at 2-minute increments or 3-minute increments, which is a long time to kind of watch these sexually explicit videos, especially in open court. But I did see him kind of take his headphones off pretty.
Bro, they're just sitting there watching, they're literally just sitting there watching porn, bro, in the courtroom. Shout out to QB with the gifted sub. QB gifted 2 subs. Marco Corleone gifted a sub. QB gifted another sub. Appreciate that, my friends. Helping out some of you brokies in the chat.
pretty quickly.
Say you're broken your chest and I will hook you up.
Thinking that it was over, then Tenny Garagos was like, okay, on to the next one. And it just seemed like it was played for a long duration of time. To me, it felt like forever. To them, it might have been just like 20 or 30 minutes. But for the most part, they kind of had no reaction beyond just kind of, I think, wanting it to be over. And then they went to lunch break. So it's a great way to introduce them to lunch, right, Jesse?
Right. I was just thinking that. That's, you know, not the most appealing thing before you go off to lunch. But look, this is a tough case. Tough case to sit on and a tough case to hear all this evidence. Okay, got a question from Shady Goat. Is Diddy looking concerned in court, or is he his usual arrogant, smug self at the moment?
I wouldn't say arrogant and smug. I will say that from what I've seen of him, it seems like he is kind of wanting to know what the jury's reaction is to seeing these, what we believe to be the freak-off tapes, the sexually explicit tapes. I did see him kind of looking over to the jury box, maybe to see what their reaction is to seeing these play, especially for the duration and the amount of time that they were played today. But from what I could see of him, it seemed like, especially as they were kind of wrapping up the direct testimony of Delissa Penland and then going into the cross-examination, he was kind of doing what he normally does, kind of taking everything in. Once they were starting to gear up for the cross-examination by Tenny Garagos, I did see him do kind of the usual thing, passing off notes to his attorneys, that type of sort. But I wouldn't say he's necessarily sitting at the defense table all arrogant and smug, not at all.
Yeah, there was a lot of...
Yeah, when I was there, guys, and I see Diddy, he would look back and like blow kisses at his family and shit like that.
Questions about Diddy's demeanor. Alexander Mateo, what is Diddy's demeanor like today, knowing that such graphic videos are being viewed by the jury? Madhavi Das.
That's crazy, bro. Imagine a jury is like watching you whacking off to some dude banging your girl. Because that's what the freak off videos are. They're basically escorts having sex with Cassie. And Diddy's watching and whacking in the back. Craziness.
Sending warmth from India asks, what was Diddy's reaction to the judge's question to the defense about information being leaked? So when all that was going on that you mentioned, how was Diddy reacting?
Yeah, so sorry everyone, there's about to be an ambulance passing, so Jesse, if you could filibuster for me for like 10 seconds.
I'm going to filibuster with great comments to you. We got a question, a great comment from El Spelunker who says, Elizabeth Fan Club in the chat. We got another one who says, this is from Sam. Elizabeth, you have such a calming nature and voice. You need to bring out your own podcast. You are a natural. So look at this. Love for Elizabeth Milner. And not only did I have to filibuster, I was able to give you great compliments at the same time. So, yes, what was his demeanor like when the defense was talking about information being leaked, that whole issue at the beginning? What was Diddy doing?
I couldn't get a good gauge on just his reaction to everything. Like, I couldn't tell if he was confused, if he possibly knew about this. And so I couldn't really tell either way just what his reaction truly was. It seemed like everyone was a little on edge this morning when the judge was kind of, and I hate to use the word admonish because a lot of people have been using that word to describe the kind of talk to that the judge was giving both sides this morning. And so I don't want to say necessarily if he was leaning either way, that being Diddy, in terms of what his reaction was. And so I would say, you know, little to no reaction, only because I don't want to, you know, guess and then be wrong.
Sure. That's fair. That's responsible reporting from Elizabeth Milner. We got a question from Olivia E. again. Any more commotion sounding another juror potentially being removed? Did you hear about anything about that?
Not about a juror being removed. The only other issue had to do something, and this is what we did learn in open court, that it had to do with juror number 7. So it's unclear if that was possibly in, like, you know, in correlation with the article that came out, or if it's possibly another issue. But what we do know is that whatever the issue is, the judge said that he'll handle it at the end of the day. So far, no other juror has been dismissed beyond juror number 6, something we already know about, something that had happened just yesterday. But as far as another...
So they kicked the juror off. Probably leaking information.
Their juror
selling information to the press, which happens a lot with these big cases. Brisky says, this is from Capone. Sorry you couldn't afford the super chat. Appreciate that. Brisky, $1. Yep, for the brokey. Marco Corleone, if I'm on the monthly, can I still get the yearly for $55? You can, but you might as well just... No, you're going to get the yearly $75 now, bro. You're Just a Hoe says, hey, Myron, can you react to this 3-minute clip of Nick Fuentes from October 7, 2023? It's wild. Okay. Silver back slaps. It's funny how all these lefties are looking so tight with the Israel shit. They're really anti-Israel for rich country bullies, small country shit. The history isn't a thought to most of them. Okay. Benjamin Netanyahu, this time we're actually noticing the propaganda, unlike in 2003. Okay, bro. Kumo DTV, would you agree if black people treated Liberia like the Jays treat Israel, we would have the strongest lobby in America? I'm about to start Send Back the Blacks movement, founded in the 1820s. All right, MMCS says, Myron, on X, how do you want us to identify ourselves as OSS profiles in the subject line? Also, is there an OSS rank structure? It would help us vets feel safe at ease. If you know, you know. I'll have to figure that out with Josie and my other mods. Broski, Josie, Jake the Mullet, all you guys. I'll figure that out. Nightly Wisdom, having a boner means you're not impartial. Change the jury. What the fuck? All right. Regarding everything going on between Israel and Iran, do you think there's a possibility of a deal to be made? We'll have to see, bro. Just updated my my OSS badge pick. Hey, shout out to you, OD4L.
Being dismissed so far, that hasn't happened yet.
Interesting poll we have up here, and you're the best person to.
QB gifted 2 subs, one to J Dot and one to Zoe. Thank you so much, Cub B. No, sorry, it's Cub Q5. Cub Q5. Thank you so much, bro.
Ask this question. The poll we put up is: do you think there's been a shift of energy in the jury box with the alternate juror? 51% say hard to say. 31% say yes, 16% say no. Unless the people commenting on this poll are actually in the courtroom, I don't know how you would know a shift in energy, but has there been a shift in energy? You're in the courtroom, you tell me.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen or felt kind of a shift in energy between, you know, once the juror was dismissed. I will say it looked a lot different, especially yesterday, knowing that there is one less juror in the jury box. But I will say, you know, this was something that the defense was kind of worried about. They were kind of concerned about what the energy was like, especially for the entire jury altogether moving forward. And so they asked the judge, they kind of asked the jury staff members what was told about this specific juror being dismissed. And so what the judge relayed to the defense and even the prosecution today was that the jury was told that a juror was just excused from the case. And so, you know, it's interesting whether or not.
How could Iran expose Israel for their nuclear program without using the Samson directive? Do they even know where they are? Bro, everybody knows Israel has weapons, bro. Nuclear weapons. Everybody in the international community knows they do. It's like the worst kept secret.
That they could kind of feel like, okay, man, we just lost one of our own, that type of thing. And so I haven't seen necessarily an energy shift or change or anything.
All right. So basically, judge is pissed off. They did something under seal, and somebody leaked this sex tape shit and probably leaked it to the press, and the judge is pissed off. So he's not sure who leaked it, and he's trying to find out. And he's saying, the fact that he's saying that I will hold you in criminal contempt of court is a big fucking deal. So that is absolutely nuts, chat. All right. Let's see here. So that's the latest with that. But yeah, it looks like they're going to wrap up the trial next week, chat. That's what Mel told me. Next week, they're going to wrap up the trial. So they're going to wrap it up a few weeks early, man. Oh, look at this. Oh, I gotta cover this shit. Bro, this nigga Antonio Brown is a retard. I fucking called it, by the way, FYI. Yo, what did I say? When did I drop this shit? Forgot to tell you guys that Antonio Brown, I posted this, 4 weeks ago? I literally said he's cooked, right? And I explained that he was going to get arrested. This was May 19, 2025. So almost a month ago, I said this shit. And now he's wanted for murder. Bro is cooked, man.
Ex-NFL star Antonio Brown is wanted on an attempted murder charge stemming from an incident several weeks ago at a celebrity boxing event.
Let's get to Ariaz, who joins us live from the Miami.
Yeah, the brand risk boxing event that Aiden holds.
Police Department with those details for us. Hey, Ari.
I called it.
Hey, guys.
All right, so 80% of you guys are not in the OSS. That's fine. Keep voting, guys. Keep voting. Keep voting for me. I'll keep the poll up for a bit longer.
So a little bit of background first.
I got a poll going on right now on YouTube, guys, if you're a member of the OSS.
Antonio Brown is a local guy. He went to Norland High School, played for several NFL teams. He was an all-pro wide receiver, but he's had several brushes with controversy in his career, including one time quitting on his team in the middle of a game. But this is by far the most serious issue that he's had to deal with.
Yeah, because he's a dumbass. A lot of these celebrities, bro, I'll be honest with you guys, a lot of these celebrities, like, have no real concept of, like, consequences, right? And this is the problem. You become super famous and you just think like you're impervious. You didn't get to do anything. Nobody could touch you. Like a lot of these people get like lost in the sauce. Quite literally get lost in the sauce, chat. And he's one of those people. Same thing with Travis Scott. Remember the Astro World or whatever the fuck? All those people died. Nigga came out with the worst apology ever.
Deal with on Wednesday.
A lot of these guys are delusional.
A judge signed an arrest warrant for him on a second-degree.
Wait, when did it sign it?
He's had to deal with on Wednesday. A judge signed an arrest warrant for him on a second-degree attempted murder charge.
So this dude, fucking Antonio Brown, chased after a guy after they got an altercation. Chased after him and shot.
Now, according to that arrest warrant, Brown fired the shots that you just heard. It happened during a chaotic scuffle last month at a boxing event in Little Haiti. At the time, Brown was detained but not arrested. He even tweeted a statement saying that he did nothing wrong, that he was jumped by a group of men who he said tried.
That's a lie. He did not get jumped. Oh shit, there's an affidavit for this shit? Yo, let me get this shit, man. Yeah, bro fled, man. Bro fled. I'm trying to find the legal document. Trying to find this shit, bro, but yeah, because he shot at a dude that he was fighting with, that like basically they had like some legal dispute over a chain, and he saw him there and it was just kind of like on site, man. So
to steal his jewel.
Bro, look at this fucking oh man, this is his address right here. Nigga's got the address. He's down in he lives in Fort Lauderdale. Bruh. Affiant's initials, judge's assistant. Yeah, so assistant, this is probably the prosecutor. Damn.
And that he was looking into his legal.
That picture looked crazy.
Options. Now he needs a criminal defense lawyer.
Okay, Affiant's background. Your Affiant Detective Henry Ortega, 411 of the Miami Police Department Crime Gun Intelligence Unit, has been a sworn police officer for approximately 12 years. Your Affiant's duties consist of the investigation of offenses committed by criminal gangs and criminal enterprises. Your Affiant has actively participated in numerous narcotics investigations. Your Affiant has been trained in the identification of narcotics, dangerous drugs, street-level drug investigations, of firearms and gang activity, security threat groups investigation. Your Affiant has actively participated in the execution of multiple firearms-related search warrants and arrests wherein quantities of narcotics and firearms have been seized. Your Affiant has interviewed numerous persons arrested on firearms charges. In addition, your Affiant been a task force with the Bureau. Okay, so he's an ATF TFO too. Since May 2025. Your Affiant is currently assigned to the ATF Miami Field Division Group 2. So, damn. They might hit this nigga with a federal charge too.
Lawyer. The warrant says Brown grabbed a gun from the holster of a security guard and then ran at the guy who he was fighting, a man who he had just exchanged.
Wow. Damn, I'm trying to find this fucking document, bro. This is it. Hey, let's go. Okay, we got it. We got it, niggas. Wait, hold on. Bro. Okay, let's see here. Let's go through this real quick. All right, it's not the full. Is this the full complaint? All right, because we looked at page 1. So page 1, guys, is right here.
Gun from the holster of a security guard. Now he needs a...
Okay, so this is probably the first page right here. Because it goes affiance background information. You guys know when we read the federal warrants, it shows this where it tells the person's background, etc. So this guy's a detective with the Miami Police Department. I called it. I said it was going to be Miami-Dade, State Police, or Miami Police Department. So the city of Miami Police Department took this case because it happened in Little Haiti, which is in the city limits. So this is page 1, his background. So TMZ, okay, so on Friday, May 16, 2025, approximately 11:56 p.m., Miami police officers were dispatched to 221 Northeast 6th Street, and this is just so you guys know. Is it 6th Ave or 6th Street real fast? 67 6th Street, okay. Oh, yeah, that's way uptown. Have a house near around there, too. All right. Right? So, if we can do a street view here. All right, here it is, bam. So, this is where, like, the brand risk shit is. This is where Aiden does his stuff. This is his building right here that he does this shit at. When they do the brand risk boxing, right? So this is where all this shit went down. So you guys get an idea. And this area, this is like Little Haiti, by the way. This part of Miami, guys, I ain't gonna lie, it's a little bit, it's kind of in the hood. I ain't gonna lie to you guys, man. Because I got a house, I own a triplex in this area. So yeah, this place is a little bit, yeah. It's kind of the hood, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. But it's going through gentrification. So anyway, all right. Upon arrival, officers made contact with Florida Highway Patrol units working in an off-duty capacity as security for an amateur boxing event. Officers encountered a male later identified as Antonio Tavares Brown. Hey, man. Sometimes you just got to be real about this shit, man. Some dumbass nigga behavior. Hold on. Let me try to make this shit bigger for you guys. Can you guys see that? Okay, no, it doesn't work. All right, whatever. All right. I'll just read it to you guys. Upon arrival, officers made contact with Florida Highway Patrol units working in an off-duty capacity as security for an amateur boxing event. Officers encountered a male later identified as Antonio Tavares Brown, Heron referred to as Mr. Brown, who had already been detained by Florida Highway Patrol officers. Florida Highway Patrol Lieutenant Camacho, badge number blah, 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 stated that while working inside of the event, he was approached by several individuals reporting hearing gunshots outside. Lieutenant Camacho exited the building and observed Mr. Brown engaged in a physical altercation with an unidentified male in front of 221 Northeast 67th Street. Lieutenant Camacho issued loud verbal commands for both individuals to stop, which they did. Mr. Brown then began walking towards the parking lot of the building. Lieutenant Camacho stated that several patrons from the event identified Mr. Brown as the shooter and informed them that Mr. Brown was armed. Mr. Brown was detained in the parking lot and patted down for officer safety. At the time of detention, Mr. Brown was not armed. The unknown male involved in the physical altercation with Mr. Brown was not located by officers. Now, you guys are probably wondering, who the fuck did he fight? I'll show you guys right now who he fought. This nigga right here. He's like a Muslim dude. This guy right here.
So last night.
So this guy right here is the dude that he fought. What's his name? This nigga name? Okay, Zol Karjan Natambo. That's a crazy name, bro. That Nigerian scammer name. But yeah, this is him. And basically, guys, I'm gonna sum it up for y'all. They have a beef, right? What happened was, summarize it for you guys. him, Antonio Brown, and some other people went to Dubai to get to go see a Floyd Mayweather fight, right? And when they were there, this dude had this chain and he left it in the house, right? Because he was staying at this crib with Antonio Brown and some other people. Antonio Brown and the other guy brought some girls over. This guy's super religious, right? So he went to go pray. He didn't want to be around the women and the alcohol and any of that shit. So he left. He goes back to the house and his chain is missing. He hits up Antonio Brown. Yo, where's my chain? Antonio Brown says, oh, my brother got it. I'm gonna hit him up to get the chain back, though. Never got the chain back. So Antonio Brown tells the Dubai police that this guy stole the chain. So in other words, Antonio Brown steals his chain, says his brother has it, and then tells the police that this dude stole his own chain. So the guy goes to jail for like 40 days in the UAE. Anyone that knows anything about United Arab Emirates understands jail there is not fun at all, okay? It's different over there, okay? So he spent like 40 days in a jail. He comes back to the United States and sues Antonio Brown because he saw Antonio Brown with his chain on. He wins the judgment. So Antonio Brown owes him like $150K. This dude sees Antonio Brown at the spot. That's why they started fighting. Antonio Brown told the cops that he tried to steal his chain and he got jumped, but that's not true. They started fighting because they had other beefs before, and this dude Antonio Brown actually stole his chain. Okay? So that's where the beef started. And that's why when Antonio Brown saw him, it was like on sight. Because Antonio Brown owes this guy a lot of money because this guy sued him. Now, the guy wasn't going to go to the cops before, but he went to the cops because Antonio Brown tried to say that this dude attacked him and jumped him, which isn't true. So he had to come out and say, no, this is because XYZ. Give me ones in the chat if that all makes sense. Give me ones if that all makes sense, chat. But that's how this shit started. Yes, I know, monkey activities, facts. Big facts, bro. It's big monkey activities. We cover it all on this fucking channel, baby. We cover it all. We cover true crime. We cover fucking geopolitics. We cover them boys. We cover fucking, celebrity retarded shit like this. But yeah, that's what happened, bro. That's what happened. That's the story. Keep voting in the poll, by the way, guys. Keep voting in the poll. I want to see how many of you guys are in the OSS. All right, let's keep reading. So now you guys know the background there. Okay. Okay. Lieutenant Camacho stated that several patrons of the event identified Mr. Brown as the shooter and informed him that Mr. Brown was armed. Mr. Brown was detained in the parking lot and patted down for officer safety. At the time of the detention, Mr. Brown was not armed. The unknown male involved in the physical altercation with Mr. Brown was not located by officers. He left because he didn't want to give a statement to the cops. Although no victims were found on the scene, but we know who the victim is now. It's the Nigerian guy I just showed you guys. This nigga right here. Wait, where the fuck did he go? This guy. This him.
And his story, his perspective of...
I don't like to use TMZ because TMZ be copyright striking people. Okay. The unknown male is not at the physical altercation with Mr. Brown was not located by officer. Okay. Although no victims were found on the scene, officers located 2 spent shell casings in an empty firearm holster outside of 221 Northeast 67th Street. The firearm holster is a right-handed holster and had the retaining clip ripped off. These items were later collected and submitted to MPD property as evidence for further testing. Due to the absence of unidentified victims at the time, Mr. Brown was released. Okay, and as you guys know, what did this dumbass nigga do once he got released? Let me show you what dumbass AB did. This is what dumbass AB did, bro.
7. Oh, that's old. No, it's not. Come on. No, we're big, bro. We're big, bro. My nigga.
You can't take him down. You can't take down AB. I smile now.
Yeah, it's all fun and games. So it's all fun and games until the fucking police got an arrest warrant out for your dumbass for attempted murder, retarded ass nigga, man. God damn. Bro, this nigga retarded, bro. Retarded. Holy shit, man. Bro. I'd be embarrassed to be black sometimes. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This is peak level stupidity. Bro went back to the crime scene and then lied and said, I got jumped. Bruh.
You can't take down AB.
I'm scared for you, brother.
God is great.
God is great. Alhamdulillah.
Nigga said God is great. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Yo, your day of reckoning is coming, man. Yo, man. Let me see, because he told them, I don't know why I can't find the clip, but he told them on stream.
I want to know if you want to do a quick
Okay, here we go.
story time on you, though.
Nah, it ain't no story time.
Nah, not at all. Nah. Yeah, Charles is right. Nah, no story time.
Hey, listen.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, County, Liberty City.
Yeah, that's all you
What? What did he say?
gotta say. Yeah, there you go.
Hey, County, Liberty City.
Yeah,
You can't come to Liberty City?
that's all you gotta say. That's all you gotta say, AB.
I know the talking. Thanks
They know what's
for
up.
inviting me tonight, though.
Love you,
feel
bro.
me?
Thank you, bro. I'm so sorry.
Hey, the champ right here. Hey, yo, champ.
I saw what happened to you.
What happened?
Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
It was his security guard, but he.
I don't know where they was jumping and helping.
So, but he was trying to help.
No, because they thought you was getting jumped. So he tried to like pull y'all apart.
I slammed again.
Hey, you kidding me? I want to know if you want to do a quick story time on you, though.
Bro. And I think he admitted on here that that they jumped him or some shit like that. Anyway, let's go back to the thing. All right. So due to the absence of identified victim at the time Mr. Brown was released on Friday, May 17, 2025 at approximately 1:13 p.m. your affiant was notified of the incident and responded to 221 Northeast 67. So the detectives came the next day to locate potential witnesses and or video footage. An initial review of surveillance cameras with the view of an enclosed parking lot area inside the venue revealed a large physical altercation occurred prior to the shooting on the outside sidewalk. One of the individuals involved in the physical altercation was identified as Mr. Brown, wearing green pants, green army helmet, and a green top. And as you guys know, this is what he was wearing on that day. See, this is him right here. This is what he was wearing. And there he is with the gun right there. And he's chasing after the guy, bro. And look, you guys can see here on the map. This is where he was coming out of. This is where he's running. So they were in here. He's running out this way to confront him on the parking lot. Okay? So again, I'm helping y'all feel like you're there. Right here. Right here. This is him running outside towards this shit to go confront the guy that he was fighting with was right around here. This nigga, this dude right here, who he was fighting. This is who he chased down.
Oh, shit.
And then you hear the shouts.
Oh, shit.
A few minutes later.
You can't take down AB.
I'm scared for you, brother.
God is great.
God is great. Alhamdulillah.
Can't take down AB.
Well, they're taking him down now, bro. They got him down, man. All right. Okay. One of the individuals involved in the physical altercation was Mr. Brown wearing green pants, green army helmet, and a green top. The second male was identified through investigative means as Zulkarnain Kwame Nantambu. who was wearing a dark, long, sleeve-colored top with gold stripe across the chest. There he is right here. Mr. Brown and Zol, here referred to as Mr. Nantambu, I'm just going to say Mr. N, came face to face. Mr. Brown struck Mr. N with a closed fist and a fight ensued. So look, Antonio Brown hit him first. Several other individuals began attacking Mr. N, escalating the situation to 3 individuals against 1. Oh, shit. Well, he told everybody that he was getting jumped, wasn't he, chat? But the reality is that him and his boys jumped this dude. The fight continued briefly until several security staff members, including Eric Bauer, here referred to as Mr. Bauer, intervened. Mr. N was then seen walking away from Mr. Brown and exiting enclosed parking area. Mr. Brown was observed struggling with Mr. Bauer around and behind a parked white SUV. As Mr. Brown and Mr. Bauer got to the driver's side of the SUV, Mr. Brown begins to grab and pull on the right hip of Mr. Bauer. Mr. Brown appears to retrieve a black firearm from the right hip of Mr. Bauer. So he grabbed a gun from one of the security guys. Mr. Brown at this point, holding the firearm in his left hand, as you guys can see right here. So he gets the gun, and then bam, right there. Okay, holding the firearm with his left hand, started to run out the enclosed parking lot area in the same direction that Mr. N exited. Cell phone video obtained from social media showed Mr. Brown with the firearm in his hand advancing towards Mr. N on the outside of the sidewalk. Right here, as you guys can see. The video captures 2 shots which occur as Mr. Brown is within several feet of Mr. N. The video also captures Mr. N ducking after the first shot is heard. Your affiant contacted Mr. N and requested an interview regarding the shooting. Mr. N agreed to meet with detectives on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 in Miami PD headquarters with his counsel present. On Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 12:56 p.m., Detective Pickney and your affiant met with Mr. N and his counsel. A recorded interview was conducted. Mr. N gave detectives a detailed account of the reason for him attending the event as well as the moments leading up to the physical altercation. Basically what I told you guys a second ago. He said he got into a verbal altercation with Mr. Brown, which escalated when Mr. Brown punched him in the face. He further stated that he attempted to defend himself. Several additional began to strike him until security separated all parties. As he was exiting the building, he noticed Mr. Brown began to run towards him with a firearm in his hand. Mr. N stated Mr. Brown proceeded to shoot at him, possibly grazing him in the neck, placing him in fear of his life. As Mr. Brown advanced on Mr. N, they got into a struggle over the firearm and ended up on the ground. When police arrived, Mr. Brown walked away, concealing the firearm within a dark-colored garment. While officers directed their attention to Mr. Brown, Mr. N left the scene and went to Aventura Hospital to treat his injuries. Mr. N positively identified Mr. Brown from the CCTV from the cameras at 221 Northeast 67th Street as the individual who shot at him. Mr. N identified Brown via a single photo and stated that he has known Brown since 2022. Mr. N had visible injuries which were documented by the crime scene. Wherefore, your affiant requests an arrest warrant be issued for Antonio Tavares Brown for 1 count of attempted second-degree murder dated on May 17, 2025 in violation of Florida Statute 782.04. I swear under penalty of perjury that the above information is true and correct. Detective Henry Ortega, badge number 41770, Miami Police Department, affiant. God damn, this nigga's cooked. Yep. Signed, sealed, delivered, bro. Holy.
Fatality.
This nigga is done. Done. Fucking cooked, bro. Absolutely air-fried, cooked. Well done, bro. Fucking incredible, man. Incredible. Now y'all know why I hate these niggas, bro. Now you guys know why I don't like interviewing rappers. Now you guys know why I hate athletes. Bro, these niggas are the worst, man. The worst. And the crazy part is bro tried to kill him when you're the one that stole the chain from him. You're the one that owes him money. And you try to kill him. Whatever, bro. Anyway, let's read some chats. Hope you guys enjoyed that little bit of a break from the Middle East. Paul Davis says, Myron, can you do more gaming streams? Ready or Not coming to PS5 next month. We'd love to see you play that. I've been playing some Marvel. He said, Dade County, Liberty City. He cooked, chat. Yeah, bro. Niggas fried. Hatchie subscribed. Welcome, Hatchie, to the OSS. Funny thing is, black versus brown, Arab doesn't hit mainstream media. How about it? Yep. Yeah, man. Shit's crazy, bro. Guys, we got what? 80% of you guys are not in the OSS. Cool, no problem. Guys, if you're not in the OSS, you can get into the OSS for only $4. And then $10 after that. So if you want to support, man, join the mission. As you guys know, I don't make any money while I stream on YouTube. This is absolutely for free. So the only way that I'm able to sustain the OSS and keep the effort going and stream these long ass streams we've been on for 5 hours now is, obviously small dollar donations from the community. So all you got to do, man, is support the OSS. That's the best way you can help by far. You don't got a super chat or a sub or anything else like that. The best way by far to help is to join the OSS because that is how I'm able to stay independent and make this content. And then also, guys, if you guys want me to stay on YouTube, fine. But understand that I'm losing a lot of money by being on YouTube. The only thing I ask in return is that you like the video. That's completely free, of course. Smash the like button because no other YouTuber would do this shit and stream here for free. I don't know one that does this shit. And then number two, if you can, join the OSS. Link is right here. I'll drop it in the chat for you guys. $4 to join for the month. And then it goes to $10 after that. Or you could pay $75 for the year and be taken care of. And you get a whole bunch of fucking benefits to include all your super chats read, no matter how little you donate. You get your own chat where you guys are able to go in there and post memes and shit like that. One annual meetups whenever I go to major cities to travel and document shit. Like when I go to New York City, I'll be letting the OSS know I'll do a meetup while I'm in there. And you guys get discounts on merch. So it's a huge benefit to go on there. We got 100 plus guys in there right now watching live. You guys can see with the OSS emblem in there. And really, it's our way to give a middle finger to censorship, bro. Because YouTube demonetized me and I fucking hate these niggas. And honestly, this AC, bro, fuck you, nigga. Get out my shit, bro. Anyway, the fuck out of here. So yeah, bro. So that's the best way to support, man. Because ain't nobody else will fucking stream on YouTube for free. I should be pushing you guys to Rumble or Kick, but I know a lot of you guys prefer to watch on YouTube, and that's why I stay on YouTube so you guys can enjoy the show, be able to get the content, and you can watch it in 4K on YouTube. So it's fine. So that's all I ask. Like the video. If you can't afford OSS, no problem. Just smash the like button. That's all I ask for. And if you can, join the movement. That allows me to stay independent, man. And once we hit 10,000 members strong, I can finally say, suck a dick, motherfucker, to YouTube. That is going to be my revenge. All right, let's get back into the conflict, Middle Eastern affairs. Covered some true crime there with Antonio Brown and Diddy.
Why do you simp for this fucking Jew?
I'm not
I don't
simping,
understand.
bro.
What does he have on you? Is he blackmail?
Oh shit, here we go. Right in
Saying
the middle of a conflict.
In Truth's defense, it does kind of feel like Doc is saying that it'd be like his significant other isn't cheating on him because he hasn't put it in her you-know-what yet. Like,
no, but Ian, that's not the point. It's not about whether you disagree with Doc or not. It's about
I agree with you on the delivery.
You gotta let the guy finish his point, and then then you can smash him afterwards. But you can't, like, if you keep interrupting him, it just kills the space, and people don't like it. So, like, if you want to, like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, people want to eat. First of all, generally speaking, what I'm seeing on these spaces, the ones we've been running for a week now, which Truth's been integral to, people want the news. But if there are debates within there, generally people don't like them. But okay, we allow it because it just cover the gaps when there's no news coming through. But interruptions, like, people hate them. So there's like a multi-layered thing. So, like, you got to let the other person finish, and then you can basically defeat their point. It just comes across as, like, you know, maybe, I mean, I know that his point's not weak, but it comes across like that because, you know, you're not willing to let him finish his point.
Well, Sully, can I just say, like, I want to welcome Myron to the stage, Myron, but I just wanted to say, Truth, like, bro, I actually agree with you 100%. The problem is we're not going to be able to get our points across if we're just shouting at each other. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but you keep going back and forth with this guy without letting anyone refute his bullshit.
But we weren't going back and forth because we just kept yelling at each other. That's what I was saying. Let's
Can I just say that I think people, not everyone is read in completely on this thing, and I think it's important that you at least present.
Hey, shout out to Shan Alley says audio on top today, 100. Hey, man, I always try to make the audio and the quality super high for you guys, man. I truly, you know, I'm trying to run a high-level production broadcast over here so you guys really get the sauce, you know what I'm saying? So thank you for that, Shan Alley. I'm always trying to up the shit.
But it's just like,
Zoe, 1 gifted sub. Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah.
I got no problems with the core, but when it's just ongoing rambling and one lie after another in sequence, no one checks his bullshit, then yeah, I'll speak up. And I waited and waited with my hand up. You keep asking him more stupid questions just to what? Hear his bullshit like his opinion matters?
No, it wasn't a stupid question, Truth.
He's
but
just,
listen,
he's indoctrinated. He's an
And Zoe gave 5 gifted subs as well. Thank you so much, Zoe. Guys, if you're a broken or watching on Kick and you want to be able to get the cool emotes that we got, right? You need to go ahead and just say I'm a broken in the chat and someone will gift you a sub. Got a lot of strong supporters over there on Kick. Shout out to you guys, man. We're live on Kick, YouTube, Rumble, everywhere, man.
They provided the Starlink infrastructure for them to be able to remotely strike with those Spiker missiles and also the loitering drones. It wouldn't have been done without Elon's help. And Trump gave the green light for that. So then how can he cop out and say that the U.S. isn't involved in helping Israel right now? Just because they haven't officially declared war with them, when it's their fighter jets that are up in the air dropping their bombs. This is absurd. This is I don't. That's why I don't respect the guy at all. He's duplicitous. He lies. He's a Jew at heart. That's just who he is. That's his character. And he thinks that Iran and Israel should come to the table and negotiate. Excuse me? They had 5 rounds of negotiations. Where did that go? Israel's not good faith. They had no intention of ever accepting any agreement. They'd never accept an agreement ever in the world. So why would they want to concede now? Iran already agreed to something in 2015. It was Trump that breached it. Did he call that out? So why would they? It's a fool me once, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You understand? That cocksucker's never going to call that out. That Trump was bad faith, Israel's bad faith. Iran had no other choice than to defend its interest after it got attacked. It's that simple. And there's no negotiations now while they're getting their asses handed to them. He's just sad because Jews are losing their lives. And at the end of the day, he's at the end of the day, Jews are always going to pledge allegiance to themselves. That's why I don't trust any of those cocksuckers, much less a guy who pretends to be agnostic, because they're the worst of them. Because there's the communists.
Truth. Listen, you've been like an integral part of the space, right? And people like it when you,
Poppin7 says 12-hour stream. We'll see. Donnie GGG says, Myron, let's fucking go. I've been watching this day one and I've been cooking these whores left and right, not to mention made my mom. It's just crazy too. Shout out to brother. I appreciate it, Donnie. I see that you're in the OSS, so shout out to you, bro. We're growing slowly but surely.
You're missing the point of what's going on. And in terms of asking him questions that are what you consider to be not great is inaccurate, because first of all, it's to relay his positions and ideas, and it's good to have people on the space with different ideas and thoughts, so that other people can debunk him. Because someone like Doc or his position, there's a large population of people who have that position, and so then if you're going to start screaming and shouting, no, people who have that position are not going to be like, oh, okay, actually, there's a weakness.
The promo code for OSS, bro, is them boys 911. If you want to get it for $4, if you want to get in for the year, it's JFK 911. One of those two, JFK 911 for the year, all caps, or them boys 911, all caps, either one.
Then and I agree with that. He was, but
link is pinned in the description or pinned at the top of the pinned in the chat or pinned at top of the description. Whichever discount you want to use, annual or monthly.
I'm repeating the same points because you're moaning about the same points.
No. Doc was repeating the same points because Hussein was asking him a different question and he just relayed the exact same points. I got tired of hearing it.
To be honest, I switched off, but irrespective of that, the whole point is you should just wait and then you could have debunked him. Go ahead, son.
Yeah. But anyways, Truth. Thank you, anyways, bro. Myron, welcome to the space, man.
Hey, what's up, man? I went and I covered some other topics, and I just wanted to come back and see what the latest was. Can someone give me a quick little summary of what's been going on the past several hours with the conflict? I know that Iran said they were promising something tonight. I know they're in a completely different time zone though. But what's the latest? I guess because the last I heard, they bombed Mossad and Oman. Well, basically intelligence components for Israel, and I think that was this morning Eastern Standard Time. But what's the latest for the past several hours? I'm still on stream too, so the audience kind of wants to know.
Yeah, I don't know. Truth, do you wanna? You're more eloquent than I am about this, or Sully?
Yeah, I don't mind. Look, it's the calm for the storm. I believe Iran's got a bigger attack planned for tomorrow, and they may use a different type of missile as they planned. As they mentioned, you know, they're going to be doing something that people will be talking about for the next few centuries. So we have interesting times ahead. With respect to Israel, I mean, Trump's claim that he may attack Iran tonight or tomorrow, or who knows? It's on the table. I think Iran's prepared for it. It's possible they may officially enter the war. I don't think he's waiting for authorization from Congress to be able to do it. I mean, he's already supporting Israel any way they want, you know, through, of course, arms, funds, military intelligence, whatever they need. You know, it's their F-35s up in the air. And, of course, fuel supplies. You know, Trump did, of course, authorize for a bunch of F-16s. I believe there's F-22s, there's F-35s to park at Sultan base in Saudi Arabia, in addition to a couple of I believe they're B-52s, either the B-2s or the B-52s. They're doing some military drill exercises right now. So it might be possible they'll do an isolated a strategic attack on the Fordow base. We'll see. So all options on the table. I think Iran is anticipating the worst, and Trump's not to be trusted because he puts out all kinds of mixed messaging to try to confuse people. And there's some wild statements like telling all of Tehran to evacuate. You know, some Iranians probably did fall for that, but many of them haven't. They just end up going to their hometowns. They're not leaving the country. Like they'll live and die in their country and defend it. So, but I feel like Israel's getting decimated for the moment, and Iran's got a huge attack plan. And right now, Israel's busy counting their dead. They're trying to prevent more deaths by trying to extract, you know, some trapped bodies in the rubble.
What's your real quick, True Teller? What's your response to people that are saying that, like, you know, Iran is losing this conflict? They've taken more casualties than Israel has. They're apparently there's been, you know, a lot of talk on Western media saying that Iran is begging to go to the negotiating table and, you know, stop the Israeli attacks. What's your thoughts on that? Because obviously there's like conflicting information here. The Western media is saying that, you know, Iran is getting embarrassed and are getting attacked pretty hard. But, you know, I know alternative media is saying, hey, it's Israel's taking a bit more damage than people are caring to admit because obviously the journalists and media is heavily restricted and censored in Israel right now from reporting what's going on. So where do we really stand from an unbiased perspective? Who's doing more damage and what do you think is going on?
Sure. So Iran's a massive country. It's like the size of Central Europe. They've got over 90 million people. So even if they take a few more losses, they obviously can afford it. And they're not stretched out and, you know, trying to fight battles on different fronts. Like for now, there's sort of a ceasefire with Lebanon, but Syria, not much happening. But obviously Palestine, there's the internal conflict there. There's some scuffles with Iraq back and forth. But Iran can manage just fine if it takes a few losses. I mean, even with the nuclear scientists, yeah, Israel struck more, but Iran's got many more. Generations worth, because they've been at this for many decades now, developing their nuclear energy program. So in terms of damage to infrastructure, again, Iran's a massive country, and yeah, Israel struck some civilian infrastructure targets, like a couple of hospitals and a radio station as well, a broadcasting station. I believe is the Press TV one.
Yeah, they hit a big one. I saw the footage of that.
Yeah, but that's not going to impede Iran's military or its ability to strike Israel. It's who's dominating the skies, who's able to strike all the military targets successfully to, over time, inhibit Israel's ability to strike. And so far, Israel hasn't managed to do any of that. In fact, 4 of their fighter jets are the ones that have been struck. And that's a huge loss for Israel. That's about over $1 billion just worth of fighter jets gone, up in smoke. And in terms of missile strikes, Iran's launched over 500 missiles, and I think about 80% of them struck their targets. Can Israel provide stats like that? I don't think so. And of course, there's a media blackout in Israel, so nobody's going to have exact information here by design. Plus, there's fog of war as well. Even if we did have exact info, there's just all the numbers right now for casualties. So we shouldn't even really be drawing conclusions on casualties because no one knows exactly how many yet. It's way too early. So we got to wait for the dust to settle, be able to decipher exactly what the losses are with casualties and fatalities. And Israel, of course, is going to lie because, you know, they always bow their head in shame when it comes to that. And they seek to gaslight their audience and followers to claim that, you know, they're somehow militarily superior, even though their defense systems have been decimated despite 10 levels, 10 tiers of it, 5 of them within Israel, 5 of them outside of Israel. You know, so their fighter jets have been knocked off the skies.
And Iran's also done a pretty good job of sweeping off, the Mossad terror cells that are there. And there've been a ton of agents, some Jeets, maybe some others, some Iranians as well, some Jews. So, there's a variety of them that have been cooperating, helping Israel to carry out internal attacks within Iran because they're not able to strike, from the air, at least not successfully, with just minimal effect. So I believe, historically speaking, based on what Israel's always done, they lie and exaggerate in the media, to claim, to presuppose a victory they haven't even achieved yet, just because of they claim one successful blitzkrieg strike on day one, while they've been getting their asses handed to them for the last 4 days. And they've lost ports like the Haifa port. They've lost their ability to refine oil at their biggest refinery. Their airport's been struck. Their military bases, such as Nevatim, of course, Ramon and Negev. And the Dimona reactor's also been struck, in addition to other nuclear facilities in the Weizmann Institute too. And a few of their commanders have been struck, and they don't have that many commanders in addition to their nuclear scientists. And a lot of civilian deaths have happened too. And a lot of them are IDF soldiers and reservists and Mossad agents as well. They hit the Mossad headquarters, which is supposed to be supposedly untouchable, like Nevatim, which has been struck 3 times now collectively. So I call BS when they try to claim that they haven't been hit hard, and nobody believes mainstream media news anyway.
They're also claiming
MSNBC or Fox News.
They're also claiming, especially the Western media, air superiority in Iran, and you're saying that they shot down 4 of these jets. Is that a myth as well, you think, in your opinion, or what do you think?
We both know it's not a myth, and I think in less than 24 hours, when that fighter jet pilot gives testimony, or they provide more information and evidence that it's happened, because Israel's not going to acknowledge how many fighter jets they've lost anyway. They never do. So once that evidence is established, then that'll be a huge loss in morale for Israel. They can't cover up the shame of because they really do glorify and worship their fighter pilots, as they did after with their response to True Promise 2, when they claimed they breached Iranian airspace. But they lie. I mean, they claim they sent 60 fighter jets in Iranian airspace. It didn't happen. It was a lie. Just being able to send a drone, which anybody can do, Chinese have done it in America before, doesn't mean you have air superiority. You have air superiority if you can enforce like a no-fly zone, for instance, or if you can strike at will anywhere you want. And they haven't done that. Where have they done that? Lighting some tires on fire and blowing up some cars, using Spiker missiles and some loitering drones from a few rogue agents from within. That's not air superiority. That's just some terrorist attacks, some terrorist bombings. That's it. And it's done minimal damage. It hasn't impacted Iran's ability at all to strike every 2 or 3 hours or at will. So if you have air superiority, then they shouldn't be able to strike you at all, right? You'd be knocking down all their missiles or preventing them from even launching and recognizing it. All they're doing right now is trying to collect data and discover patterns. But Iran's been unpredictable because they strike from so many different areas. They have mobile launch platforms and probably some solid platforms as well that are built in certain areas. But again, I believe we've only seen 10 to 15% of the capacity, and they're showing restraint. They could easily level Israel with all the weaponry they have and launch 2,000. They could have launched 2,000 missiles on day one. They're just doing it in salvos, mixing it up with drones, embarrassing the air defense system, and it'll be death of 1,000 cuts by the time it's all said and done. To the point, as that one Israeli minister put it, they'll be begging for a ceasefire because they'll realize they can't last in this war of attrition. And based on best estimates, their air defense system is going to be done in 10 or 12 days. And how are they going to be able to receive more munitions, given that all their ports are by then are likely destroyed, and all their airports as well? Be a lot harder to bring things in then. So what are they going to defend with? Hopes and dreams? We'll see.
Yeah. Okay. Shit. I guess we'll see what happens here, man. I'm just kind of just pay attention to the news and see what we can decipher. I know for sure from doing my looking around that Israel's definitely killed more innocent people than Iran has. I think Iran's killed like 24 people. Israel's killed around 300.
It's over 200. It's over 224 based on a Russian site, and over 1,800 injuries. That was yesterday, and those numbers are expected to rise. So it's significantly higher now.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, man. All right, cool. I just want to kind of come in and check in and see what you guys had going on. I mean, myself.
One more thing in terms of air superiority. They're not actually above Iranian airspace. They're above Iraqi airspace firing and other areas. They were doing the same thing they were doing in Syria. they would be above Lebanese airspace and firing into Syria, because Syria had air defenses, so they wouldn't dare to go into Syrian airspace. So they're doing the same thing that they've done with Syria in Iran. They're not flying over, there's no air superiority, nothing like that. It's just propaganda.
All right. Okay. All right, cool. I'll be back in a little bit. All right, let's, I can't mute the space, so I'll just leave so I don't disrupt them. Let's see here.
With the Iranian people, but we are in war with the regime. If this corrupt, violent, and radical regime falls, that would be a huge blessing for everyone.
Iran is presently the hero of the vast majority of people in the world.
Oh, rubbish.
And it's
absolute rubbish.
Oh, shit.
Iran is giving Israel a bloody good hiding every single night.
It's not, though, is it?
Described it all.
It's not, though, is it?
This is pure nonsense, Piers. Why are you
so deluded?
Yeah, I think one of you guys requested me to react to this debate, so let's go ahead.
George.
Why are you so begging
Why
Donald
is your
Trump to join in?
pathological hatred of all things Israel made you so deluded?
My dad is bigger than your dad. My dick
not my
is
dad,
bigger
just the
than
number
your
of people
dick.
that watch my show massively dwarfs yours.
My dick is bigger than your dick. Are you really down
Probably.
to that? But I'll tell you what, Pierce, you're a busted flush.
Israel's allies have been rapidly losing patience with Prime Minister Netanyahu's government over the increasingly aimless brutality, it seems, of the war in Gaza. The strikes on Iran have drawn a markedly different response. There were calls for de-escalation, but unanimous agreement that Iran cannot be allowed to develop nukes and that Israel has a right to defend itself from that. The question is, when does defense become attack if it hasn't already? And will the Iran crisis relieve international pressure over the killing and starvation in Gaza, which is suddenly far from the headlines? Well, George Galloway will be joining me with his views shortly.
Bob Sackett says, let's go. OSS, I believe in the cause. I appreciate you, bro. Red Pill L War, send a Marvel rival request. All right, Myron, your boy Lem is currently in the Philippines, wasting his money on cheap rancid pussy. Cook that nigga. Whatever, bro. Good shit, Warren. Keep it up. No steps back. Hey, bro, if niggas are gonna buy hookers, they're gonna buy hookers, bro. You can't police niggas' dicks, bro. Come on, man. Punisher.
We'll begin with Naftali Bennett, the former Prime Minister of Israel, who many consider a front runner to potentially be Israel's next Prime Minister. Welcome back to Uncensored, Mr. Bennett. I appreciate you joining me. First of all, to those who say that there is no hard evidence that Iran is imminently about to produce a nuclear bomb, and therefore this is an unjustified attack by Israel, what do you say to them?
Well, the facts are to the contrary. There's highly enriched uranium in an amount that's enough for 10 nuclear warheads. This is more than Iran ever had, and it's at 60% enrichment grade. There's no civilian use for uranium at 60% enrichment. All right? You don't need it for isotopes. You don't need it for medical needs, only for military use. So that in itself is a proof. Secondly, we have intel that on the device building, Iran has made strides. And third, we saw over the past month, the Khamenei himself said that it's time to remove the tumor called Israel. That's a direct statement that he wants to annihilate Israel. Now, when you're talking about preventing nuclear military Iran, you can't wait for the bomb to be on its way to here. You have to do it when you can. Even now, it's after the 12th hour. You know, this should have been done a decade ago. Now it's much, much tougher because it's spread all around, but we're way, way after the latest deadline.
Do you believe that the way this has played out in the first few days, this war, that Israel may have dealt a lethal blow to the Iranian regime in the sense of taking out so many military commanders, nuclear scientists, nuclear sites, causing so much damage to any nuclear program that they may have been pursuing, that actually, if you look at the response from Iran so far, it suggests that maybe this was, from a military perspective, a perfectly timed attack that may well potentially precipitate the removal of the regime?
Look, that would be a wonderful outcome for the Middle East and for the world, because this regime is horrible. And by the way, I want to be very clear, Israel is not at war with the Iranian people. We respect the Iranian people. We should be living in peace with them. We have a very deep history that goes back thousands of years with the Persians. But we are in war with the regime, and especially trying to stop it from acquiring nuclear weapons. If this corrupt, disconnected, old, violent and radical regime falls, that would be a huge blessing for everyone. That is not the explicit goal of this operation, but obviously we'd be thrilled if that would happen.
Where does America sit in this? Because it looks to me that President Trump is keen for it not to be publicly seen that America is involved at all, but that tacitly conversations must have happened with Prime Minister Netanyahu, where he at least has not put up much of a fight to stop Israel doing this.
Well, America and Israel were different countries. We view things similarly, but not precisely the same way. And from our perspective, Iran is an existential threat. From America's perspective, it's a strategic threat. That's one notch less, and that's legit. Israel is not asking America to do anything. We're doing this. We do. If one of the problems is that one of the facilities, the Fordo enrichment facility, is buried deep underground in a mountain, and Israel doesn't have all the tools right now to take care of that. So as the campaign...
It's funny how he says we don't ask the United States. Bro, you guys get billions upon billions of dollars. This year alone, guys, Israel's received $12 billion. $12 billion with a B, okay? They've received $12 billion. Not only that, we protect them from the ICC. Right now, Netanyahu is wanted by the International Criminal Court, okay? He's wanted. On war crimes, okay? Issued November 21st, 2024. War crimes against humanity. State of Palestine. He is wanted, guys, by the ICC. Okay? So we run cover and we sanction the ICC for Netanyahu. So we absolutely do a lot for these guys. He's over here saying, well, we're not asking for much. Bro, we run for you guys diplomatically, run for you guys fucking militarily, economically.
Progresses, maybe new.
And we get nothing in return.
Options will open up. And at the end of the day, it's America and President Trump's decision what he wants to do. I think that from a global standpoint, when Iran is so feeble, so vulnerable, the regime so weakened, with such a limited ability to retaliate, the risk-reward of taking out Fordo is a big one. It's a positive. Because it's not only in our interest. I think America doesn't want to wake up with an Iranian nuclear regime like what happened in North.
Here we go. See, make their problems our problems. Oh, we don't want them to wake up with a nuclear bomb. Guess what? Trump shook hands with Kim Jong-un. We're cool in North Korea, bro. It's not even that serious. It's because you guys are terrified that you're trying to make them the problem.
Korea. During the North Korea crisis back a few decades ago, there wasn't an Israel who was willing to do the hard work. Here we are willing to do the hard work. We're paying the price. It's our citizens who are taking hits. It's our pilots who are flying over Iran. If the world wants a safer place, yeah, they should back us.
At the same time, of course, there's the ongoing war with Hamas in Gaza.
This is the typical Zionist propaganda, guys. This is their talking points. This is what the government says all the time. We're protecting the free world. We're protecting democracy, blah, blah, blah. Using the same stupid 2003 talking points as if no other country can exercise their own sovereignty against Israel.
I've been increasingly critical of the Israeli government's strategy in Gaza for a number of reasons, but primarily triggered by what came out of the mouth of Mr. Smotrich, who appeared to be brazenly discussing a form of genocide, ethnic cleansing, a clear unambiguous statement of intent to clear all the Palestinians out of Gaza. When you heard what he said, what was your reaction?
Well, Piers, I would urge you, first of all, I get you. I mean, you're looking at things from your perspective from the most balanced way that you can. I would urge you to look at Israel's actions and not to look at foolish words of politicians. And it's a bit peculiar, but Israel's a democracy. Too many of our politicians look domestically to gain some local benefit, and sometimes they say really stupid things, but that is...
Sure, let's go ahead and look at your guys' actions, so to speak. You guys have killed roughly 100,000 plus people in Gaza. 70% of those people are kids. Over 50% of the population of Gaza is children. You guys systematically and methodically ran a fucking gargantuan bombing campaign, which continues to this day since October of 2023. You guys have been bombing them relentlessly for almost 2 years. 80 to 90% of the infrastructure in Gaza is gone. 99% of the people are displaced. Most people are suffering from hunger and dehydration. Preventable diseases and preventable death, basically, the things that are preventable basically led to the death of an enormous amount of people, most of them being children, especially with the malnourishment and the dehydration and the diseases that 100% are preventable because Israel created a blockade on the Gaza Strip and does not bring in aid trucks as a tool of war. So when you say, oh, yeah, look at our actions, well, the world's seen your actions, and this is why nobody stands with Israel except for stupid neocons that get paid, and Jews. Israeli Jews, stupid evangelical Christians, and moronic Zionists align with Israel. But anyone that has half a brain, any type of compassion, understands that what Israel is doing is fucked. Absolutely fucked. It's not defending yourself anymore when you're dropping bombs on kids' heads every day. It really isn't. So no, we are looking at your guys' actions, and it's fucking deplorable. Rock and Roll Rebel says, Myron, I used to watch Piers Morgan until the day he had you on to cook. Appreciate that, bro. When he censored you, I quit watching mostly. Glad I found the OSS thanks to Piers. Hey, shout out to Piers for bringing us another member of the OSS, baby. Fear of Myron, appreciate your streams and chat and OSS shit is hilarious. I got you, bro. Yeah, I told you guys the chat and OSS is funny as fuck, bro. I told y'all, bro. And here's the thing, any of you guys can join it. You don't have to be a paying member to be in the chat, guys. You don't have to be a paying member. If you guys want, let me go ahead and give you guys the link to watch the show there. You guys can kind of just join in, and it's fucking hilarious. So I'll drop the link here for you guys. If you guys want to open up a tab and watch on OSS, go in there real quick and get a taste. Pause. Completely free to watch over there. It'll be funny.
It's not the government policy. Israel's policy is not what Smotrich said. And the way we are operating is one which is consistent with international law.
If that is the case, and I've been saying this to a lot of my pro-Israeli guests recently, if that is the case, if everything you're doing is lawful, why does the Israeli government persist in banning international journalists from going anywhere near Gaza?
Well, in Gaza, there's one of two options for a journalist. You can't just roam around because you'll get killed or step on a booby trap. You're either embedded within the IDF or embedded within Hamas. When you're embedded within Hamas, as we just saw a couple of weeks ago, the Washington Post came out with a segment saying that if you don't report what the Hamas wants you to report, you'll be threatened. So we're not going to allow journalists to just roam around a battlefield that Israeli soldiers are getting killed by the day. So we're not going to do that. But you can enter with IDF. We do our best, but we can't let people roam around. And by the way, that's pretty much, to my knowledge, consistent with most situations.
No, that's not right. That's not right. I've seen some Israelis say that's not right. I know many war correspondents, and they've never known things to be as restricted as they are currently with Gaza. They can't believe that literally no international journalists have been allowed to enter freely. And frankly, when it comes to the risk assessment, that's not the business of Israel to make that decision for them. It's down to the individual journalists and their networks or their media bosses, as it always is in these situations. And I think the problem for Israel is that it's allowed you, the Israeli government, and the IDF to...
They don't want international media in there because they would document the fucking horrors and tragedy that Israel's conducting. That's why. They know that they would lose even more public support in the international community if international journalists were let in. International journalists aren't even let in, and they're shitting on Israel every day. Could you imagine if they had real camera crews in there showing what the fuck is going on? Bruh. Israel would get cooked. So of course they're not going to let them in. Guys, contrary to what Israel says about free journalism and free speech and a democracy, they actually aren't. They actually aren't. That's a big fucking lie that they push out there. They're an apartheid ethno state, guys, which by definition means you can't be a democracy and be free. It's a supremacist state. So this is a lie that the Israeli media gives all the time. And just so you guys know, like I showed you guys before, they're arresting reporters. They're telling them you can't document what's going on in the conflict. They're doing that on purpose.
To throw a cast of doubt and suspicion over almost anything that happens that reflects badly on Israel or the IDF, because it can't be verified either way. So almost everything that happens that's bad, all we see is people coming on the airways going, we don't think that happened. We're going to launch our own inquiry, buying time, moving on. Whereas if there was a willingness to allow international journalists in, they could report and verify freely and do their jobs, and that would remove a lot of the cloud of suspicion that actually Israel is doing stuff in Gaza which it doesn't want the world to see. Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out wallets that are uncomfortable and full of junk. The big question is why. Ridge wallets can hold...
If you're
at check-ins, they will...
Look, you know, if you're asking whether Israel's public diplomacy, and we call it in Israel hasbara, it's you know, the way our PR or the way we're being portrayed, if it's being run well by Israel. No, it's not. We're doing a really bad job at that, and you're living proof of that, because, you know, I'm very much in the know. I have a son who's a soldier. I fought in all wars. I know the way the IDF operates. We don't do much of what is said about us, but the fact is that you think that we do, and therefore we should figure out ways, including what you're suggesting. Look, this is micro-tactical. I don't know if there's a way to... We've got nothing to hide. The GHF right now, the humanitarian fund gave out today 31 million meals just today alone. We're doing everything we can to defeat Hamas, bring home
31 meals? Come on, bro. Stop the cap.
The hostages while minimizing civilian casualties. It looks bad because it does look bad, because it is bad, because war is bad, and war is twice or 10 times as bad when the strategy of Hamas is to wrap themselves in civilians.
But why is it that Mossad appears to have dropped the ball so spectacularly with Gaza in a way it simply didn't do with Hezbollah or now Iran? That's the thing that has mystified me, is that you've got one of the world's obviously most formidable intelligence agencies is capable of planning for years attacks on terror groups in Lebanon and to dismantle before our very eyes now a lot of the nuclear infrastructure in Iran, but was incapable, it seems, of knowing that Hamas were building an underground...
Now it appears again somewhere. Yeah, he's right. How the fuck did these ragtag militia operators from Hamas, bunch of teenagers with World War II fucking weaponry, how the hell did they be able to break through one of the most secure borders into Israel on October 7th? That's interesting, isn't it, Pierce?
Tunnel terror network, or was planning one of the biggest atrocities of modern times. And after that, the only response appears to be that the only way to take out Hamas is to level Gaza to the ground. And if that means killing tens and tens of thousands of civilians in the process, well, that is very sad, but collateral damage, and everyone's just got to accept it. There seems to be a real disconnect between the way Israel and Mossad have gone about dealing with terrorism in Lebanon, terrorism in Iran, but terrorism in Gaza.
Well, there's a fundamental difference in the modus operandi of our enemy. In both cases, we want to destroy our enemy. We don't want to hurt the civilians. The difference is that Iran wants to kill Jews, Hamas wants to kill Jews, but also it covers itself with civilians. And that's something that Iran doesn't do. And that explains the big difference.
That's a lie. In their charter, they literally say that they want to remove the Zionist state. The Hamas charter, I think of 2017 or 2018, says that we want to remove the Zionist entity. It doesn't have to do with Jews, because trust me, they're killing Muslim Arabs as well that are Israelis. It's not a religion thing. It's a national thing.
It's in numbers. The Hamas strategy is to kill as many Jews as possible, but also to wrap itself and embed itself within the civilians. That is not Iran's strategy. That explains the discrepancy.
The thing that's getting you, as you said, very bad PR as a country is that people just find the number of children that are dying in Gaza increasingly unconscionable, but they also felt that the nearly 3 month blockade of food and aid was just another massively unnecessary hammer blow onto already impoverished, war-torn women, children, innocent civilians. And that there's been a relentless bombardment at the same time since the ceasefire was broken. And they don't really understand how this ends or what Israel's real game plan is. They're confused by what people like Smotrich say. They take him at his word and think that there's a plan to get rid of all Palestinians. We're now seeing these terrible scenes of thousands of Palestinians storming towards trucks to try and get the food that is being allowed in. And then a number of them are getting shot dead. And the IDF, having denied any of it was to do with them, have now conceded that they have been shooting at people where they believe there's a threat. But the imagery of starving people and whatever people try and pretend.
So look, this is another, notice how he focused in on saying they want to kill Jewish people. This is the Hamas charter from 2017. Okay, guys? Look, again, guys, I'm not here to support Hamas. I don't give a fuck. Like, you guys know me, I'm America first, but we got to tell the truth, right? When it comes to this shit. We can't use misinformation and not actually know what the fuck we're talking about. And the problem with Zionist control media is they just sit there, they push out these fucking lies, etc., to paint a picture. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. This is the 2017 charter, by the way, guys. This is the most recent one, if I'm not mistaken. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. So what that means is, if you're a Palestinian in the IDF and you're a Muslim Arab, they're going to come after you as well. We got to talk facts here, bro. We got to talk facts. He's over here blatantly lying, saying, oh, they want to kill Jews. That's not true, because they kill a lot of Palestinian Arabs too. Guys, there's 2 million Palestinians that live in Israel, okay? And a lot of them are in the IDF. They kill those motherfuckers as well. So we got to stop lying here. The Zionist project is a racist, aggressive, colonial, expansionist project based on seizing the properties of others that is hostile to the Palestinian people and their aspiration for freedom, liberation, return of self-determination. The Israeli entity is plaything of the Zionist project in its base of aggression. So, again, guys, there you go. Right there, paragraph 16. Paragraph 16. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet, it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. Very fucking important. So, this is their charter, guys. You know what I mean? Obviously, this doesn't get shown in the United States often because people don't want to read. But that's what it is, bro. The Israeli government lies about this all the fucking time, and it kills me how the American public just eats it up when they say that they want to kill Jews. That's not true.
They're not starving. And I've had people on who say, oh, they're all fat people in Gaza. You can see thousands of people storming a truck. You only do that when you're incredibly hungry. The fact that they are being shot at is just, to most people outside, absolutely horrific.
Well, let's unpack the question. You said quite a few things. Regarding the 3-month blockade, prior to the 3-month, we pushed in massive amounts of food that was roughly equivalent to 6 months of food. Problem was that Hamas was sort of creaming the crop and taking it and then reselling it at a very low price, at a very high price to the people.
Oh yeah, of course.
And we were enriching Hamas's coffers, which is contrary to our very...
And here's the thing, you know what the funny part is? I could read the Likud party chapter, and in there they say they want to remove the Palestinians. If we really want to talk about genocide... I'll find it for you guys while I play this.
Very goals. So when we stopped that, it wasn't forever. We said we got to rethink the way we're doing things. I think we should have done this a year ago, a year and a half ago, from the very beginning, what we're doing right now, which is to designate zones that are for civilians and provide food, and to screen the terrorists that cannot infiltrate those civilian zones and dry them out with a blockade. Do I think the whole war is being executed well? No, I think it should have been much, much shorter, especially versus Hamas. I think we could have gotten this done long ago. So I'm unhappy about the competence of the way the government is running it. But in terms of morality, you know, we're trying one way, we're trying another. Look, if our goal was to kill as many Palestinians as we wanted, or anything of that sort, there would be 1 million Palestinians dead, not 50,000. It's hard, you know, because every child who's dead is painful. That's just a fact.
Yeah, it's not painful enough for you guys. If it was Jewish kids dying or Israelis dying, you guys would not be. You guys would take a lot more care to not bomb the fuck out of it. So. Yeah, so here you guys go. Here is the Likud party, the 1970 charter of Israel's Likud party. And for those of you that are wondering, that's the party that Benjamin Netanyahu is a party to. Between the sea and Jordan, there will only be Israeli sovereignty. Referring to the Mediterranean Sea and the Jordan River, this phrase essentially expresses the idea of Israeli sovereignty over the entire area historically known as Palestine. So, yeah.
It's a horrible thing, children that die. We do have to look at the broad picture, which is the ratio of combatant, of terrorists to citizens, and understand that this is one of the most rare cases in history where the whole basis of the Hamas strategy is to wrap themselves with citizens.
Okay, but you guys did the same exact thing in Tel Aviv. You have military infrastructure in civilian areas, and then you guys complained and said, "Oh, bro, what the fuck?" Like you guys are, you guys literally are over here. Excuse me. They got mad at Iran for attacking civilian structures, but those civilian structures were housing military components. They do the same exact shit as Hamas, bro. Crazy.
In order for you to ask me these very questions, and there's no magic, Piers. There's no magic formula here. It's tough, thankless work, but what choice do we have? We have to eradicate Hamas. We have to bring home our hostages. All of this can go away tomorrow.
Zoe gifted 5 subs. I appreciate that. 6 subs actually total. Thank you so much, Zoe.
Tomorrow morning, if Hamas lays down its arms and lets the hostages out.
No, you guys would not. You guys would fucking kill them and occupy Gaza.
So the responsibility is at the doorstep of Hamas. We're not happy about all of this.
See how they deflect everything over to them?
But it's the best we can do. And by the way, if anyone in the world has a better plan, let me know. Well, I'll...
Yeah, use precision airstrikes like you did on the commanders of Iran instead of bombing a bunch of fucking kids when we know that you guys have the resources to do it. How is it that Mossad and the IDF can do precise fucking strikes and kill commanders in the Iranian government in their own country, in their home, without blowing the building up, but you guys can't do that in Gaza? Interesting, huh? I'll tell you why. Because they don't look at the Palestinians as humans. That's what it really comes down to, guys. This is an ethno-supremacy state. Okay? That's what they won't admit to you. They are the chosen people, so to speak.
Well, I'll bring it to the government.
Does it not give you pause for thought that 2 other former Israeli prime ministers have now accused Israel of committing war crimes?
Well, as I said before, Israel is not exempt from stupidity, and for people...
This is beyond stupidity, bro. Come on, man. This is way beyond stupidity.
Ministers, former prime ministers...
This guy's a professional at minimizing. Holy.
Ministers, from saying stupid things. You know, it's part of our culture of debate, and everyone can say anything they want. I think they're wrong, flat wrong, and I'm very close to the military, to the soldiers, to the commanders. I myself, till fairly recently, served as a commander in one of the units and fought all the wars. Israel's not in the business of genocides, of killing civilians deliberately. It's just not our way of doing things. We never did. Now, on the extremes, can things happen? Yes. And do we investigate them? Yes, we do.
There's lots of speculation about you. You've been doing better in recent polling. Your momentum as potentially the opposition and perhaps successor to Prime Minister Netanyahu has been growing. Would you like to be Prime Minister again? Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where...
I've not made that decision yet, but I do think that the Israeli nation...
Hey, guys, we're almost at 800 strong on the OSS, guys. Let's get to 800 on fucking OSS, get to our first 1,000 active supporters, hit that goal, and then work our way towards the 10,000 total. With that, I can give the middle finger to censorship and to YouTube and continue to fucking be cooking, because as you guys know, YouTube is fucking robbing me. So if you're watching on YouTube especially, please join OSS. Only $4 to join.
Nation deserves...
And if you can't afford it, no problem. Just smash that like button. Totally free. Any way that you can help, I appreciate it greatly. Thank you, gentlemen.
It's better leadership, much better leadership. The nation itself has been amazing, resilient, tough. It's really tough times. I mean, people are dying every night in Israel, and yet 200,000 Israelis abroad are trying to get home, and very few Israelis are trying to get out. It's I think it's not only patriotism, it's simply deep love.
A lot of them are trying to go home. That's a lie. And then also, roughly 24 Israelis have been killed since the beginning of this conflict, probably less than 50 total. Meanwhile, hundreds of innocent people have been killed in Iran from your strikes, as well as tens of thousands of Palestinians have been killed from your strikes. Come on, man. Innocent people were also killed in Lebanon and Yemen because of Israeli interference.
For this place, and it's a tough place, but we have no other place. And so I do think that the nation deserves much better leadership, but make no mistake, on Iran and fighting back Iran and bringing home the hostages and defeating Hamas, there's almost, I'd say, a wall-to-wall consensus on the goals. Now, regarding the ways to do it, obviously there's a vibrant debate.
I mean, there is, but there's also a majority view that Prime Minister Netanyahu, according to a poll published in the Times of Israel, cares more about holding power than actually bringing this war to an end or getting the hostages released, and that there are a number of good reasons for him not to want that war to end, not least because he'd be facing corruption charges when it's over.
That's a fact.
And would be held to proper account.
Finally, let's go, Pierce. Rare Pierce W, man. Rare Pierce W. I've been talking about this shit since the beginning, bro. He was in the middle of fucking literally bribery and corruption charges, man.
For allowing October the 7th to happen on his watch. You know, many people think you should have elections sooner rather than later in Israel, and that if that was to happen, somebody like you might well come through and take over. And that might be a good way to try and get through this and try and bring this war to an end, get the hostages out, and end all this.
I agree.
Naftali Bennett, thank you very much indeed for joining me.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now is the host of the mother of all talk shows and former British MP, George Galloway. George, you were listening there to Naftali Bennett. What was your response to that interview?
Well, you did a good job as his Alistair Campbell to him as Tony Blair. I hope he remembers you if he does get into the Prime Minister's seat. I'm frankly astounded that you did not ask him about the bombing of the Iranian state TV station. Just a couple of...
and I showed you guys that earlier in the stream when the lady literally woke got hit and then showed up at another fucking station.
Hours ago, the mass murder of tea ladies, technicians, journalists and broadcasters. I can't believe that you didn't know about that. And indeed, Professor
Actually, I don't know about that.
was...
You've just told me that, so that's the answer to your question. I didn't know about
well,
I've been on air.
Well, you really need to be better briefed.
Well,
you're
okay,
interviewing a guy that you're punting.
You can have your views about that.
No, this is
in answer
very
to your
important.
question,
Oh shit, bro's coming in swinging, bro. Bro is coming in swinging.
I didn't know, so that's the answer to your question.
Well, you should have known.
Well, you're a better journalist than me.
Because
You're a better
Professor
broadcaster than me.
Marandi,
I didn't know.
Professor Marandi was in that building. I don't know if he's dead, but the story is that he was in that building to do an interview with you, and I very much hope that that is not true. And I very much hope that he is still alive.
He told me that was true. He told me that he'd been told to leave, but had decided to stay and do the interview, in which all he did was call me a liar, a coward, and a genocide enabler.
So you did know about the bombing of the Iranian TV station?
No, there was no bombing going on when I interviewed him, obviously, or I would have stopped the interview.
Piers, there's mass casualties.
Yes, George.
In the
you
Iranian
asked me if I
TV
knew
station.
it was going on when I interviewed him. I didn't.
Well, it's a disgrace that you did not know.
Well, I didn't, or I would have
because you
stopped.
might have been able to ask.
If I'd known, I would have stopped the interview, obviously.
Well, this is going to grow and grow as an issue, Piers. You may very well be in difficulty here.
I won't be in any difficulty at all. Why don't we get on with the interview?
Bro, this is crazy. He's coming out swinging. I like it, though. I like it. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna get energy drink, and then we're gonna keep this cooking session going. Give me 1 sec, ninjas. Oh man, 1 sec, ninjas. All right. Let's cook, niggas. We back. We are back.
Did know. One thing you did know is that Israel has scores, if not hundreds, of nuclear weapons. And you did not mention it. Why is Israel allowed illegally to hold.
Hey, let's go, bro. It's cooking.
Scores, if not hundreds, of nuclear weapons in defiance of the law, uninspected by any agency in Dimona, and reports today from Dimona.
And they stole that uranium for Dimona.
Are that they are currently modernizing their nuclear fleet. Don't you think that would have put in a better perspective this issue of nuclear weapons? The reason I know you know it is because the brave Jewish whistleblower Mordecai Venunu, who...
Oh, shit, he really does know what's going on. Let's go, baby. He's talking about Mordecai Venunu, chat. He's which, if you guys don't know who this guy is,
scores if.
Let me introduce you to the realest nigga ever. This guy's top Jew right here, bro. Documentary by Ryan Dawson, fantastic documentary. I heavily suggest all of you guys watch this documentary. This is him right here, Mordecai Venunu.
Before Julian Assange, there was Mordecai Venunu. Venunu worked at the Negev Nuclear Research Center south of Dimona. He was politically opposed to Israel's 1982 war with Lebanon.
Yeah, because they invaded them.
1985, he secretly brought a camera into the research center and covertly took 57 damning pictures
shit.
of Israel's nuclear weapons.
Can't have that.
There was no World Wide Web in 1985, so he needed to go to the papers, but certainly not in Israel. He traveled to Australia. Converting to Christianity in 1986, he promised...
Here's the link for this documentary. Go show my guy Ryan Dawson some love. Fantastic documentary. It's called Nuke, How Israel Stole the Bomb and Killed JFK. It's only on Rumble for obvious reasons. I'm dropping a link in here for you guys so you can save it in your tab or whatever. So you guys can watch it at another time that you guys want.
...to sell his story and give the proceeds to his church, then in Australia. He traveled to the UK with an independent Colombian journalist and a journalist for the Sunday Times. He also gave detailed descriptions for the process of creating tritium and a method for lithium-6 separation in addition to his photographs. As the Times was verifying his story, the Colombian sold the story to the Sunday Mirror. Mistake.
Oh. And you're going to see who the owner of this newspaper organization was. And by the way, guys, we are at 789 active members of the OSS. Let's get to 800 tonight, guys. Let's get to 800 tonight. And if we hit 1,000, we're going to cook. We're going to cook for real. I'll do a fucking 12-hour stream if we hit 1,000.
The Sunday Mirror was owned by the now infamous Robert Maxwell, the father of Glenn Maxwell, the convicted child trafficker who worked with Jeffrey Epstein in Wexner's blackmail ring. Maxwell, already working with Israeli military intelligence, tipped off the Mossad. They created a honey trap. 8 years his younger, Cheryl Bentoff, a Mossad agent posing as Sydney.
Chunk talked about the dancing Israelis. I'll check that out after.
A fiery, red-headed American tourist enticed Venunu to travel to Rome.
Bruh, this bitch got this nigga jammed up.
With her on holiday. At an apartment there, Venunu was jumped, drugged, and smuggled to Israel.
Bro, they kidnapped his ass, man, over some pussy. Bro, these Israelis are crazy, bro. These Israelis are crazy, bro. I ain't gonna lie, though. That's a fucking genius operation. Hey, bitch. This nigga took some pictures of our nuclear facility. We need you to line him up, meet that nigga in Italy, and, we'll take care of the rest. Could you imagine? You go all the way to Italy, you think about to get some pussy? You just hear that shit, and you're like, wait, what? I didn't put this on the record. Wait, hold on, what is that? Next thing you fucking know, bro, a bunch of niggas with yarmulke show up and fucking chloroform your dumbass. Next thing you know, you're in fucking Tel Aviv. You went from Rome to Tel Aviv. You think you're gonna have a romantic night with some fucking bitch? Now you got an itch and you're sitting in fucking Tel Aviv, bro. Holy.
It was a closed-door trial and he was put in prison, 11 years of which were in solitary confinement. In 2015...
Shout out to D. Alameda says, serious question. Do you think the elites like Bibi are controlled or working with democratic, demonic entities or evil aliens? No kidding. Especially when Zionist Jays can be stone cold to massive death cults. Is it possible we are experiencing supernatural powers at war? Bro. Look, man, I don't think it's that deep, bro. Sometimes people like to overcomplicate shit. Bro, it's just a dude that doesn't want to go to jail, bro. Let's just keep it 1,000. It's a dude that's been waiting his whole life to expand Israel, doesn't want to go to jail, and wants to be looked at as a national hero.
The national security.
A lot of people look at Netanyahu, look at Bibi Netanyahu as like a hero, bro.
Security Archive of George Washington University published documents that corroborated Venunu's claims and evidence.
Yeah, bro. Anyway, but that's who he's talking about when he says Mordecai Venunu was brave. That's who he's talking about, chat. Now you guys know exactly who it is.
The brave Jewish whistleblower Mordecai Venunu, who blew the whistle on Israel's nuclear weapons, came first to the Daily Mirror and was betrayed by your enemy and mine, Robert Maxwell, to the Mossad, and then spent 22 years in prison in solitary confinement.
Bro, watch Nuke right before this interview. He's hyped.
And turned up in the courtroom with his jaws wired together like Hannibal Lecter, so he couldn't tell the courtroom what he'd told the Daily Mirror. Finally, the story appeared in Andrew Neil's Sunday Times, but only after Maxwell had betrayed him to the Mossad. So this issue of nuclear weapons, according to Tulsi Gabbard, Iran is not seeking to build a nuclear weapon.
Why would you believe them?
February.
Why would you believe them?
Well, I believe Tulsi Gabbard.
Why do you believe Iran?
No, I'm believing Tulsi Gabbard.
I mean, bro, look, even if Iran was trying to get a nuclear bomb, can you blame them? Honestly? Like, I mean, can you blame them? Israel's threatening to fucking destroy them every day. Israel has nuclear weapons. We're threatening to destroy them every day. You know, if we had just chased diplomacy instead under the Obama administration, they wouldn't be fucking racing to get a bomb, bro. Can't really be mad at the niggas, man. Honestly. Like, this is why we got to be pragmatic here, and we have to be very honest with ourselves and understand that if you do certain things, you're going to get certain things as a consequence. If we're going to threaten Iran every day and say that we're going to destroy them, and we're going to back our greatest ally, Israel, and Israel's always saying that they're going to destroy them, yeah, bro, you're damn right they're going to fucking try to enrich uranium and try to get a nuclear bomb to defend themselves. Because they know that having a nuclear bomb is the only way to keep Israel from attacking them. Duh! How do you think North Korea's still around? By having a nuclear bomb! Come on, man. It's like we want to sit here and play fucking dumb about why these motherfuckers are trying to enrich uranium like it's not our fault that we haven't pursued diplomacy properly. Like, goddamn. Give me 1 second, ninjas. So, yeah, bro. Niggas are retarded.
Agency,
I'll come on to Iran.
Given that the atomic
why do you want to dodge Tulsi
Gabbard? You've talked and talked and talked. Let me get a question in. The atomic agency, as you know...
All right, we're at 794 for active supporters, man. Let's get to 800, and if we can get to 1,000 tonight, we're going crazy.
Put out a report in the last few days. It made it clear that Iran had lied, obfuscated, denied access, not allowed enough inspections, and that it now got uranium enriched to 60%, which is a massive stage forward from where they were at 3% a few years ago to now 60%. And the move from that to being able to create a nuclear weapon is actually much closer and therefore more potentially imminent as a threat. And I'm just curious why you would trust Iran as far as you could throw it, the regime, not the people, the regime, when they are clearly accelerating their nuclear program, clearly accelerating their enrichment program.
Pierce,
why would you not be concerned about that?
Pierce, I trust Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump's director of national intelligence.
You do?
Don't you?
Well,
Don't you?
do? I'm surprised you do.
I'm very much hoping she'll be the next president, Piers. But I trust her, don't you?
I don't know. I've interviewed her once in my life. I don't know whether to trust everything she says or not.
Well, you know that Donald Trump appointed her the director of national intelligence. Why would you doubt her?
Look,
Isn't Trump your friend?
I'm not doubting her or trusting her or untrusting her.
Does he appoint liars?
I'm asking you why you. I'm asking you why you trust the Iranian regime when they say they're not wanting to build a nuclear bomb.
Well, you're actually asking the wrong person for this reason. If I was running,
yo, that accent is lit. I ain't gonna lie, guys. We're 3,500 likes. We're 4,000 plus of you guys in here. Do me a favor, smash that fucking like button. And if you're watching on YouTube, that's fine. But you know, as you guys know, YouTube is fucking lame, demonetized me. So make sure to get an OSS link. It's pinned above. $4 to join for the first month. $75 for the year. You don't got to pay again. But yeah, smash that like button, guys. Let's get to 4,000 likes, man. We're 400 away. No, yeah, less than 500 away from 4,000 likes. Smash that like button. Let's get to 100% engagement. We're at almost 60,000 views for the channel already. So for this video that we have here,
Iran, I would long ago have had a nuclear weapon because Israel has scores or hundreds of them. And as you've just heard,
there you go, common sense. Our enemy has the nuclear weapon. Why can't we?
Is determined to bring about regime change in Iran. So you won't get me to clutch my pearls about Iran having nuclear weapons.
Why wouldn't you want regime change in Iran out of interest, given what a draconian, repressive, despicable regime it is?
I have this old-fashioned view. You once had it also in relation to the country next door, Iraq, that the leadership in any country is the business of the people in that country.
Facts. Who the fuck are we to go in there and tell them how their government should be?
But if you've got a nuclear-armed superpower trying to change your regime, frankly, you're an idiot if you don't arm yourself to the maximum that you are capable of.
There we go. Common sense is no longer common. Why are American journalists so scared to say this, chat? What he's saying right now? You would never hear this shit on Fox News. You would never hear this on CNN. You would never hear this on any of the mainstream media. You want to know why? Because they're fucking cucked and they're owned by who? That's why. Even Pierce is scared to fucking say it. All cucked, bro. All of them. This is just fucking pragmatism. Oh, my enemies have nuclear weapons. I should probably have them too, so that they don't come in and conduct a regime change on me. And on top of that, we've done it before. We toppled Gaddafi when he gave up his nuclear weapons. We toppled Saddam. Iran has been looking at the fucking trends. They realize, damn, if we don't align ourselves with these bloodthirsty fucking Israelis, we are going to get toppled. Damn, we might want to defend ourselves, right? And then we look at them like they're crazy for saying that we need to arm ourselves with nukes. What the fuck? This is common sense. If you threaten to destroy a regime and do a regime change, which is what Israel does every day, then yeah, they're absolutely going to work to enrich uranium. They're absolutely going to work to develop their ballistic missile program. They're absolutely going to work to go after potential spies in their country. Yeah. Like, what the fuck do you expect?
So you want to see Iran arming itself with nuclear weapons?
Yeah, well, guess what? Iran isn't doing a fucking genocide right now. How about that one? Iran isn't doing a genocide right now and running an illegal nuclear weapons fucking program. How about that one? Huh? Pierce. All these fucking Zionist cuck motherfuckers that sit there and defend Israel all day and say Iran is the big bad boy, they're a terrorist state, whatever, that's fine. I will go ahead and agree with you that they're a terrorist state. But you know what? If you're going to go ahead and call an Iran a terrorist state, so is Israel. Israel's doing a fucking genocide right now as we speak. Several genocide experts, globalists, human rights activists, genocide experts, people that have studied the genocide, the Rwanda genocide, etc. It's almost unanimous across the professional board that what Israel is doing right now is a fucking textbook definition example of a genocide, what they're doing in Gaza. The experts have come forward and said this, to include Jewish Israeli Holocaust historians have come forward and said that this is a genocide. So you could go ahead and say all this bullshit about Iran's a terrorist state, whatever, fine. I'm not arguing that it's not a terrorist state. That's the difference. I don't argue for Iran. I don't argue for Hamas. I just explain the perspective that no one ever wants to talk about. I don't support none of these motherfuckers. But what I will tell you is I understand why they do what they do. And understanding is half the battle. But here's the problem, guys. Right, here's the reality here. The mainstream media doesn't want you to know the history. Because the mainstream media knows that if you guys were to know the history, there's no way you could support Israel. If the mainstream media told you the truth about how Israel was created or how it does all the bullshit that it does, you would never support them. So they withhold that information from you. They censor that information from you. They sit there and tell you that Hamas are evil, they're very bad. Iran's a terrorist state, blah, blah, blah. Fair, fine. If you want to go by textbook definition, and we're going to be very, matter of fact here, you're correct. By textbook definition, the definition of terrorism is to utilize violence to push some type of political or cultural or racist ideology, whatever it is. For the purpose of today, we're going to be talking about the political because that's what it is. Hamas and Iran are pushing political ideologies, for sure, and using violence to do so. Fair. I'll give you that. But if we're going to say that, the IDF does the same exact thing every single day. Every single day. The IDF was created out of terrorism. Israel, the state of Israel itself was created out of terrorism. They have an illegal nuclear weapons program. So it's downright retarded and stupid to not know why Iran is also aggressively pursuing a nuclear program. Because my argument is I don't even engage with these stupid fucks when they tell me that Iran has a nuclear bomb. I don't even engage there. Because for me to sit there and engage with you implies that they can't have a nuclear bomb. No, I'm saying I understand why they're pursuing a nuclear bomb, and we're not helping the situation. The reason why Iran is pushing for a nuclear bomb, because I'm not even going to argue that they're not. I know a lot of people say they don't have a nuclear bomb. I know Tulsi Gabbard. Let's go worst case scenario. Let's say they do got a nuclear bomb. Let's go all the way there. Let's say they got a nuke right fucking now. You know what I'll say? That's our fault. Yeah, that's what I'll say. I'll say that's our fucking fault. We failed in diplomacy. We failed with the nuclear deal that we had in place before. It was a good deal. And it's such a good deal because Trump tried to emulate it. As much as Trump shits on Obama, he tried to emulate that deal again. If that deal had went through, there's a very good chance diplomacy doors would have been open, sanctions would have been lifted, and we would have some type of cordial relationship with Iran. But due to the Zionist lobby and influence in America, those peace talks were destroyed. That diplomacy, gone. Because Israel wants a regime change. They don't want peace with that regime. They don't want that regime at all. So they went ahead and got bitch-ass Mike Pompeo to put pressure on Trump to rip up the nuclear deal, then put the IRGC and Iran on the Foreign Terrorist Organization list, FTO list, so they can impose harder sanctions on them. And this is what the retards couldn't beat me on when it came to the debate. They want to sit there and say, oh, well, Dan Bilzerian, you're an American. Why are you coming out and taking the side of Iran? It's not about taking the side of Iran. It's about establishing the facts. I just told you guys the truth. Obama negotiates the nuclear deal. Goes for several years. 2018, Trump comes in. Mike Pompeo, his bitch-ass Secretary of State, says, no, let's rip up the nuclear deal. They rip up the nuclear deal. They go ahead and sever the relationship. They put them on the terrorist watch list. That allows them to put harder sanctions. Who the fuck wants to go ahead and ruin relations with Iran? I'll tell you. The fucking Israelis. So we allowed Israel to destroy diplomacy again in 2018. Then we let them do it again last week. In the middle of peace talks and trying to figure out a middle ground here where they want to go ahead and enrich uranium despite all the threats, and then us wanting them to not have a nuclear bomb, trying to come to some kind of middle ground, what do the Israelis do? Oh, yeah, you know what, bro? I know Trump said, like, for us to not attack and shit, but you know what, bro? Like, yeah, we're just going to attack. And they went ahead and they attacked. And not only did they attacked in a devastating manner. So now diplomacy is off the table. There's no fucking way they're going to come to the table and want to talk to us again. There's no fucking way that they're going to want to sit here and work with us again. We've proven we can't be trusted. And this is a difficult conversation that no Fox anchor will ever fucking tell you. No political commentator on the right will ever tell you. There's only a few people that have the balls to talk about this shit. People that aren't controlled by them boys. And I'm one of them. That's why I got fucking demonetized. That's why we got the OSS. So I can speak to you guys very candid and factual about this shit. The reality is, we fucked up diplomacy. We're the reason why they're pursuing a nuclear bomb. And if they get one, it's our fucking fault. That's the truth. And this is what any other fucking person that works on a mainstream news cycle or works for a big organization, or works for a big organization, they would never, ever fucking admit this. Ever. The reason why Iran calls us Big Satan and Israel Little Satan is because we support Israel to do the bullshit that they do. That is why. If we stop giving aid to Israel, I'm telling you guys, our problems in the Middle East would 90% evaporate over fucking night. Conflict resolved. Peace made. Problems destroyed. Foreign policy on fucking point. So, this is the difficult conversation that no one wants to ever admit. We failed in diplomacy, and our failure in diplomacy is what has instigated and pushed Iran towards a fucking bomb. Because we let lobbyists, kooky-ass fucking Zionists, and other retards that don't have American interests at heart push our foreign policy in the Middle East and rip up a perfectly fucking good nuclear deal that could have preserved world peace. Because the Israelis never wanted peace. They want regime change. They want a puppet Shah in there that's going to go ahead and sell their country out to Western fucking interests. And that, my friends, is why people don't want me on their show. That, my friends, is why people are terrified to talk to me. That, my friends, is why these idiots on a Twitter space made sure to keep cutting me off as I was dropping fucking facts after facts after facts. Look it up. Secretary of State at the time was Mike fucking Pompeo. You want to know something else about Mike Pompeo, by the way, guys?
Fatality.
Guess who told Trump not to release the JFK files? You know what? I think I can show you better than I can tell you. Because you guys know me. I like to show you guys stamps, right?
But maybe there was life there at one.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it very soon. There's a lot of interest in it.
One of the things that
there's a lot of interest in the people coming from space. You know,
it would be showed you what they showed me. This was your quote. You wouldn't want people to know it either.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with from good people. I mean, you know, look, I mean, good people, people that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them.
Let's have fun with this. Well, maybe. See, this is why these motherfuckers on Twitter can't touch me, right? I smoke these niggas in a debate. This is my alley. They can't fucking beat me on this shit, man. These motherfuckers don't realize who they're talking to. Here's Mike Pompeo for you guys. We're going to go ahead and draw a nice little connection for you guys. Here he is. Mike Richard Pompeo is an American retired politician who served in the first administration of Donald Trump as director of the CIA from 2017 to 2018 and as the 70th United States Secretary of State from 2018 to 2021. Right? Let's go ahead and look at this. IRGC, FTO, bam, okay, all right. What is this? April 8th, 2019. Designation of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so things are starting to connect, aren't they? Things are starting to connect, aren't they? On April 15th, the IRGC will be added to the State Department's FTO list, which includes 67 other terrorist organizations, including Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, blah, blah, blah. Right? See where I'm going with this, chat? Now you guys are wondering, Myron, what the fuck does Mike Pompeo have to do with JFK and Trump and all this other stuff, right? I'll find that for you guys here in a second. But this is the important part that you guys need to realize here, is that they put this up. And then also something about Mike Pompeo. Look at this. Hardcore Zionist. He was sanctioned by China immediately after leaving office. He had advocated for moving the American embassy in Israel to Jerusalem and the withdrawal of the United States from the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran. Interesting, huh? Interesting. Because Trump did move the American embassy to Jerusalem, which was huge for Israel. And the 2015 nuclear deal. Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. Okay? JCPOA. Also known as the Iran nuclear deal. Iran nuclear deal is an agreement to limit the Iranian nuclear program in return for sanction relief and other provisions. The agreement was finalized in Vienna on July 14th, 2015 between Iran and the P5 countries. China, France, Russia, US, UK. Together with the European Union. Formal negotiations began with the adoption of the Joint Plan of Action. Right? This would have brought peace, man. Or at least put us on a way better diplomatic path than we got right now. So look at this. Shout out to Fresh. He's live right now. He's got 2.6K watching. Let's go. I got a tab open right now watching as well. May 8th, 2018. Here's Trump walking in.
My fellow Americans, today I want to update the world on our efforts to prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. The Iranian regime is the leading state sponsor of terror. It exports dangerous missiles, fuels conflicts across the Middle East, and supports terrorist proxies and militias.
Sounds like what the Zionists always say right there.
Such as Hezbollah, Hamas, the Taliban, and Al-Qaida. Over the years, Iran and its proxies have bombed American embassies and military installations, murdered hundreds of American service members, and kidnapped, imprisoned, and tortured American citizens. The Iranian regime has funded its long reign of chaos and terror by plundering the wealth of its own people. No action taken by the regime.
Well, the wealth was plundered because you guys put them on sanctions.
Regime has been more dangerous than its pursuit of nuclear weapons and the means of delivering them. In 2015, the previous administration joined with other nations in a deal regarding Iran's nuclear program. This agreement was known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, or JCPOA. In theory, the so-called Iran deal was supposed to protect the United States and our allies from the lunacy of an Iranian nuclear bomb, a weapon that will only endanger the survival of the Iranian regime.
And mind you guys, he said this 7 years ago, May 8th, 2018. Okay? No nuclear bomb still. What the fuck's going on? Right? So let's go through this one more time. Let's really recap this. Right? Let's really recap this. So first, Trump goes on JRE.
People didn't know it either.
JFK files.
So I opened them up partially. I was met with, from good people. I mean, look, good people. People that were well-meaning. Mike Pompeo was one of them.
Okay, why did Mike Pompeo not want those JFK files released? I'll show you guys why. As you guys can see here, the documents that were released earlier this year, what does it show? Israeli intelligence. Oh, that's interesting. Israeli intelligence. And just so you guys know, on the other iterations of when Israeli intelligence was mentioned, this was all redacted. They finally released it without it being redacted, and now you can see Israeli intelligence all over this shit. These are all JFK documents. Right? And then Israel's no good. Israel's behind the JFK assassination. More stuff from the classified document. Right? Bam. Israel's no good. Israel's involved in the JFK assassination, etc. So, it's very interesting how subject pointed out Israeli secondary Rami Haitian adding Hatan had recently arrived in Addis, and subject thought Hatan was Shin Bet and worked with Israeli Second Secretary Eli. The point I'm trying to put here, guys, is this stuff was all redacted in the original stuff. This stuff was all redacted before. But then, when Trump finally released it this year, now we can finally see the JFK stuff. So now it makes sense why Mike Pompeo didn't want that stuff out there. Because Mike Pompeo was one of the biggest people to push to make sure that the JFK file stayed redacted back in his first administration from 2016 to 2020. Then you see him pull out of the nuclear deal. And we know that Mike Pompeo was a huge person that pushed for us to get out of the nuclear deal. Pull out of the JCPOA. Right? And then, a year later, IRGC is put into the terrorist watch list by the Secretary of State, which was who? Mike fucking Pompeo. So, they withdraw from the deal, put IRGC in the terrorist watch list, put crippling sanctions on them. Of course they're going to want to destroy us after that. And then Trump killed Soleimani. This guy right here.
Plan of action or
this guy was like a hero for the Iranians. So 2015, nuclear deals put in place. It would normalize relations, relieve the sanctions off of Iran. Everybody wins. We're getting a path towards diplomacy. The Israelis get pissed. They condemn the nuclear deal. They want it gone. Trump comes into office. His director of the CIA and then eventually his State Department secretary, Mike Pompeo, who's a hardcore fucking Zionist, pressures him, let's move the embassy and let's go ahead and pull out of this nuclear deal. They pull out of the nuclear deal. Next year, 2019, IRGC is now put on the fucking terrorist watch list. Then in 2020, Trump kills Soleimani. Who's a hero for them and a big adversary for the Mossad. Look right here. Former Mossad director Yossi Cohen said Sulaiman's strategies had personally tightened a noose around Israel's fucking neck. You guys see where I'm going here? See where I'm going here? The Trump administration undermined and destroyed diplomacy with Iran. Thanks to enormous pressure by the Zionist lobby and politicians that are owned by Israel like Mike fucking Pompeo. Mike Pompeo not just only instructed Trump to rip up the nuclear deal, he also told them to move the embassy, kill Qasem Soleimani, and then put the IRGC on the terrorist watch list, severing diplomacy. So again, when they ask you, yo, why does Iran hate us? Etc. This is why. And then to add for good measure, when Trump wanted to declassify the JFK documents before he left office, Mike Pompeo told them not to. You want to know why? Because he had to protect the Israel lobby. That's why. So when idiots like these people in the Twitter space try to sit there and tell me, oh, well, how can you support Iran? I don't support Iran. But I understand why they hate us. And I understand why they do the things that we do. We have proven to be untrustable, bad diplomacy partners. And we lied. That's why they hate us. We killed Soleimani because he was a big threat to who? Israel. Again, Most other political commentators would never string this all together and put it all in one nice little package for you guys to observe. But now you guys see why Iran has a problem with us and the Trump administration and why they have a problem with Israel so much. We have systematically severed and destroyed all diplomacy with Iran, though they tried. The Obama administration made great strides towards taking the sanctions off and then relieving them of their sanctions, which they really wanted to bring their economy back up, while simultaneously taking away their nuclear capability from a weapons program. Everybody would have won. Israel would have felt more safe. Iran would get the sanctions lifted. Their economy would flourish. We could do more trade. Everybody would win. But since Trump had this dumbass Pompeo in there, he decided, nah, bro, we're going to listen to Netanyahu and the Israeli lobby and just sever all diplomacy. Let's put them on a terrorist watch list. Let's sanction the fuck out of them. Let's kill one of their main commanders. Let's pull out of the nuclear deal and just sever all of the fucking movement that was made by the Obama administration. Yeah, that's a good idea. Anyway, give me ones in the chat if that all makes sense. I covered a lot there, chat. I covered a lot there, but we basically worked through it. How Pompeo was a significant contributor to the failed diplomacy between us and Iran. And he did it on behalf of Israel because Israel pays his bills. Give me ones if that all makes sense for you guys. Yes, big L in the chat for Pompeo. Big L in the chat for Pompeo, bro.
Well, Israel's got hundreds.
No, I'm asking you about Iran.
You've just been talking.
Hey, guys, you are not going to get breakdowns like this anywhere else on the internet, by the way, FYI. Ain't nobody going to be able to string all that type of shit together for y'all niggas, man. Come on, man. We cooking over here. That's why I destroyed those idiots in that Twitter debate earlier, bro.
Welcome, punch!
Fucking dumbasses don't even know who designates organizations as terrorist organizations, Secretary of State. And that was Pompeo back in 2019. So right after the nuclear deal gets thrown out, puts them on a fucking terrorist watch list and sanctions them into fucking hell. Bad foreign policy. Bad fucking foreign policy. That's run by who? The Zionist lobby. This is what I mean when I tell you guys that Israel fucks everything up for us, man. This is what I'm talking about. People sit there and say, oh, Myron, but you blame everything on the Israelis. You blame everything on the Israelis. You're damn right. You're damn right. Because I can explain to you systematically, link by link, day by day, year by year, why the fuck things fell out. When you look at the common denominator every single time, it's the fucking Israelis. Every time. Every time. All the bloodshed in the Middle East is because these fucking idiots didn't want to pursue diplomacy. You think Iran would be funding all these proxy powers to attack and destroy Israel if we had just done the nuclear deal and worked out some type of peace agreement between them? No. No. Or at least it would have curbed it. It would have curbed the aggression. But the Israelis don't want that because the Israelis want regime change. Once you understand that they want regime change, everything else makes sense. So in other words, they will never work with the Ayatollah. They will never work with Khomeini. And the Iranians understand this. So they say, we're going to destroy you, Israel, because you're trying to destroy us. We tried to do diplomacy with the United States. You guys fucking destroyed it. So since you guys want to destroy us, we're going to destroy you. Once you understand this, it all makes sense. Israel severed diplomacy, so now Iran is fighting back.
Fatality.
I hope that all makes sense for you guys. I threw a lot out there. And honestly, what I told you guys is censored everywhere else. Who knows if this fucking video is going to stay up after that anymore? I don't fucking know. But whatever. You guys need to know the truth, bro. Honestly. Shit's pissing me off. It's so annoying. So fucking annoying. Let me read some of these chats real fast. With Go says, they're only showing Trump's top half so we don't see Benny's hand up Trump's ass working him like a puppet. Phoenix says, I listen to you while I'm wiring up houses at work, and when you're live, I'm glad I can listen to you live when my phone's off. While my phone's off in my pocket on OSS, let's get Myron to 6 more members so we could get to 800. Yeah, man. If you guys like shit like that, bro, the monologue I just gave you guys, that is why YouTube fucking demonetized me, those fucking pieces of shit, because we know who runs YouTube. You know what? Let's go ahead and have fun with this one, man. Look, you niggas think I be capping, bro. Look, when I got demonetized, we were demonetized in August of 2023, right? There you go. Now you guys know why. Anyway, so yeah, join the OSS, niggas. Because this type of content gets me in trouble. Mr. Hooligan, even Sean Strickland doesn't want this war. I know, and he's a retard. Zab Brannigan, the best false flag idea I could come up with is a very crude, dirty bomb or weak nuclear bomb will be used in close enough proximity to cause some casualties in Israel, but not a lot. They could do it on U.S. soil, but I seriously doubt the 35 and under crowd will buy that. They tried blaming Butler, Pennsylvania, and Iran after a few days, and the story fell flat after zero traction. They were trying to false flag. W. Venunu, you know it. Ali says, why are the Israel cocksuckers taking the stance of Israel and nukes God, good, Iran would nuke bad? Like, we didn't just see them kill 100,000 fucking innocent people. I know, bro. Yeah, bro, that's called critical thinking, which conservative media is not aware of. Shout out to OSS, I'm contracting for the government in the Middle East. I've seen missile launches from Iran towards Israel in the air. Iran is literally across the water from the base. Hopefully America lets Israel fight for itself. Yeah, facts, bro. Holy shit, man. I hope we don't get involved in this shit, man. I don't want American soldiers dying. W, your interviewee, try to get him on the show, bro. As a Supreme Führer, I appoint you Myron Filler. Okay, I appreciate that. Tommy Boy, subscribe. Welcome, bro, to joining the OSS. Yeah, guys, if you want to support my work so I can continue to give you guys monologues like that and not have to fucking worry about censorship, smash that fucking like button on YouTube. Let's get to 4,000 likes. And then also join the OSS, only $4 to join the first month. And once we build up our army, you know, we can really just focus on cooking. Obviously, it's a new program, so I got to, you know, keep endorsing it and shit like that. But once we hit our number, bro, I ain't going to be plugging the fucking OSS like that anymore. You niggas going to be in there rocking, and we're going to have an army, and we'll be able to just focus on the content 100%. But obviously, since I'm starting it, that's why we got to get it. So the faster I hit my goal, the faster we can just focus on 100% content and not promoting OSS. But obviously, it costs money to run this program, guys. It costs a lot. It costs me a lot of money to run this fucking program. So let's go ahead and just get this thing handled, hit the goal, and keep cooking.
Talking about the slaughter of the innocent.
I'm asking you about Iran.
In Gaza. Well,
would you, George Galloway? It sounds to me like you, George Galloway.
Awesome. We hit 804, man. Thank you guys so much.
Welcome. Punch.
Now let's work our way towards 1,000.
Galloway, unlike the rest of the world, would like to see Iran arming itself with nuclear weapons. To which I say, you've lost your marbles.
Piers, there you go again. Unlike the rest.
OSS is the O/Squad, for those of you that are wondering. It is my private community where you guys get to be able to, you know, be involved in my community, support the work. One annual meetup per year in Miami. Meetups whenever I'm in a major city. So if I go to New York City for the Diddy trial, I'm going to let you guys know. We could do a free meetup over there. You get to call into the show, aka the debrief, where I'm going to host a call-in section of my show. Also, you get to go ahead and get discounts on the merch when it comes out next month. And all your super chats are read on stream. So if you only donate $1, that's fine. Like, I've been reading a lot of these chats tonight. They've just been $1. But I'll read it because you're a member of the OSS.
Of the world.
Yeah.
Do you really think that you speak for the rest of the world?
Beam's creatine is America's #1.
Bruh, no thanks.
Well, probably not China or Russia or North Korea. So let's take those 4 countries out of it, or Pakistan.
Listen,
right? But
Iran
actually, yes,
is
most of the world
Iran,
has a real problem with the concept of Iran being a nuclear power, apart from you, who thinks they should have loads of nukes.
No, it's not just for me. Iran is presently the hero.
You know, again, like I said, I find it interesting how Pierce is just giving him that position as if, like, he wants that. No, the thing is that he understands why they're trying to fucking get a nuclear weapon, bro.
Of the vast majority of people in the world.
Oh, common sense.
Rubbish.
And it's
absolute
the fact
rubbish.
That you can't see
what a
that.
load of absolute nonsense.
Actually, Pierce is wrong. Yes, the Muslim world absolutely in general supports Iran in this situation because they all hate Israel. So he actually is right in this regard. Bro, I don't think Pierce understands, because he lives in London where they're fucking Ziobots over there. I don't think he understands how much the the rest of the world outside of the West, outside of the Five Eyes, dislikes Israel, bro. I don't think he gets that shit, man.
Take your eyes off the posterior of the tiny part of the world, which is the Western world.
Damn, I did not watch this fucking... Guys, I did not watch this interview. Bro. Hey, man, this nigga... Hey, man, he probably seen a couple of my broadcasts. I don't know, man. We're speaking the same language here.
Africa is with
most
Iran.
of the world. You think
Latin
the rest of the world
America is with Iran.
You think the rest of the world
China is with Iran.
Yeah.
Russia is with Iran.
Russia,
All
China.
the Arabs are with Iran.
Russia, China,
Take
any
your
other...
nose out of the ass
North Korea?
of the tiny number of people that you think are the world. They're not the world. The world is 8 billion people.
Right.
And the problem here is that even the people that didn't like Iran before, that have issues with Shiites, whatever the fuck, this conflict has united them. Like I said before, this actually backfired.
You're speaking for the little clique that leads a tiny fraction of fewer than 1 billion of the people of the world.
So just to be clear,
you cannot see beyond the end of your nose.
As I suggested, then you want to put up as a defense for Iran that they're supported by China, Russia. Did you mention North Korea?
That's a lot of people, isn't it?
Oh yeah, but are they the kind of people, in terms of their own regimes, that we should be taking as good?
That's not the point, bro. The point is that the world in general dislikes Israel and understands what's going on here, okay?
Supporters of these benevolent people.
You just shifted the goalposts.
You're living under Keir Starmer's regime, for God's sake. You're going to blame the British for Keir Starmer? The French are living under little Macron. When did you get the right to decide that 7/8 of the world's population cannot be considered valid because you, Piers Morgan, don't like their regimes? Listen, there's something else you didn't mention, and you must also have known about that. Unless you switch your mobile off at 10 o'clock at night, you already know that Iran is giving Israel a bloody good hiding every single night.
It's not, though, is it?
You described it all.
It's not, though, is it?
You described it all
it's not, though.
as a wonderful military operation
as
being
always,
conducted by Israel.
let me answer you. As always, the Iranian regime has put out apocalyptic statements about this will be the annihilation of Israel and everything. It's like it did the last time. And you know what happened last time? Nothing. Nothing. They fired a few rockets, and the dome dealt with them. This time they've got a few. This time they've got a few missiles have got through the dome. But the idea. Hang on. Let me finish my question. The idea that the Israeli Air Force have managed to inflict this kind of catastrophic damage on military commanders, nuclear scientists, nuclear sites, and all of this, and have control of the airwaves in Tehran. And the only response so far has been a few missiles that have got past the dome.
Missiles?
You say they've been pounding them. They've not been pounding Israel.
Have you seen Haifa?
They've not been pounding Israel.
You are astounded. This is something else you don't know. You didn't know about Morandi. You didn't know about the TV station.
I knew what Morandi told me. I knew what Morandi told me.
Israel.
I knew what Professor Morandi told me. Just to be clear,
hang on. You don't know about it.
Just to be
I'll
clear,
tell you who I believe.
Just to be
You're
clear
asking about belief.
Just to be clear,
I believe the mayor of Tel Aviv.
Sorry, if I may finish responding to you.
Can I quote an Israeli? I believe the mayor of Tel Aviv, a former director of intelligence in the Israeli army, now the elected mayor of Tel Aviv, who says this has got to stop. We cannot win this war. That's the mayor of Tel Aviv. I can believe him.
I see
or I
zero evidence.
Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting smacked pretty hard in Tel Aviv, bro. Haifa and Tel Aviv are taking serious fucking damage.
There is zero evidence that Israel can't win this war as things stand. Zero.
Well, why
Most
are they
of the
asking the United
90%
States
of the
to join
damage
in?
is being inflicted by Israel onto Iran.
Pure nonsense, Piers. Why are
you so deluded, George?
Why are they begging Donald
Why is your
Trump to join in?
pathological hatred of all things Israel made you so deluded?
Is this something else you don't know? Do you know that Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon are right this minute on TV?
Oh, shit!
TV debating how if Trump gives in to Netanyahu's begging him to join in and save the day, that it will be the end of the Trump presidency, that it will split MAGA down the middle? Do you?
It will, and it'll destroy his fucking legacy. He'll be Bush Part 2. That's what he'll become. He'll be Bush Part 2.
Do you not know that either?
No, why would I know that? I've been on air. How would I know that?
This nigga cooking him, bro.
Well, if you're really...
Why do you expect me to know things when I'm literally interviewing people like you?
I made the mistake, Piers, of thinking you were a well-informed man.
I am.
Oh, shit.
But when I'm actually filming my show, it's quite hard to keep up with world events.
Don't you have someone that can pass you a note?
I've got lots of people that do a brilliant job. That's why I have one of the most popular shows in the world.
Your ear?
Yeah, it's why my show's a lot more popular than yours.
Oh, shit.
Because I'm better at it than you.
Oh, shit.
So stop the lectures about how good a journalist I am, or how good a broadcaster I am, or how good my team are. Because if you were so good, George, you'd have a lot more people following you. A lot more people watching you. But most people think you become a delusional loon.
Oh, man.
And I think that's sad.
My dad is bigger than your dad.
Not my dad, just the number of people that watch my show. Massively dwarfs yours.
My dick is bigger than your dick. Are you really down to that, Piers? Well, I've got some evidence that it isn't, but I'll not go there because I'm actually astounded at the sheer ignorance, which I'm being very kind and calling it ignorance. I could easily call it lying. I could easily call it willful ignorance.
Of course you could.
That you didn't know there's tea ladies lying dead in the Iranian TV station.
To be clear,
and you interviewed Bennett and didn't even mention it to him.
To be clear, I'm being told by my team in my ear as we speak that outside of Iran, there has been no independent verification of what you are saying. So you are believing...
Damn, bro has an earpiece and still not know what's going on, bro? Come on, man. That makes it even worse. I didn't even realize he got an earpiece. He got one of those expensive ones too, probably.
So you are believing the words of the Iranian regime. And forgive me if I will wait for independent corroboration before...
Well, the reason why he's not getting it is because Israel is censoring journalism right now in Tel Aviv and in Haifa. This is why they've been either killing stories or arresting journalists that record or get caught putting out stuff, because Israel does not want the general media to see the damage in their major cities.
Believing what the Iranian regime says. You don't believe that are an Iranian regime stooge who believes anything they say.
Marandi, your frequent guest, that gentleman, was bombed.
He's not a gentleman.
Okay, he's talking about Morandi. It's this guy that they're talking about. I know some of you guys are probably like, who the fuck is this Morandi guy? It's this guy right here. I think he's a professor out in Iran. This dude. This is who they're talking about. He's I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's a professor at one of these universities in Tehran.
Ma'am.
Actually, you know what? Now I got to double check, because you guys know I don't like to be fucking wrong about shit. All right, Mohammed Morandi. American. Okay, let's see here. American and Iranian academic and political analyst. He is the son of a blah blah physician. He was born in Richmond, Virginia, and spent the first 13 years of his life in the United States. Following his move to Iran, he volunteered to fight in the Iran-Iraq War and survived 2 chemical weapons attacks. Moran is a graduate of the University of Tehran and Birmingham University. He was the head of the North American Studies program at the University of Tehran and currently a professor of English literature and Orientalism at the university. There you go. Okay, so that's him. He's lost some weight, but that's who he is. That's who he was supposed to talk to.
He's not a gentleman.
Oh. I think most of the people who have ever watched him think he's a gentleman.
No, I don't think he's a gentleman. I think he's a very disingenuous man who spews a lot of bullshit.
They don't think he's lying, Piers. They don't think he's lying.
Oh, they do, George. They do. They do.
They think he's lying when he says he was bombed in the Iranian TV station
He
today.
wasn't bombed. He was on air talking to me. What are you talking about?
There's footage.
How was he bombed and talking to me?
Every media platform.
He was talking to me.
Of the TV station
How on
burning.
earth was he being bombed
Anyway,
as
listen,
he talked to
Piers.
me? Complete nonsense, man.
Piers,
you're talking nonsense.
Also, another thing, I noticed that a lot of you guys say that you like to listen to me and just like, you know, listen on audio. Guys, I am on Spotify, by the way. I'm on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, etc. All of them are there. So feel free. Link is below in the description. So if you guys ever want to just listen to the podcast, I'm on all the platform ninjas. Here it is. Okay? This is right here. You guys can go ahead and tune in. Amazon Music, Apple Podcasts, CastBox, iHeartRadio, Spotify. I forgot to tell you guys that shit. I'm sorry. So yeah, and we update this shit often. So if you guys want to go ahead and listen to me, there's audio and video on here too. Feel free to go and do so. That way you don't have to, I think you can download it from here too, chat. I think you can download it as well. So for you guys that be listening on YouTube and shit like that, and you guys want to download it, you guys can go ahead and watch it on here. So, sorry, I completely forgot to tell y'all niggas this shit. Yes, I'm on all the fucking platforms. Spotify, fucking Apple, Amazon, iHeartRadio, all that shit. Because I forgot that a lot of you guys like to use this shit. You guys like to use this stuff. So yeah, there you go. This mommy guy says, Myron has become more and more of a salesman with all this constant pausing of the video to advertise. Shut the fuck up, bro. This is free content, you bitch ass nigga. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit. And here, I'm just telling people that they could listen here on audio because a lot of people like to listen to the show audio-wise, and they don't have YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium you got to pay for, so this is a way that they can save money and they can listen to it without having to pay for YouTube Premium. You bitch-ass nigga. Shut the fuck up. Holy shit, man. Fucking retard. You listen to it absolutely free. It doesn't cost you a thing. A lot of people don't want to fucking pay for YouTube Premium. This is how they could watch it and listen to it without, and they could close out their phone, retard. I just saved some people money on YouTube Premium for telling them that. Because people have been asking me for fucking months, hey, bro, are you on Spotify? Hey, are you on iHeartRadio? And I keep forgetting to fucking tell y'all about it. So, yes, I am on there. Mo puts every episode out for you guys.
Dick is so much bigger than my dick. As your dad is so much bigger than my dad, and as your television program is so much bigger and better than mine, I'll say goodnight to you because I have rather more wholesome people.
Oh, you're running away. Okay.
No, I'm not running away.
Running away.
No, Mohammed, nobody is rattled. You're just a fucking retard. You're sitting here getting free content bitching. And I'm actually trying to help people be able to watch the show for free because a lot of people can't close out the app on YouTube Premium on YouTube without paying for YouTube Premium. So I'm allowing them to be able to close out the app and just listen audio-wise without paying money. So, yeah, shut the fuck up. You're an idiot.
I won't be coming back.
Yeah.
Because I made the mistake of thinking that you were an honest man.
Yeah.
In fact, you're a slippery.
Well, it's okay, because I never made that mistake with you. So don't worry.
Bro, this is crazy. This is crazy that they're fighting like this. Yeah, guys, the Spotify link is below. Just click the Spotify link below. It's in the description. Feel free to listen on any of the platforms that you guys want so you don't have to pay for YouTube Premium. Fuck YouTube.
Worry about it.
I'd rather you guys keep that money instead of pay bitch-ass YouTube.
I never made that mistake with you, George. I always thought you were thoroughly disingenuous and you prop up these evil regimes for reasons that completely baffle me. And you think you're the right guy.
Shout out to fucking...
You're the honest guy.
Shout out to Shadow XXX with the big $100 super chat. Appreciate you greatly, bro. Thank you so much. He said, join for the year, keep cooking. Welcome to the OSS, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Super happy to have you here. With Ghost says, in a couple of years, we were talking about this war like we talk about the Iraq invasion. I'm telling you, bro. Been a supporter since the beginning of FNF, just sub for the year. Thank you so much, Shadow, again. With Ghost says, these dishonest people always take statements of fact and understanding of someone's position as support very low IQ. I know, bro. Like, if you just tell the truth, niggas assume that you support them. Bro, I don't support the IRGC. I don't support Israel. Even I support America. But my thing is, we need to be honest and critical of our government as to why we have the problems that we have. Doms91 says, just subscribe to your OSS. You obviously rock, bro. Really opened my eyes on the Iran and Israel conflict and was just so tired of the bias in each side. Thank you for pure entertainment. I got you, baby. Thank you for joining the OSS. Rashawn says, Myron, just want to say thank you for everything. In 2020, I was nothing but a degenerate. Now in 2025, a full-fledged MMA fighter. I'm 3-0. My name is Rashawn Hilton. You can watch my fight on YouTube, and you inspired me to do that, Myron Gaines. Thank you, brother. We love you, man. Thank you so much, Rashawn. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you for joining the OSS as well. Dobby said, Nick Fuentes is live, WOSS. Hey, shout out to all the grapers, man. Shout out to all the grapers. Open up a tab and watch Nick on Rumble as well, guys. He's over there.
And actually,
Is
you
that
know what?
why every
You're the
week you
kind of
ask
guy
me
that
onto your
one
show,
minute you
Piers?
call me a rat, the next minute I'm your hero and you're praising me. It's like, it's pathetic.
Is that why you ask me onto your show
disingenuous
every
crap.
single week, Piers?
Sorry?
Every single week. I've got the texts.
What's that?
Every single week you ask me onto your show because I'm all these things you just accuse me of.
Yeah, I don't mind having you on to challenge you. No problem.
Every week
No
you ask
problem.
me.
With Ghost 30 says, if they pay for OSS, they can listen to it as an audio as well as let's keep you playing in the background. There, I did your sales pitch for you. Fuck these whiny brokies. Thank you so much with Ghost 30, man. Hey, you guys get it, bro. I appreciate it, man. I really do appreciate it, bro.
Every week.
You came on, I think you apparently
You
last
ask
week.
me
We last
every
asked
week.
you on
I've got
6
the
weeks ago.
text.
Why are you lying? We haven't asked you on the 6
text.
weeks.
You
We
asked
haven't
me
asked
to
you on
come
the 6
on
weeks.
every single
3rd of May we asked you last time. 3rd of May. You're lying.
Your dick may be bigger
You're
than
lying.
mine.
3rd of May.
George.
Your
3rd
dick
of May.
may be bigger than mine.
3rd of May.
Your show may be bigger
7
than
weeks
mine.
ago.
But I'll tell you what, Pierce, you're a busted flush.
Can someone help me out? What does a busted flush mean? That sounds like it's a big insult in, I think Galloway is probably Scottish or Irish.
You know what, George? We're about to pass 4 million subscribers on Piers Morgan Uncensored, and you're walking off because you can't handle the heat. Piers Morgan.
Well, this thing got a lot of dislikes, though. Okay, if George is an Iranian stooge, then would that not make Pierce an Israeli stooge? I think Pierce thinks all of his 4 million subscribers watch this show because they agree with him. They watch. The truth is that many of them watch the show for moments like this. Pierce, if you don't think the larger world sides with Iran on this, just check the comment section. Pierce, Morani told you on the air that the station was evacuated and he remained to stay to do your show. You don't even have the decency to allow him to speak. George 100% right. To call you uninformed would be too kind. You, sir, are a liar, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch Galloway, George, annihilate you. Goddamn, these comments are crazy, bro. Let me make them bigger for you guys so you can see. Pierce Morgan, Professor. Oh no, sorry. Pierce returns to his factory settings. Pierce is proving yet again he is simply an institutional tool. George always wipes the floor when he debates Pierce. Those are the same guys who said Iraq for sure had a WMD. Remember that? Yeah. The reason why Pierce Morgan's show has exploded in popularity, guys, because remember, I'll tell you how this before October 7th, man, this show wasn't really popping like that. He really blew up from doing the debates. Hosting these panel shows and debates is what made him blow up, which, they're interesting to watch. I think this is what you guys are talking about at 22 minutes. I think some of you guys wanted me to watch this one, right?
Americans first. I run out of time.
Okay, let me go to 22 minutes or whatever, roughly. This can't be the video. Okay, I'll go here. He's talking to this Israeli guy. Sergio just joined the OSS. Welcome, bro. Welcome to the OSS. I see you just subscribed for $4. Welcome to the team, bro. Guys, again, running that special, man. $4 for the first month. It's a fucking steal. It goes to 10 after that. So first month is $4, or you can get in for the year for $75.
Terrorist organization that hide among civilians and use them as a human shield. That's why this war is very long. 20 months. It's a very long war for.
Daniel Chavez, you got to use the code. Use the code that's in the fucking description, Daniel Chavez, in the YouTube chat. Use that link that's in the YouTube chat, and that will get you the discount for $4, bro.
Us, it's different.
It's in the description.
It's easier to fight a military or to fight another state than to fight a terror organization which is, so involved with the civilians in Gaza. So it's much more challenging. But I hope that the people in Hamas understand that we are determined, and hopefully in the next few days they will accept the framework that the U.S. put on the table, and we can move forward to see a ceasefire and the release of more hostages.
Ambassador Danon, I appreciate you coming back on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's go to the panel. Cenk, I could see you reacting pretty violently to what you were hearing there. So what is...
All right, I'll give you the link right now. Chavez, there's the link right now for you, so you could join in for $4. There you go.
Your response to...
It goes to 10 after the first month.
You heard from the ambassador.
Yeah, when Israeli officials speak, it's like they're in fantasy land. So
He's actually right about that one. They all have a fucking script, man. They all got a fucking huge script that they do.
They leveled Gaza, and the reason that they leveled Gaza is because they're going to take Gaza. And that's not speculation anymore. When those of us who were opposed to their war crimes and genocide said they were going to take Gaza, that it had nothing to do with self-defense, it had to do with land acquisition, as all the wars that Israel starts has to do with. They said, oh, that's anti-Semitic, how dare you? Now their cabinet has said, yeah, we're going to take Gaza. It's a conquest. So now they've started another offensive war in Iran. They'll pretend to be the victims. That's what they always do. Oh, my God, so I had to start a war for self-defense. Nonsense, garbage. Just like you said, 33 years. They even say any day now Iran's going to have nukes. It was a lie. Netanyahu went on Fox News over the weekend, admitted they weren't even close to having it within a year. Then they said, oh, it's because of ballistic missiles. The ambassador there again referred to the ballistic missiles. An incredible number of countries have ballistic missiles. Is Israel going to attack all of them? Is Israel going to invade?
Not only that, but a bunch of countries also are threshold states.
All of them, and then pretend that it's self-defense? How many? And then they talk about, oh, we try so hard to not have civilian deaths, and then American media plays along. No, they killed hundreds of civilians in Tehran. So they always kill civilians. They always kill more civilians than their opponents while pretending that they care so much about civilians. They're the ones starting all the wars. We all have eyes and ears. We just...
Yeah, Cenk is spitting right now.
Saw them.
Yo, it's crazy how, like, I'm over here agreeing with fucking progressives. Fucking incredible, bro. That's how you know that this is a problem, by the way, chat. When conservatives and progressives agree on something this strongly, yeah, that means it's valid.
Start this war, and every time American media plays along and pretends that there's a fantasy land where Israel's the victim, and they, oh my God, they just had to attack yet another Middle Eastern neighbor. They just had to take Gaza. So almost when you hear an Israeli official speaking, they're lying. They're lying almost 100% of the time.
I mean, they have a script. I mean, we heard it earlier from the former prime minister. They literally have a script, chat.
I'm going to come to Ben. I'm going to come to Ben Ferguson to respond. All I would say is, clearly, when you have the leader of Iran, the Ayatollah, who's gone on record as saying he wants to get rid of Israel, and when you have Hamas in Gaza, who are also wedded to getting rid of Israel, it's not completely irrational that they would feel that they are under threat. Now, you and I have debated a lot the way they've gone about things in Gaza. It's markedly different how they've gone about things in Iran and with Hezbollah. But I don't think we can pretend that Israel is not under threat from either Iran or Hamas. Ben Ferguson.
Yeah, what he just said.
Yeah, this guy, well, you know what? You guys can see the pin on his chest. You guys know where he's going to come with this. Let's go ahead. Fox News fucking contributor, right? American KB television talk show host and radio talk show host on and from Memphis. His radio show originates from his hometown in Texas. Nationally syndicated radio show, The Ben Ferguson Show, airs throughout the United States Sunday nights on Radio American and syndicated by Icon Radio Network. Since 2018, his show, The Ferguson Files, has been middays, blah, blah, blah. And he merged with Blaze TV to form Blaze Media. And he's also a regular political commentator on CNN. So you guys already know he's going to be a fucking shill for Israel. Guys, I'm trying to explain this. Like, rule number one when it comes to conservative media. If you're not pro-Israel, they're going to blackball you. All right? That is rule number one. If you are not pro-Israel and you don't bow down to them boys, mainstream conservative media will never fucking platform you. They will always blackball you. Or if they do platform you, they're going to use you to try to, like, attack you as, like, some, you know, radically right, far right, or woke right commentator. So you guys already know. Get ready. He's going to give all the typical conservative talking points about Israel. Let's go.
Admitted one massive aspect of the conversation. There was an attack on Israel. There was the...
Oh, man. It's like I know what they're going to say before they say it, man. I've debated so many of these stupid Zionists. It's like, bro, I just know what they're going to say. But you know what? Let's carry on.
The kidnapping and the torturing and the raping and the murdering of innocent people that were gathering to have a fun weekend. The idea that he is forgetting what happened on October 7th and acting like Israel just woke up on a random Tuesday and decided to start attacking Gaza is absolute anti-Semitic insanity.
Oh, man, it only took a few seconds, and we've already, boom, off to the races, baby, off to the races. We already know he's going to say the shit that we knew was coming. Falcon punch! Bro, I'm telling you, man, mainstream conservative media is fucking cucked to Israel and them boys, bro. Holy shit, dude.
They know what's
so fucking embarrassing. And what does he do? What do I tell you guys all the time? Yo, I might as well, I should like start a fucking, a course on how to debate Zionists. This is what every single one is going to say. They're always going to start with, Israel was attacked first. They're always going to start the conflict at October 7th. Never allow them to do that. Okay? Never allow them to do that. Because when they go ahead and start the conflict off at October 7th, what they're effectively doing is they're putting themselves in a position of power to say, well, we're just defending ourselves. But what you need to retaliate with is this war started back in 1948, actually before that. So never let them start at October 7, 2023. Never. And that is the main Zionist talking point, because they're banking on the fact that you don't know better and that you don't understand the history, the complex history of that region. Because most Americans don't, by the way. Most Americans don't. So that's why they feel comfortable starting in October 7th. But if you know your shit, you will tell them, no, conflict started way before that, buddy. Way before that. But it's fine. Let's let them go ahead and use the typical fucking, it's like they got a script, bro. It's crazy.
Started this. And the second part of this, he says, hey, are they going to attack everybody in the world that has ballistic missiles? I lock my doors at my house every night for the people that might be right outside of my house. And you have someone that is saying, we want to annihilate you from the river to the sea and chants death to Israel, and says they want to murder you because you are Jewish. And to
No, they don't, actually. We went over the Hamas charter. That's not true. We proved that was a lie. They want to end the Zionist regime. Has nothing to do with them being Jewish, because there's Arab Muslims actually in the IDF that they kill as well. So nice try, retard. And then number two, the reason why they want to get rid of Israel is because of Israel's poor foreign policy, which we prop up, okay? Israel has started a war with all of their fucking neighbors. So that's why they want them out of there.
To act as if they don't have a right to defend themselves, and to attack Gaza after you have a massive terrorist network, an underground tunnel system that allows for them to go after you every single night, where you have to have an iron dome to protect and defend. So everything you just said, with all due
yeah, because they colonize land that doesn't belong to them. So they come into the land, they're not indigenous to the land, they take the land by force, they expel the native people, and then what the fuck do you think is going to happen? All right, they're just going to be like, oh, yeah, cool, bro. You can have the land. No problem, bro. Yeah, man, all good, man. I know that you fucking Ukrainians and you Polish and you Russians, you know, none of you guys are from this area, but you guys want to come here because you guys got promised, you know, God promised you this land 2,000 years ago, even though you guys are atheists. All right, cool, man. No worries, bro. Land is yours. Okay, cool. We'll just go over here to Gaza or the West Bank. See you guys later. No, bro, get the fuck out of here, man. Falcon punch! Nigga retarded, bro. Yeah, they have the Iron Dome and they have all this fucking things in place because they stole the fucking land, man. Stole the fucking land. Holy shit. Hey, Lord Boo, this is my fucking show, bro. Shut the fuck up. Dude said, let the fucking video play. Bitch ass nigga, you go watch fucking Piers Morgan on your own time. Shut the fuck up, Lord Boo. This is my shit, bitch. If I want to give commentary, I'm going to give the fucking commentary, retard. You're not above getting roasted in the chat, bitch ass nigga. Last time I checked, this is called the debrief, not the boo beef. Shut the fuck up, Lord Boo. Retard. Holy shit. Let the video play. Shut the fuck up, nigga. You're on my shit. It's called the commentary show. Retard, which means giving comments to include retards like you. Giving commentary in your dumb monkey ass as well.
Respect is absolute propaganda for the terrorists, because you admitted the fact that Israel...
And hey, RS6 Sudi, you're a fucking retard too, by the way. Guarantee, bro. Guarantee. You're the type of nigga, you fucking weirdo, you close the refrigerator with your hip. Shut the fuck up, you fucking pussy. You ask girls before you kiss them. Shut the fuck up. Some of you weirdos in the chat, man, I'll roast y'all niggas, man. I don't even know what you guys look like. I could just tell off the way you guys type. You guys are some fucking pussies, man. Some Fruit Loop motherfuckers.
Israel was attacked first that started the whole damn thing.
Okay.
No.
Matthew Said.
No, that's not.
Hang on, Chuck. Hang on,
What
Chuck.
I heard was propaganda for a terrorist.
Fucking dumbass. You're the type of guy to be in a movie with a girl. Hey, can I kiss you? And she says, you know, the movie's still on. Your dumbass go to the bathroom all mad. You mad as fuck? Because you spent $30 on popcorn and soda? You fucking brokey? That's why you mad as hell? You can't even get a fucking kiss? At the climax of the movie, bitch-ass nigga? Talking shit to me? The fuck out of here, man. RS6 Audi, you dumbass. You constantly in my comments talking shit. Bro, I guarantee. You go to that fucking Lowe's theater, take that bitch to go see a movie, you spend $30 on fucking popcorn and soda. Hey, can I kiss you? No.
Nope.
You go in the bathroom tight as fuck, you don't even finish the end of the movie. You punch in the fucking air. Attendee walks in, look at you crazy. He's trying to clean the toilets, your dumbass. In the fucking mirror. Pretend you Floyd Mayweather and shit. Fucking dumbass. Talking shit about me, nigga. Get the fuck out of here, man. You in my chat trying to talk shit to me. I'll roast your dumbass. I don't even know what you look like and I'm cooking you. Fuck out of here, man. You tight. You fucking call Capital One the next week and try to get the fucking money back for that popcorn and soda because you ain't get a kiss? You're that nigga. You call the fucking Capital One. Hey, I think this was fraud. Fucking Patel is on the other line. Hello, sir. We're looking at your transactions. Look like you swiped the card yourself. No, it was fraud. It wasn't me. Trying to get that $30 back because you took that fucking epic L and you couldn't get a kiss from that bitch. And then you come on my stream and get mad when I say join OSS because your dumb ass is mad that you spent $30 on a bitch that don't even like you on salty-ass popcorn and soda. The fuck out of here, man. You mad because fucking Pajit couldn't give you your goddamn refund, your $30 on your Capital One credit card? Because that shit's already maxed out. You got a limit of 500. You have 495. The fuck out of here, man. Cook you bitch-ass niggas in the chat, bro.
Just now from Ben, the terrorist state of Israel, who's been occupying the Palestinian.
Don't test me in the chat, man. R6, whatever the fuck your name is. The R stands for fucking retard. You know what? Matter of fact, yo, I guarantee you're probably fucking black. Guaranteed. If I looked at your recently played, it's probably a bunch of future. But you ain't got no future. Fucking loser.
And who support the attack on October 7th?
Why don't you let them go? Why don't you let foreign people go? How much do you want to oppress and humiliate and murder them? Now you're going to murder Iranians. And by the way, Ben, I think you forgot. You're an American, not an Israeli. Act like an American, not an Israeli.
Yeah, bro, got that fucking stupid-ass Israel pin.
What are you, a foreign agent? Why are you working for a foreign government? Why don't you care about American interests?
I don't work for a foreign government.
We got no interest in this war.
You get paid by a foreign government by fucking working for these conservative media outlets that are owned by Jews. That's for sure.
All right.
I have an interest in people being able to live a life without fear of bombs coming into their backyard, hitting their apartments, hitting their homes from a terrorist organization. Iran is a part of that,
Gaza,
and you know it.
And all of the Middle Eastern neighbors of Israel. They live in fear of Israel, the terrorist state attacking
Israel
them 24/7.
Israel doesn't go on the
all
offensive.
Israel
They
ever does is attack their neighbors
attacked.
and take their land.
All right. Time out.
Why did you admit the
there's absolutely no question about it.
Sing, I've known you for a long time. One question. Why did you admit in your opening statement that Israel was attacked on October the 7th? Why did you not mention it one time? Because that is the fact that you cannot bring up, because that is what started the catalyst of where we are today. You know it, so you didn't mention it because you want to indict Israel, acting like Israel woke up and decided to start attacking people. It's bullshit.
All right, listen, I do want to let the other two panelists come in.
They actually did. They started attacking them first, man. Bro, it's crazy how, man.
You'll get a chance to come back.
The unawareness, yeah, there we go. Now Cenk is going to start cooking him. All right. I just heard 58 years, so he's about to go backwards. All right, let's go, baby. Let's go.
Welcome, punch!
Because these dumbasses always start the conflict off at October 7th, 2023.
It's a brutal occupation. And you think it started on October 7th?
All right, let's not go back to the whole 75 years.
Oh, look at Pierce. As if that shit doesn't matter. Like October 7th just came out of nowhere. Like, oh yeah, bro. Like, well, let's not go back 75 years, bro. Like, come on, man. Fucking retard.
Murdering Palestinians, still murdering Palestinian children for sport.
Yeah, Cenk is right. When look, Cenk is a progressive, right? But when it comes to Israel-Palestine, he's right. Hassan Piker, when it comes to Israel-Palestine, he's right. Sucks at arguing. Couldn't even fucking beat dumbass Ethan Klein. Because the problem with Hassan is that he never actually debates. He just sits in his room and fucking watches news all day and commentates on it. So his debate muscle is weak. But he's right on it. And, you know, it's just crazy to me how, you know, he says there, oh, no, we can't go back 75 years. Come on, Pierce.
Gentlemen, there are 4 panelists, please.
So, okay, you love genocide.
Right,
I got
there are 4 panelists, guys. There are 4 panelists. You can come back on in a second and have further thoughts.
We got Top Shay, $10. I wonder, Myron, if you need up doing a crack special series. Oh, I wonder, Myron. No worries. Benjamin Daniel, yo, Myron, I was just question. How do you remember all these names when explaining certain events? Hey, man, I'm just a smart nigga, bro. With Ghost 30, I think I can see Benny's hand up Ferguson's ass, too. Probably, bro. With Ghost, the fact that I'm agreeing with Cenk makes me want to pull an Epstein, but the truth is the truth regardless of who says it. Okay, bro. Well, we know Epstein didn't kill himself, bro, so I don't know who you're talking about, man. Let's see. Thank you for everything from Pop and 7. Thank you. Finamic says, think about how many hours people watch your streams, but don't think it's worth $4. If you watch Myron for 4 hours in a month, it's $1 an hour. Or if you watch him 40 hours a month, it's 10 cents. Yeah, bro, that's a good way to put it, man. Niggas be, bro, I'm telling you, man, dudes will sit there and talk shit about them boys, but they be acting like them boys. Mark, can you react to Nick's clip from October 7th, 2 years ago? Yes, I have it queued up here. I'll cover it later. Still makes me laugh that Piers Morgan's show is called Uncensored. All that British wanker does is censor. That's true. He actually censored me, bro. You guys know that for a fact. The Vital Breast says, to bypass not being able to close YouTube on mobile, download Firefox, press the 3 dots, and go to the extensions manager. Add video background. God damn, nigga, that's some... Come on, man. How about just not be a brokey? How about that one? And Sergio, okay, cool. We're caught up. Oh, Jay's Free says, just join the O/W Myron. I appreciate you, bro. Welcome to the team. Shadow says, Myron, sub to everything, but looking to cut what I don't need is the game plan for the debrief OSS and only fresh of it. Bro, if you're in the OSS and CC, you're good. Don't worry about anything else. That's all you need, bro. Everything else that you do is you know, extra. But yeah, if you're in CC and the debrief, that's all we need, bro. Thank you so much for that. It is quite evident in the difference in color. The Middle East is the region of color. The Zionists don't belong there, but you need the suntan lotion to be there. Facts. Bro, a lot of these Zionists are Ashkenazi Jews, which means they're from Europe. A lot of them are from Ukraine. Russia, Romania, like pretty much Eastern Europe, guys. They're basically from Eastern Europe. A lot of them.
Matthew Sider, you wrote a great column at the weekend. And you
what is the OSS from Jonathan Alvarez? The OSS is the O/Squad. That is my private community. So if you guys want to support me, support this channel because the OSS is for this specific channel. Join the OSS. It's basically $10 a month, but you can get in for 4, or you can join for $75 for the year. Year's the fucking steal. Very cheap. And you get access to basically the community. You can use the chat. When I do my call-in shows for the debrief, which I'm going to start doing call-in portions of the show, you can call only debrief members OSS members can call in. It's not going to be open up to the public. I'll give you guys a number. You call into the show. And then on top of that, you get merch discounts, special merch drops when we drop next month in July. And you got one annual meeting, 420 every year in Miami. And then also whenever I travel, like for example, when I go to New York, probably for the Diddy case, I'm going to announce that I'm going to be in town and I'll do a meetup with OSS members in that local area, all free of charge. So yeah, man, a lot of value for, you know, $4 a month and then 10 after that.
Talking
basically the cost of a fucking Starbucks coffee, pretty much.
And I thought it was very striking to me about...
And that's how he fought back against YouTube censorship.
Difference between Vladimir Putin rattling his nuclear saber, because, as you pointed out, he's an extremely materialistic guy who's amassed hundreds of billions of illicit gains.
Holy shit, I didn't even realize it's already 1 o'clock in the morning, bro. We're cooking, bro. Holy. Still going.
at the expense of his people. And he's the last person that would want to actually die for his country by pressing nuclear buttons, which would lead to his immediate vaporization. I've been saying that for ages. However, it is a different thing when it comes to Iran. There will be people there with very fundamentalist ideals who might think, if they're cornered, who might think if there's nothing else they think can get them through, who might think nothing of using a nuclear weapon if it came to it. And with the same kind of nihilistic attitude that we saw from Al-Qaida, that we saw from ISIS and so on.
That's right. I mean, just a couple of quick points. Firstly, I like to think of myself as broadly pro-Israel, but I think, like you, feel that the
of course
destruction that has been visited upon Gaza is a moral, political, and strategic calamity. When it comes to Iran, the reason I think that the logic of nuclear deterrence won't work is because they are, many of them in the regime, religious fanatics. They believe they have absolute truth. And the psychology of that is very interesting. It means that anyone who doesn't subscribe to their truth is an infidel and that they are wrong. And they glorify martyrdom.
Okay, well, guess what? I'll tell you this. I think their ideology is better than the fucking Israeli ideology, which is we are the chosen people. No one can join our religion. We know everything. We are the best. Fuck everybody else. We are an exclusive group of people and no one else can join. At least with them, they are inclusive to people from different backgrounds and groups, etc. There is a such thing as Jewish Muslims, but there is no such thing as a there is no such thing as someone that's Jewish without being Jewish, basically, ethnically. You can only be Jewish. Does that make sense, chat? And that is what makes Israel an ethno-state. Okay? You cannot convert to Judaism. It's very difficult to do. And they will never accept you anyway. So for him to sit there and say, oh, well, they have a very dangerous mindset, blah, blah, blah. I would argue the Israeli mindset is worse. It's worse. It's literally an apartheid ethno-state, man.
Believe that if they...
It is the definition of racism. And he's over here talking about, oh, well, they have this weird fucking mindset. Bro, the Israelis aren't much better, bro. Israelis are not that much better, bro.
Of that is very interesting. It means that anyone who doesn't subscribe to their truth is an infidel.
Anyone can become a Muslim, but not anyone can become a Jew, and that's the big difference.
Welcome, punch!
Because it's an ethno-religion. So to join the religion is damn near impossible. To join the ethnicity is impossible.
Welcome, punch!
So for him to make this claim is absolutely fucking ludicrous and retarded and low IQ.
And that they are wrong. And they glorify martyrdom and believe
yes,
that
and anyone that isn't Jewish is a Gentile goyim.
Welcome, punch!
And basically not worth human rights and not the same. They're a second-class citizen. By definition, them saying they're the chosen people is the very racism that you're trying to criticize. Or bigotry, or whatever the fuck you want to use.
if they can take down infidels, they will go through a door into paradise where they will be blessed forever. And I grew up in the 1980s.
And if you kill Gentiles, it doesn't matter. So same destructive rhetoric.
Born as a Shia Muslim, and I followed the Iran-Iraq war extremely closely. And viewers might be interested that the clerics, the fanatics who took over after the 79 revolution, indoctrinated young, innocent children.
See, here's the thing. They'll never... See, and this is what this other stupid bitch tried to say earlier in the debate, right? The other girl's like, oh, well, they had the 1979 revolution with this extreme cleric, etc. What led to the fucking revolution? See, here's the problem. These people never go back enough. They just start from where they want to start, but they never want to tell you why. They want to tell you about how Israel gets attacked, whatever, but they never tell you why. Let me go ahead and tell you guys why and how they fucking got into power. It's very fucking simple, all right? Basically, they had a president get democratically elected in 1953 that was a secular prime minister, Mossad, right? He was overthrown by Western powers. United States, England, and Israel worked together to overthrow him through Operation Ajax. They basically got him out of government because he wanted to nationalize their most prized commodity, oil. The Brits couldn't have that. They were going to lose a lot of money by doing so. The Brits, being an ally of Israel and the United States, worked alongside intelligence services to get rid of him. Okay? CIA, MI5, Mossad, all worked together to get rid of him. Okay? Also, the reason why Israel was involved is because they wanted to install someone who is Western friendly. Enter the Shah. So the Shah comes into power and is wildly unpopular. Nobody likes him. He's using secret police to silence dissident. He's a secularist. And most importantly, he allowed Western powers to come in and take over his country and take over the commodities. So what did that do? Well, guess what? That created a fucking vacuum where people said, yo, get this motherfucker out of here. We don't like the Shah. This guy's westernized. This guy's owned by the Jews. This guy's owned by America. This guy's owned by England. Fuck this shit. Because remember that dumb bitch, Moonitor, that I was debating with before? She tried to make the argument about, yeah, well, Iran was the only country that recognized Israel. Yeah, we know. That's by design, dumb bitch, because Israel, America, and the UK put him in fucking power, stupid. And him getting put in power while overthrowing the prime minister before that was democratically elected was a big fucking problem. They didn't want him there. So what did they do? They created the perfect environment for the Shah, for the theocracy that currently runs, aka the Ayatollah. They created the perfect fucking environment for an uprisal. And that led to the Islamic Revolution of 1979. And that's what that stupid bitch failed to ignore or failed to disclose. Oh, well, when they came in 1979, they wanted to destroy the Israelis. Yeah, they did. They definitely did. Because they know that the Israelis and the Western powers put the Shah in that fucking raped them of their resources. So they created the perfect storm for the Iranian Revolution in 1979, where Islamic clerics came in and took over. So the current regime that's in power is in power. Why? Because of bad American foreign policy. You guys see why now they had to keep cutting me off as I was fucking destroying them in that debate? She wants to talk about, oh yeah, well, they want to destroy Israel since 1979. Before that, though, we recognized Israel as a state. The Iranians recognized Israel as a state. Yeah, that stupid-ass Shah, the predatory Shah, that let the fucking West rape his country. That guy, yeah. The reason why they went ahead and decided to go ahead and go with a theocracy instead of a monarchy with the Shah is because the Shah did not fucking respect the people or the country, put them in enormous debt and let them get destroyed and have their resources taken by the West. That is why. So it's just very interesting to me when they sit there, because the Israelis will sit there and cry about the theocracy that's in place right now, but they will never admit to you that they were responsible for this theocracy that's in power right now. Man, people are stupid. And that other chick, like I said before, that, like, bro, I was cooking them niggas in a debate earlier, bro.
That they were supposed to protect and asked them to walk and often run into minefields and blow themselves up. And they were then depicted in government propaganda as heroes, their limbs strewn across battlefields that many of us have now forgotten about. That, to me, is a death cult of great danger, not just to Israel, but to their own people. Because if they acquire a nuclear weapon and they visit one upon Israel, as they have claimed they would do, Ahmadinejad said Israel must be wiped from the pages of history. The supreme leader described it as a cancer. Call me old-fashioned, but I take these people's words. I take them at their word, if I can put it that way. But also a danger to the Iranian people who would die in a counterstrike. And by the way, my views of the regime in Iran are corroborated by 70% of the Iranian people, a fantastic people, an ancient civilization, most of whom have been immiserated by this regime that has also destabilized the wider region through proxies and Hamas and Hezbollah. And as you say, Hamas is genocidal too. So one can have, I think, an approach of saying, yeah, Israel have got things wrong. Of course they have. The person who was on before the ambassador doesn't seem to be able to admit that. But my goodness, when Israel goes after the regime in Tehran, not the Iranian people, the regime, I think all right-minded people should support it wholeheartedly.
Beam's creatine is America's number. Why is that absurd, Shane?
Because here we go again with the neocons, just like they did with the Iraq War. We're going to liberate the Iranians by dropping a bomb on their heads. And once we murder them, they'll love us and they'll want to get rid of their regime. You can tell all these stories about the regime, and those are true. They're fundamentalists. They're not good guys at all. Saddam was not a good guy. That doesn't mean that we had to invade Iraq and cost ourselves several $1 trillion and over 50,000 Americans dead on behalf of Israel, who at the time called Iraq their #1 enemy, and who had
but that is not what's that is not what's happening.
And in this case, Iran did not attack Israel.
Oh, but
Israel attacked Iran. Stop lying. Stop lying. Israel attacked Iran. Iran did not attack Israel.
I am perfectly happy to say
Israel is the aggressor.
They did through their proxies, Piers. They did through their proxies.
Yeah,
Iran
I don't think they can be
on a daily basis.
I just think when anyone tries to defend
these guys and fund Hamas and Hezbollah, think like you cannot be this dumb. I understand that you're a propagandist for the regime, but you and I both know
I understand you work for Israel,
Hamas
but America
and
first didn't want any
multiple
wars.
terrorist organizations. They have no funding without Iran.
Captain Cook says, Myron, good to be here for the annual subscriptions. Shout out to you, Captain Cook. Andro says, thank you for shilling for Israel. You're the #1 ally we need for the Israeli news stations. Thank you, bro. Milan says, David, Myron, Scott, Ryan Dawson, if not for you guys, I would not have the same level of knowledge like others about Middle East. But now people are just listening as if they had no idea what the hell is going on. Great job, Myron. I got you, bro. No worries. Shout out to you, man. And thank you for being on the O/Squad, the OSS.
When I hear you guys describing Israel's enemies,
they attack Israel every day. You know that. You're not that dumb.
And Israel terrorizes Palestinian citizens every day. In Gaza and the West Bank, where they abuse them, they treat them like shit. They violently occupy them. So come on, bro.
Smart guy.
Sure.
You're a propagandist, but you know that.
Sure. So when I hear you guys describing Israel's enemies, what you're actually doing is projection. You're describing Israel. Attacking all of their neighbors, killing civilians, an aggressive military empire interested in acquisition and wiping out their enemies.
All right.
You know who said from the river to the sea? Benjamin Netanyahu. Who's actually doing from the river to the sea? Benjamin Netanyahu.
That's true. That's in their charter, which I showed you guys before.
Who's
from the river to the sea? Israel will be sovereignty.
Started all the wars? Benjamin Netanyahu. Get out, America. Get out of this war. This has nothing to do with us. These guys work for Israel.
Okay, let me bring in Jack.
And the idea that the Iranian people want to be killed, the idea that the Iranian people want to be invaded and bombed is insanity. They do not want that.
No, but I do think a lot of people in Iran. I do think a lot of people in Iran would probably much prefer to have a different kind of ruler than they currently have, who operates such a draconian and repressive regime.
They do not want Israeli rulers.
Okay, well, that's a different question. Let me come to Jack. You've been waiting very patiently. Jack, Cenk mentioned America first and how this is incongruous with America first. Well, at the moment, this appears to be an Israeli operation. They've started this war with Iran. Donald Trump appears to be...
Yeah, I'm not really too sure of Jack Posobiec's stance on Israel. People have told me before that he's like a neocon, but let's see. I don't know.
Taking a position of, we don't want to get involved.
I'd rather hear from him, so let's see.
Here, making it clear this is not being done with America's obvious physical help, albeit I don't think he's too bothered about it happening and probably quite pleased if it does destabilize Iran. But where does
CEO Jay, welcome to the OSS if you just subscribed. Shout out to you, bro. Get him for $4, guys. Welcome to the army.
This all sit with Donald Trump's America First ideology. Should America, if it comes to it, I mean, if Iran suddenly attacks some American base, for example, should America get involved in this war?
Well, Piers, this is not America's war. This is a war that is confined to two parties in the Middle East. This is a war where the United States absolutely faces the threat of escalation. And as you mentioned, this mission creep and spilling over into the wider footprint of American military that exists throughout the Middle East. And I don't just mean Iraq and Syria, I mean all of the American bases, which are clearly within range of, you mentioned the proxies, you mentioned all these other forces out there. Of course, it strikes the danger of spilling over, not to mention the IRGC has the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and imagine what that would do to global shipping and oil prices. By the way, they haven't done that. And 10 years ago today, Donald Trump comes
and that's what they will do if the U.S. gets involved. They're going to make sure it hurts us economically because they know they can't stand up to us militarily.
Down the golden escalator. And what did he say? No more foreign, endless wars. And instead, why don't we focus on the problems at home? He talked about, obviously.
Yeah, and he also made fun of Marco Rubio for taking Adelson money, Zionist money, and now he has Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State and is taking Zionist money, bro. It's like a fucking complete 180 from the Trump in 2015.
Illegal aliens. He talked about deportations, but he said trillions of dollars spent in Iraq, trillions spent in Afghanistan. And what did it get for us? Nothing. Dead soldiers, wounded soldiers. We got absolutely nothing out. And you want to talk about destabilization? Well, I think those wars, the massive wars on terror, wars that, by the way, when I was in the United States military, I did participate in, at least in an intelligence capacity. But what did that do to the region? It destabilized it. Syria, completely destabilized right now. Iraq, completely destabilized. And Afghanistan, the Taliban is even in a better position than they were before we got involved because they have all the U.S. military equipment that we left there. And so
a lot of classified equipment too.
Every time
and they're back in power.
U.S. gets involved in one of these things, it actually seems to make the situation much, much worse.
Okay, let's take a short break, panel. I'll come back to you for your reaction to this next interview I'm about to do. It's with the Israel launched this surprise attack.
This is the interview that they were talking about.
Which has been so far stunningly successful and had comparatively small retaliation from Iran, which suggests that maybe you don't have the capability.
With Go says, Ferguson calling Chenkin Iranian propagandist while parroting Zionist target points is the biggest kettle call on the pot black I've ever seen. Yep, absolutely.
Ability to do much about what is happening to your country.
Well, first of all, I have to point out some nonsense that your guest said. I fought in the Iran-Iraq war as a volunteer, and I was part of the war effort for 6 years, on and off. I was wounded 4 times and I survived 2 chemical attacks. There was no children being pushed over minefields. These are myths that Westerners, Western media, Western elites have been promoting for many years in order to demonize Iranians and to portray us as fanatic. Right now, Pierce, your friends, your Zionist allies, they have bombed buildings belonging to the Iranian television. I'm in one of those buildings, and the guard right now is standing outside the door telling me to leave. And I was yelling at him, telling him to go. I'm going to finish this interview.
Holy shit.
We are not intimidated by you, your government, the United States, or the Israeli regime. This was a blatant act of aggression. People were murdered in Iranian radio and television just minutes ago.
DPG with the big 50 gifted subs, bro. Thank you so much, man. All you poor niggas in the chat that are, crying about not being subbed, you could guys go ahead and type in the chat, and your boy DPG is gonna fucking get you a sub, man. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you, DPG, so much, man. Yeah, guys, type in the chat, say what's up, and then you'll probably get a sub. That's how you claim subs on Rumble.
And I tweeted it.
DPG is, man, I'm gonna give you a double down to Marco, bro. Thank you, DPG.
And your colleagues have seen it. And this building...
I'll tell you guys what. Right now, we got 822 supporters. If we hit 1,000, I'll stay on longer for you guys. I'll do a 12-hour stream if we get 1,000. Because I was gonna get off here in about maybe 30 minutes or so. I was thinking about maybe playing Marvel or Chris, but I don't know. I'm getting a bit tired, I ain't gonna lie.
A target. Your allies target.
We've been on for 8.5 hours.
Journalists. Your allies.
And I worked out right before doing this stream. That's how I kind of do it now, guys. I do like a quick circuit workout right before I jump on stream with you ninjas.
Have murdered over 200 journalists. And you are complicit in this genocide.
Well, let me respond to that, Professor.
You repeated the lies.
Listen, I've seen you, Professor. All due respect, Professor.
You are complicit.
All due respect, Professor. I've seen you doing this kind of shtick in the last few days on all sorts of shows. And let me just respond. The reason that I actually think that Israel has a right to do what it is doing, with your regime is that your regime has been the fulcrum for terrorism in the Middle East now for decades. Through Hezbollah, through the Houthis, through Hamas, it has done whatever it can do to destabilize the region, to terrorize Israel and anyone else it doesn't like. It's a draconian, oppressive, appalling regime, which is deeply unpopular.
Well, Israel is an oppressive regime too. It's just that they fucking do it to a portion of the people.
With many Iranians, and every time I've seen you appear in the last few days, you've had
they're no better.
Big smirk grin on your face, as if somehow you know better than everybody else, and that somehow we are misinterpreting your rulers and your regime, and that you're all a bunch of really nice people who have nothing but good intentions for the rest of the world, when in fact it's the complete opposite. And finally, Israel has said enough, and they're coming after your nuclear capability because your own ruler, the Ayatollah, has made it clear that he would very much like to see Israel removed from this world. And if you hear that and you're in Israel, then you're going to take action to stop that happening. So that would be my response to you.
Well, if your rant is over, I would point out that you are a dishonest person and a dishonest...
Nightly Wisdom says, what the fuck, man? Where do you fucking get that work ethic? Hey, man, I just go hard in the paint, man. Go hard in the paint, baby. I'm telling you guys, I'm trying to take over, bro. Two things. I told you all this at the beginning of 2025. We're going to become one of the best political commentary channels, cultural commentary as well, with everything, true crime, all that shit, because we can do many different things over here. Also, we're going to get to 10K strong on the OSS Army, give a big middle finger to YouTube demonetization, and we're going to be having live, 10K watching live all the time without no fucking view botting. We don't need that shit. Milan says, I play all the JTube stuff at work so you have more views. Mutated, of course, but prefer to watch it here because of the chat, WCC, OSS, and fuck the JTube, although God premium. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah, the OSS chat is hilarious, bro. It's way funnier because the memes that they put in there are fucking wild.
So-called journalists.
You can do ad hominem stuff as much as you like.
But you were too cowardly. Be quiet for a moment. Be quiet for a moment and let me speak.
You don't tell me I'm the one on my own show. If you're going to call me a coward, and a liar, then I won't be quiet on my own show. Especially not from someone like you who spews disinformation.
I am the one in this building that has...
Bro, you could tell that it was bad because obviously they got bombed because the Wi-Fi is cooked.
Been evacuated, and I'm only sitting here because of you. So allow me to speak.
Well, keep the ad hominem attached to yourself then. If you're going to call me a liar and a coward, I'm going to jump in and take you on. So show some respect or don't bother.
You are a coward. You are a coward. You did not come to Iran when I invited you, so you have no right to...
I wouldn't trust going to Iran. Why on earth would I trust going to Iran? As your guest...
Oh, bro, scared.
Nonsense about...
As your guest in Iran, with your contacts with the Iranian regime,
so don't...
I wouldn't trust that as far as I could...
bro, they'd kidnap here so quick, bro. Bro, they would grab that boy, man, immediately. Welcome, punch. That shit's funny, bro. Pierce went to Iran, bro. That shit will be comedy. Captain Cook says, nigga, you got 76K viewers on X? I don't think I got 76K viewers. I think I got like 76K views. I don't think that's like live viewers. Are you ever going to start news station network like OSS Network or like Stu has? It would be good. Probably not, bro. I'll just do this shit solo. It's more fun. Big Dave, that dude says, just joined the O/. Love the content, bro. Been a fan since y'all first collab with Kevin Samuels, and you have helped me and many people understand geopolitics and modern women and free speech. Keep fighting a good fight. Also, have you heard of Patrick Lancaster? He's an independent war journalist on YouTube, makes phenomenal content. I never heard of him, but I could look into it. With Ghost 30 says, so then by Pierce logic, if Iran has 2 nuclear powers, stating they'll wipe it out if they don't comply, it would then make sense that Iran would decrease their nuclear output? I'm a little confused by your comment there, with Ghost.
So don't comment about Iran if you don't come here.
Well, let me give you some facts about your country. Let me give you some facts and see where I'm wrong here. Women face severe restrictions when it comes to marriage.
W. What's wrong with that, Pierce? Come on, man.
Divorce, inheritance, child custody, and so on. Compulsory veiling, punishable by flogging and prison sentences. Women punished for bad dressing, defined as exposing any body parts below the neck. Women banned from certain professions. They can't be judges. They can't be they can't be in certain positions in government. A ban on independent political parties, civil society organizations, trade unions. LGBT people suffer systematic discrimination and violence. Closing shops that have so-called improperly veiled customers. Authorities censor media, jam certain television channels, continue to block or filter mobile apps, social media platforms. Executions, including those of children, torture and other ill treatment are widespread and systematic. State television can often air torture-tainted confessions, arresting and sentencing people who break fast during Ramadan. Anyone who speaks out, protests against the regime can be subjected to the death penalty, flogging, prison terms and other severe penalties. It doesn't sound like a great place for me to visit, with all due respect, Professor Morandi. So I
don't know why he's complaining, bro. He ain't no woman. Bro, you good.
You can tell me that I'm a coward and I'm a liar, and I can tell you that...
Hey, man, WRN, huh?
You prop up. Personally, you go on the airwaves and you disingenuously prop up and grotesquely defend a terrible regime, which is now getting, as many people see, its final comeuppance for constantly threatening Israel with getting a bomb and taking it out. And that's what this is about. You know it and I know it. And you also know that your regime has propped up the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas. It has been the octopus with its tentacles of terrorism spreading all over the Middle East. So you can call me what you like, but what you can't do is deny what I've just said.
You are a coward.
So you keep saying. So you keep saying.
You are a coward.
That's all you can say, isn't it? That's all you've got. That's all you've got. Do one of your smug grins.
You helped enable genocide in Gaza for 2 months. You don't want to let me talk. You don't want me to talk.
I do, but if all you're going to do is call me a coward and a liar, then why should I keep listening to that? Pointless. It's what you've been doing on the airwaves for days.
You say not because you say nonsense.
Really? What was nonsense about anything? What was nonsense about anything I said?
Everything, but you just rant on, and you think this way you can convince your audience that while your allies are murdering Iranians, while your allies have murdered
your regime has been responsible for mass murder. Your regime has been responsible for mass murder.
Let me talk. You are afraid. You are afraid of letting me talk because you know that your narrative is falling apart.
Your narrative is that I'm a coward and a liar. Have you got anything else in your tank? Any other argument other than ad hominem?
Tweets a couple of weeks ago. You won't let me talk. You are afraid of letting me talk. You're afraid.
I'm not afraid of you, Professor Morandi, but you look to me like you're afraid. Because you know now that the game is up.
Coward,
Iran's terrorism game is up.
I'm in IR. I am in the Iranian radio television building, and it has been emptied because they say they're going to bomb this building.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. He's actually braver than Pierce, bro. Bro's about to get bro might get blown up by the Israelis, and he's still there. I ain't gonna lie. Just to tell Pierce is a coward. I mean, let's be honest here.
And I stayed here.
That's some pretty G shit. Milan says, got blocked by this fucker on X. I only have 460 followers, but every time they say they want to protect women in Iran is so stupid. They want to liberate them before or after they rip them to pieces. Probably.
For you. And you are...
I've seen a lot of women not cover their hair in Iran. I don't know what they're talking about. Withgo says, but can Pierce call this guy a liar? Probably not.
Responsible for justifying these criminal acts. And those colleagues of yours in Iran who are true journalists who died today, their blood is on your hand, and
They're
you
not
will
on my
never
hands
escape
because
that.
I'm not
Just
part of
like
the Israeli
bomb
government
that fell
or the
on the children
IDF.
of Gaza. You are too cowardly to let me talk.
You're just talking nonsense.
A coward.
You're talking
You
nonsense.
Won't let me talk.
If I was a coward, I wouldn't have had you on. I wouldn't have had you on if I was a coward. But I knew what you would try and do. You try and do this with all the journalists that you talk to, and I'm afraid it doesn't work anymore. Your shtick doesn't work anymore. You defend the indefensible. You go ad hominem on every host you ever talk to. You were at it yesterday with a Sky News presenter, and I'm not going to take it from you. Sorry.
All right. Let's see what's the latest here.
Down because there were military personnel on that plane, but MQ-9 was a drone, so they took it down. I think Iranians knew from that point that they probably have the ability to take down aircrafts like F-35 as well, but obviously they didn't practice it, and it wasn't actually practiced anywhere in the world. It didn't happen. The one that they took down earlier, the first one that they took down a few days ago, it was the first one.
Was it true? Somebody on here earlier was talking about that they had developed an algorithm that detected the predictable flight path.
Captain Cook says, Myron, I love you, but found you since you started Fed Reacts with Angie, but bro, you need to call out PPD. He really showed his true color with the Jays. Bro, I told you already, man, like these, dude, you guys got to understand something. Most guys in conservative media are not going to talk about Israel, bro. They're just not. They're just not. Anyone that you know that has like a political commentary podcast, especially a video one, they're just not going to talk about Israel, bro. There's only a few of us that do it because it's so fucking financially costly. They're just not going to do it, bro.
They have the same technology, like Russia, China.
So why you got to come to the OSS and fuck with the real niggas, bro? You got to fuck with people like me and Nick, bro. Everybody else is cucked on Israel, bro. I'm telling you. It is what it is. Conservative media is owned by the Jews, man. It's the truth. They wouldn't dare fucking say anything. Just how it goes, man. Yeah, how much money do you think Diddy slid over to Netanyahu for this war? Because this is some great cover for this court shit. Oh, man. I don't know, bro.
Their newest equipment, and so it is an opportunity that I wouldn't believe that China and Russia did not have an interest in seeing how tools work against NATO for their own safety. So that they actually, those shipments that came, I mean there's a good chance we could speculate what's in them, but that stealth technology. I mean, look at those devices were found by Mossad, the Starlink controlled strikers and drone launches. I was thinking to myself today, can you imagine all the big players in the world, America, Russia, China, that saw air defenses getting taken out by agents the same way that Spiderweb took out 30% of Russia's strategic bombing fleet? How they had drones in the back of trucks. Well, those trucks that had those drones that launched against Russia's bombers, those are actually the kind of trucks that are used in military parades in North Korea. Those camouflage, they look like normal trucks. So you could be sure that China and Russia paid they paid.
Bro, I don't know who this nigga is that's yapping, but bro is boring as fuck, man. What the fuck? Who is this nigga talking, man?
Their air radar remotely, so they're totally rewriting their whole air defense system, understanding if they get attacked, that same technique could be used again. So they know, okay, if we're going to get bombed by still stuff, let's help Iran and let's see what works. That way we could use it to protect ourselves.
But what you are saying is completely logical, and I can understand it from a logical standpoint.
Bro, that nigga was yapping, bro. I ain't gonna lie. What the fuck was that? All right, let's see here. Let's see what's going on with Anton Daniels. Let's see what is going on here.
Cool, but you still believe in, you still don't believe in a bunch of them. But I know out of 2,000 guys, y'all picked the right one, right?
Wait, what do you mean 2,000 gods? I don't understand.
2,000 religions, excuse me. Yeah, but I know we picked the right one out of 2,000. So cool. Which
What are you talking about?
Bruh, okay. Oh, let's see here.
We do have the story from the Daily Mail. Pakistan tells Iran they will nuke Israel if Netanyahu uses nuclear weapons against Tehran. Regime officer claims in huge World War III apocalypse threat. General Mohsen Reza, a senior officer in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and a member of Iran's National Security Council, said in an interview, Pakistan has assured us that if Israel uses a nuclear bomb in Iran, they will attack Israel with a nuclear bomb.
They're downwind. Can we?
They're downwind.
Pakistan has to have denied this by now.
I do believe that the latest update. Let me see if I can get it.
I think one of them was at the White House. Let me double check this. Hold on.
There's this new Chinese radar.
All right, I'm just leaving, bro. All right, let me in a significant unanticipated development, President Donald Trump is scheduled to host Pakistan's Chief of Army Staff. Bam. See, I knew it. I knew they were gonna So from what I understand, chat, this guy Asim Munir, he is the army chief, which I guess the way Pakistan works, they work a bit different. This guy's like basically like the commander in chief. Let's see here. Field Marshal Syed Asim Munir Ahmed Shah is a Pakistani military officer who is currently serving as the 11th chief of the Army Staff of the Pakistan Army since 2022. Prior to becoming the Army chief, he was posted as the GHQ as Quartermaster General. So, from what I understand, this guy, even though he's not the head of state, he is the head of the military. And he's the one that makes decisions like that, which is why he's meeting with Trump, because who's the prime minister of India? Or sorry, Pakistan. Okay. So President of Pakistan is the head of state of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. The president is the nominal head of the executive and supreme commander of the okay, so he is the okay. The president is a ceremonial position in Pakistan. The president is bound to act on advice of the prime minister and cabinet. Okay, so it's a ceremonial position. He's bound to act on the advice of the prime minister. So this guy is the president. It's 2024. Okay, so let's try this. Pakistan Prime Minister. Shehbaz Sharif. So this is confusing. The Prime Minister, okay. Head of government. Executive authority is vested in the Prime Minister and his chosen cabinet, despite the President of Pakistan serving as the nominal head of executive. The Prime Minister is often the leader of the party or the coalition with a majority in the lower house of the Parliament of Pakistan. Okay, very interesting. Strange government setup, but okay. So why the fuck is this guy the one meeting with Trump then? Trump to meet Pak Army Chief Asim Munir days after U.S. denied parade invite. Interesting. And I think the reason why they're inviting him is because these conflicts in Iran, chat. I think that's a big reason why they're inviting him. I think they want to be assured that they're not going to nuke Israel. And I think also they want to use Pakistan as a staging location as well. Let's see here.
Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir, Pakistan Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir will hold a closed-door lunch
Oh, God, we need the subtitles for this shit. Here we go, bro. God damn.
with U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House.
I got y'all niggas, man. I got the subtitles on. Don't worry.
Munir to also meet U.S. Secretary of State Rubio and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Oh, my God, Jesus, man. Fuck, this is unbearable. All right.
That's the big update that is coming in. U.S. President Donald Trump will be meeting Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir, who's in the United States. Pakistan Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir will be holding a closed-door lunch with the U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House. India Today's Geeta Mohan is now joining us with more details on this. Geeta, do we know about the agenda of this meeting of Asim Munir and Donald Trump?
Well, there is no set agenda. The fact that
I guarantee you guys, the reason why they invited him is because they want to use Pakistan to set jets, set fighter jets, and also they want to spy on Iran. That's why I think, because from a strategic standpoint, if you look at the map, right? Boom. Pakistan borders Iran. Here it is. Very important strategically.
the Pakistani army chief is meeting the...
And we have the best relations of all these countries in the region. By far the best relations with Pakistan. And they have a nuclear bomb.
President in itself is unprecedented in many ways than one. We've seen engagements of the Pakistani army chief every time we go to Washington, D.C. with the top leadership, with a ministry of...
Bro, on the phone makes it even worse. Bro, okay, let me try to find this shit in English, bro. Like real English. Okay, CNN, let's try these niggas. Please help us, man.
And shifting our focus to another CNN News 18 exclusive top intel sources.
Damn these fucking cheats, man. They can't speak English, man. Holy shit, bro. Damn.
Telling Security Affairs editor Manoj Gupta about Asim Munir's itinerary in Washington. White House, though, remembers, denied his attendance at the U.S. military parade. Asim Munir is important for broader U.S.-Pak agenda. White House categorically denied inviting a...
Bro, I can't understand this bitch. This shit is unreal, bro. Unreal. God damn. Please give me some American media on this shit, bro. OTV News English, let's see. Bruh. Yo, these niggas are the worst, man. Fucking worst, dude. Holy shit. I'm not even gonna bother clicking this shit. I already know this is gonna, I ain't gonna understand what the fuck they're saying, bro. I'm reluctant to click this, but let's try.
We also want to go across to some more breaking updates that are now coming in. We're getting some updates about Pakistan Army Chief Asim Munir's visit to America. We are being told that he has faced protest while on his visit to Washington, D.C. Pakistan American community has protested in front of the Pakistan High Commission, and Asim Munir, who's there on a private visit, has stayed in private accommodation, not at any hotel, but according to sources, CNN News 18 is learning that he is afraid of the protest that he is facing in front of him. Chants of shame on you, etc., greeting him in Washington, D.C., and he has top security cover as far as his meetings, private meetings are concerned. Those are some visuals that we've also accessed. So this is a venue where Asim Munir was there at the time, and it seems
okay, Secret Service, bro. This lady sucks, but at least we got fucking subtitles, bro.
like Pakistan Americans themselves have protested in the face of Asim Munir. Now, this is an interesting development given how Asim Munir promoted himself after this failed conflict against India. My colleague Akansha Swaroop is also joining us with more on this. Akansha, what are we able to gather as far as these visuals are concerned? In fact, let's listen in to what...
Okay. When he's released on bail, Munir found himself under direct criticism from Khan, with Khan accusing him of dismantling the future of the country to protect himself following the arrest of Khan. Yeah, because this guy got arrested. I remember this guy, Munir Khan. He's the prime minister.
Audio we're getting from these visuals, Akansha, and I'll come back to you.
Shame on you, mass murderers! Shame on you! Shame on you, mass murderers! Shame on you! Shame on...
Why are these niggas so mad? Okay, let's see here. Director, let's see here. Enforce. They don't like this nigga, bro. I guess not.
Shame on you, mass murderers! Shame on you!
Well, either way, look, what you guys need to know is that Trump is meeting with this guy, and that's kind of weird. It's a very unorthodox form of diplomacy for him to meet this dude. So I think that that's potentially something to watch out for. Unforgiven gifted a sub to Myron Gaines X. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Shame on you! Mass murderers, shame on you! Shame on you, mass murderers!
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out why they don't like him either. I think they don't like him, chat, probably because they look at him as a traitor. Okay, intervening in civil politics despite only being trusted with the nation's security and defense. Munir has also allegedly suppressed the Pakistan political party led by Imran Khan in the aftermath of the May 9th riots following the arrest of Imran Khan on corruption allegations. Munir used military courts for civilians who rebelled against the army. Okay, there we go. Basically, they look at him as a fascist. That's why. So that's what it looks like. Niggas just, shame on you. Shame on you, Munir. Bro. They got the worst accent ever, bro.
Their war with India came to a close pretty quickly.
Yeah. All right, and if you guys are wondering, yes, I'm on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon, etc. All there. Our link is below in the description. You guys want to listen to the pod? You guys have been asking me forever. Yes, it is all there. Mo uploads all the time. So go ahead and make sure you get in there, niggas. Actually, matter of fact. I make fun of this nigga because it's fucking May. Sorry, it's June 18th. This nigga hasn't posted in fucking fat ass Mo. Let me make fun of him. I'm gonna tell his ass, nigga, what the fuck?
I mean, was that like 10 minutes?
Stopped.
Yeah.
It's like, all
we're
right,
like,
they do that.
Yeah. Periodically.
Every once in a while, they have to remind people that we exist too, and we're kind of near the Middle East.
Flirting with bombs.
The only source I can find is Hindustan Times.
That's not always. Sometimes.
All right, I just told Mo to upload. Sorry, guys. We haven't had an episode in there since fucking June 14th, man. What the fuck, Mo? What the fuck, Mo? You're supposed to upload this shit. Come on, man. Goddamn. They're getting lazy.
Pull it up anyway.
Yeah. I know. It's a weird one.
No such commitment. Pakistan and Iran's tit-for-tat claim. So, Pakistan has told us that Israel, however, Pakistan has denied this claim, taking to X. Okay, so maybe they do. Okay, I don't know. I'll try and look up the actual guy.
While you do that, I just want to say one thing really quick about the importance of going after the media and what Netanyahu's doing, but what all people do, all governors of state do, and presidents and the CIA.
It's your responsibility to basically.
It's like they know they have to.
Remy says, just join OSS. Appreciate your honest take, sharp journalism, and much needed laughs when you roast these people. I got you, bro. I make fun of niggas in the chat because we got a lot of idiots in the chat, bro. That's why I roast them. Calvin Bonley with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Calvin. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate that so much, Calvin. Calvin gifted 20 subs, man. So all you guys that don't want to get ads on Rumble, bam, there it is, baby.
Undermine the media to undermine the country. And like in 1953, Kermit Roosevelt Jr. was a CIA officer on the ground in Iran, literally working to subvert all of the media to turn it against the Ayatollah, which is what we did to tackle, to shut down Iran with the coup, right? So he spent all that time, I think under a year, to subvert the nation with bad news, right? So it's like the same thing of trying to fearmonger in the media here. And Netanyahu knows the podcast world, the influencer world is the one that's got more people, listening.
Well, that is why he brought Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and a bunch of other people as well. He had a private meeting with them. And that's why a lot of people actually been making fun of Tim for having that meeting with Netanyahu.
I'm not finding this post they're claiming.
While we're on that, though, we talked a little bit about the left's way back. And we talk a lot about the three-legged stool of the right from the Reagan days, the economic libertarians, the, let's call them the hawks, the national security hawks and anti-communists, and then the social conservatives. And they were all united in their cause against communism, right? That was the seat of the stool was anti-communism.
This is crazy.
You think of the
yeah, now it's the war on terror.
The three-legged stool on the left. For the longest time, it had been kind of the technocratic institutionalist left, the civil rights left, and the economic left, the workers' unions, etc.
Yeah.
So now you have this coming back where you can have an anti-war contingent. Senator Tim Kaine today has already introduced legislation or resolution that would condemn any sort of military action against Iran. You have a civil rights coalition, which with the DEI mindset, and this is probably the most.
Shout out to Triggy, subscribed on OSS. For the year, shout out to you, bro. Welcome to the OSS for the next year. We're happy to have you with us in the ranks for the next year. Welcome. Shadow says, Myron Gaines, do you think if we're dragged into this war, the U.S. support of them boys would be at an all-time low? We could force everyone to wake up and see that they're occupied like the mustache man predicted? Yes. If we did get dragged into this war, yes, support of Israel would go down even more. Yes. We'd be able to wake up more people. That is true. Any more of this, man, I'm going to have to get some hamburgers in revenge for having to listen to these Jeets, bro. I'm telling you, man. It's just crazy, bro. Niggas are the worst, man. Worst accents ever. Call me a racist. I don't go fuck. Okay, Big Dave, that Dave. Give a Patrick Lancaster a vid a look. He's been documenting the Russia-Ukraine conflict since 2014. He's the only American journalist to document the Russian side and talking to the people of Ukraine in the war zone. I know it's late and you're tired, but if you could just give it a look. Well, here's the thing, bro. I'm already familiar with the Russia conflict, bro. Very familiar. I watched Gonzalo Lira. Scott Horton has covered this quite a bit. So, bro, we all know that fucking NATO expansion is what fucking made that conflict happen, dude, for sure. We're based on this side of the internet, bro. We know that Zelensky's a pawn. We know that we put a puppet government in 2014, and this conflict was way before 2022. Myron, when are you guys going to bring MLD on? He's been in Florida. Whenever he wants to come on, man. Whenever he wants to come on. JY says, Myron, I love you, brother. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep showing and telling people the truth. Fuck Israel. Do you think the U.S. government is more idiotic and stupid funding this and supporting Israel as they were doing for years with Vietnam? I see a ridiculous amount of similarities and failures the exact same way. Sorry, the message is so long. Love you, brothers. Yeah, you can make the argument there. But I would argue that the Zionist lobby is much stronger than the pro-Vietnam War lobby. Way stronger. Martin, when's the collab with Hinkle? Don't know. Whenever he tells me, he responds back. I don't know what's going on. He's not in the United States, guys, so we're on completely different time zones. Skagnetti, thanks, Myron. You're an anomaly in the streaming industry. Respect. Bro, I'm telling you, man, nobody could do what I do, bro. I am the only streamer that could cover true crime, cover the news, cover complex foreign policy, come back and cover politics in the U.S., then come back and talk about feminism and why it's retarded, debate liberals, and cover all different types of things, bro. I'm the only one, baby. That's why you guys got to join the OSS, bro. I'm by far the most diverse streamer, by fucking far. Nobody even comes close. Let's see here. All hail the Fuhrer. Appreciate that. Yeah.
The nuttiest leg of the stool, but this is, the same thing that drives.
All right, we just hit the 9-hour mark, ninjas.
Welcome, punch.
Let me see if Chris is here. I might switch to Kick, guys, only. Kick and OSS, of course. Scagnati said, indeed. Appreciate that, Scagnati. Appreciate that greatly. I might switch to Kick, guys, only, and play a little bit of Marvel Rivals with Chris. Let me call this nigga real quick. Yo, hold on. I'm on stream. Let me get you on Bluetooth real quick so they can hear this shit. I'm doing a test. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, chat, can you hear Chris? I'm testing out my Bluetooth shit right now that I'm using. Chat, give me O/ if you guys can hear Chris. Chris, say something.
Oh shit! 1 2 3 1 2 3. We in Miami. It's Tuesday nights.
All right.
Are you on Kick?
Only? No, I'm live on Kick right now, but I might switch over to play some Marvel Rivals with you. Pause.
Well, I'm heading over to the club to meet Neon and Swaley.
Wait, what? You going to the club right now?
Yeah, to meet Swaley and Neon just pulled up. They're live streaming on Kick right now, actually.
Gay. All right.
So I'm a network. You know me, I'm a network with the girls and shit.
All right. You know what, bro? Actually, tell Neon to come on stream tomorrow for after hours.
Okay.
I didn't know he's in Miami. Yeah, tell him to come on with some girls tomorrow. We're gonna have Zerk on. Tell him to come on.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he can stream it on his Kick if he wants to. That's fine.
All right, cool. I'll talk to Moon Club. Hopefully, it's not too loud.
Yeah, I don't know if he's still with what's her name. I haven't seen him with her, so I don't know if he's still with that chick. But yeah, have him come on tomorrow night. We're gonna have Zerk on. It's gonna go viral. It'll be hilarious.
All right, sounds good.
All right, bro. Well, okay, man. Get out there and network, bro. I appreciate that, and I guess fuck it. I might not play Marvel then.
I mean, that's China, man. You can play China, man. It's easy to grind, man.
The dudes are saying El Neon in the chat, bro. Neon and Zerko would be hilarious. Yo, Neon and Zerko would actually be hilarious, guys. That shit would be funny as fuck, bro. So
I said, fucking Neon and Zerko, bro. Two polar opposites, man.
Yeah. Yo, this is good though. I'm testing out this Bluetooth thing I got for the mixer. This shit is fucking lit, bro. The fact they can hear you nice and clear, bro. So this is good.
Oh yeah, shit, that's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
so
bro.
When you do calls like academics and stuff like that, that would be fucking lit.
Yeah, and also what I'll be able to do is I'll be able to like have call-in shows where people could call into the show. So this is I'm testing this feature right now. Yeah, for the guys in the OSS, I'm gonna do a call-in portion where they can only call in.
Man, Myron's always improving, man. Holy shit, man, that's crazy, man.
Hey, bro, we going hard in the paint, man.
Support the boys, man. Support the boys. Myron's improving. I'm networking. Even though I'm drained as fuck, you know what I'm saying? But
yeah, there you go.
Better, man.
Chris about to make something happen, bro. If you pull this collab off, you can make fun of Fresh and say you're the best networker tomorrow. There you go.
Hey, listen, like I had to have Fresh, have something. You know what I'm saying? I can't do everything. I'm serious. I can't do everything, bro. You know me already. When you first met me, I was always networking, right? I know everybody, right? So Fresh needs something here. You know what I'm saying?
All right, well, like I said, if you pull this shit off, bro, you could definitely make jokes on Fresh tomorrow. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, it'd be funny as fuck, though.
So
yeah, but I'm gonna look up and see because Neon don't know I'm coming up, but I know Swaley normally knows. He sees me there, Miami often. So
yeah, no, that's cool. I already know Swaley ain't showing up. I honestly don't even care if he was showing up. Be a retard, bro. These rapper niggas are stupid. But
no.
But Neon is at least like somewhat funny.
What? Listen, Swaley fucks with the podcast, okay? I fuck with Swaley, man. No, every time I see him, he's always showing me love, man. All
right, that's fine. He's your friend, but that's fine.
He's always showing me love.
He's your friend, but I still think you're a retard, bro. All these rapper niggas are stupid.
Man.
But I get it. He's your friend, though, so that's fine. I'm not gonna roast him.
I ain't saying nothing to Swaley, bro. And shout out to Swaley in this camp, man.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah,
you and Fresh, you and Fresh get along with the blacks. I get it.
I know, right?
I'll be the racist one.
Yeah, but I'm gonna see him in 5 minutes. So hopefully, I hope it's not too loud in there, too packed. Because Mona Lisa's one last club, so we'll see what's up.
All right, cool, man. Well, all right, dude, make the magic happen, bro. Let's make it happen. Tomorrow will be hilarious.
Yeah, I would.
Zerka can make fun of Neon, bro.
That's funny
as hell.
Yeah.
So. All right, cool.
Man.
All right, man. Later, bro.
Yeah.
All right, peace. All right, guess we're gonna play on Marvel Rivals, nigga. All right, chat. I think I'm just gonna get off, bro. So yeah, no. Chris gonna go out. White Ghost says I can hear Chris. I just don't understand his stuttering ass, bro. That's funny. I'm gonna find a way to stream on 4K and Rumble though. I don't know if I can. I'm gonna ask Bills, but I don't think I can use it with OBS chat. I don't think I can do it on OBS. Let me check right now. Via Rumble Studio or OBS. All right, cool. Yeah, I've been going for 9 hours, niggas. I think I'm done now. I was gonna play some Marvel Rivals, but I'll play if Chris don't want to play Rush, it's not gonna be as fun, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Or you know what? This is what I'll do. You know what? I'll do this. I'll play one game. All right? I'm gonna switch over to Kick. All right, I want you guys to all come over to Kick. I'm gonna end the Rumble stream though. I'll stay on OSS, but I'm gonna end the Rumble stream. Okay? OSS and Kick only. OSS and Kick only, ninjas. So I'm gonna give you guys my Kick link. Okay? Give y'all niggas my Kick link. It's time to go to Kick, man. Game a little bit. I'll play like 1 or 2 games. I'll play by myself because I'm playing ranked. So we'll do a little bit of gaming for you guys. Here is the link. You guys can watch me cook on Kick. And I know some of you guys are saying, yo, Myron, why are you going to Kick, bro? It's because Kick is just, oh, shit. I'm just going to move everybody over to one platform, make it easier. Oh, shit. No, that's not what I want to do. So I'm only going to be on OSS and, only on OSS, guys, and Kick. Dropping a link on Rumble right now. So come on over to Kick, guys. I dropped the link on YouTube. I'll do a little bit more political analysis, and then I'm gonna play some. Now I'll play some Marvel some Marvel Rivals. Now, with that said, if you guys want me to go on OME TV, I need to hit 8. Right now, we got 829 active supporters on OSS. If we get to 900, I'll go ahead and I'll fucking do OME TV and debate some IDF soldiers. How about that? So come on over to Kick, niggas. Come on over to Kick. Okay? It's pinned on YouTube and on Rumble. I'm going to end the YouTube stream now. Come on over, guys. Ending the YouTube stream now. Love you guys on YouTube. Link is pinned. Come over to Kick right now. Come on over, guys. Ending the YouTube stream now. If you guys end it here on YouTube, love you guys. If not, come on over to Kick. I'll see you guys on the other side on Kick. Peace. Okay. YouTube stream is done. Now, for my Rumble.